That explains a lot. From distraction to fusion. Liao had read before, so naturally, he knew the classification of the 4 universities of cultivation. Beginning from the divinity transformation stage, it was the highest level to break through the limits of human beings, and the dividing soul stage and the form synthesis stage were even more mysterious and incomprehensible. There was no pattern to their training, either. They were like deities and devils. Liao could somewhat understand the formidability of the dividing soul stage. An expert could transform into thousands of clones. Billions of telepathic thoughts equaled to billions of soldiers. One person equaled to the combat ability of an army. Wasn't it strong enough? However, Liao had never been able to understand how strong a cultivator in the form synthesis stage was. Now that his soul could be divided into billions of pieces, wouldn't it be redundant to reunite them? Now that he heard Red Pole's explanation, he realized that it did make sense. Countless clones would be cast into the endless reincarnation of the mortal world and experience different waves and emotions in different rivers of life. In the end, they would be reunited and give birth to a new Liao in the intense resonation. The strength of billions of people would be concentrated in his body. How strong would he be? Just like that, countless soul fragments were dedicated to the brand new journey of life and the road of resistance. Some of the soul fragments encountered each other by accident and attracted each other. They melded together and formed a relatively large fragment. Gradually, I was able to recall some of my past. I even realized that my previous life was a cultivator in the depths of the endless sea of stars. That's me. But that was not enough, the Red Pole Star said. I was in a muddle-headed, confused state in the previous few reincarnations. Although I knew that I was carrying out an important mission and that I was going to carry out a plan named Vulture to break out of the damn cage, I still didn't know who I was in my previous life, what I had experienced, and how I teleported to Earth from the other side of the Sea of Stars. The key information was still hidden in the endless darkness. Therefore, I was far less powerful than I am right now. I was one of the luckier ones, because I had swallowed enough soul fragments in the previous reincarnations and recovered a lot of information about Liao's personality, memories, and thinking patterns. I was able to pursue my past. But most of the broken pieces of the soul are scattered in every corner of the prison of reincarnation. Some of them are even hibernating in the depths of somebody's soul forever. Most of the people who received Liao's soul pieces had their wings broken, their claws removed, and their fighting will diminish like Master Zhang Jiashu. For them, it was not a gift of hope but a great disaster. Even if I had all the resources of the Ark Foundation, it would still be impossible for me to locate all the people who had Liao's soul fragments. Besides, it would cause too much of a stir. The Heaven's Origin Sector would certainly notice it and intercept it in advance. They might even locate the Ark Island through the clue. Liao nodded his head, deep in thought. He glanced at Zhang Daniu from the corner of his eyes and suddenly thought of something. He said excitedly, "Therefore, you will project the information stream of so that all the heroic spirits contaminated by Liao's soul fragments will awaken and come to your side. The way you and I think is exactly the same. I thought so, too. It's a pity that it was not me but somebody else." Red Pole Star paused for a moment and pointed at the sky. Someone from outer space, or rather, a certain force in the universe. What? Liao and Zhang Daniu were both dazed. As I said, before the reincarnation, or more precisely, before I saw the novel 40,000 Years of Cultivator, although I became the leader of all the Hellbreakers, I didn't realize that I was Cultivator Liao. Therefore, how could I have guided Master Nyo to write 40,000 Years of Cultivator? But it is not right to say that Master Nyo made up an absurd, non-existent story named 40,000 Years of Cultivation, based on his own inspiration. Master Nyo, you should know who the so-called observers are, and you should know that your situation is different from most of the other observers, right? The reason is simple. There are 2 kinds of observers in total, namely Type 1 and Type 2. Type 1 observer and Type 2 observer? Liao and Zhang Daniu looked at each other in bewilderment. What does that mean? Type 1 observers are the vast majority of observers that we've seen in the past. They boast special abilities that allow them to see the modeled shadows of themselves dozens of times, or even hundreds of thousands of times, before they are reincarnated. Based on the broken, colorful memories, they create fantasy worlds in various forms. They are called fantasies, but they are actually history and reality that happened a long time ago. The Red Pole Star explained, Type 1 observers are often the witnesses of their creation of a fantasy world. It is something that cannot be erased even after hundreds of thousands of reincarnations. That's why they can devote a lot of their feelings into their work and make it feel so vivid. Even the crudest words and strokes are deeply moved. Master Nyo, on the other hand, is the second type, or rather the unique type 2 observer. You are not recalling your memories actively but reflecting them passively. You are like a mirror facing the sun. The imaginary world you create is almost always a reflection of the information stream from outer space. Do you understand? Zhang Dainiu was dumbfounded. He shook his head hard. I don't understand. Let's put it this way. Cultivator Liao has made a bunch of very good friends in the 4 universes of cultivation. It can be seen from the S that, regardless of the stance and beliefs of these friends, after going through so much wind and rain, they have already been deeply impressed by Cultivator Liao's glorious image, his sacred personality, his noble sentiments, his unyielding will, and his blood-stained demeanor. If they knew that Cultivator Liao was in prison, do you think they would just stand by and watch? The Red Pole Star asked solemnly. Liao and Zhang Dainiu scratched their chins together, somewhat uncertain. Probably, maybe, no matter what, they wouldn't just stand by and watch, right? That's right. If my friends and family knew that Cultivator Liao infiltrated Earth in the state of a blank sheet of paper, they would definitely try to rescue him or even fight side by side with him to destroy the planet. And if you want to rescue Liao and destroy Earth, the simplest and most effective way is to let Liao recover all his memories first, condense a brand new soul, and rise from the ashes. After all, Liao is a humanoid self-made natural disaster generator that brings disaster wherever he goes. As long as the real Liao is woken up, the Earth might be destroyed automatically without doing anything. Therefore, I estimate that, on the level of the universe, Liao's family, led by Ding Lingdang, must have developed a new information warfare weapon that can bypass the defense of the will of the Earth and project the information to the planet without anybody knowing. However, since they did not know exactly where Liao was and what state he was in, it was impossible for them to project the information to the thousands of pieces precisely, even if there were thousands of pieces. Therefore, they needed a medium or a carrier that could allow most of the soul pieces to perceive the information. That was the purpose of the novel 40,000 Years of Cultivation. They chose Master Nyo, the Type 2 observer, as the medium to illuminate the entire Earth with the light from the depths of the universe. Red Pole's words cast Liao and Zhang Dainiu into a long silence. Why me? Zhang Dainiu was stunned for half a minute before he finally came back to himself and stammered. Good question. I've pondered the answer for a long time, too. Red Extremity said, Why you? In terms of fame, you are unknown or even notorious. In terms of character, you will never be able to withstand the interrogation of the Heaven's Origin Sector for half an hour. It's very likely that you will kneel and surrender the moment you are captured. As for the thesis pen, there's no need to mention it. Don't hit someone in the face, right? There are clearly many more suitable candidates than you. Those who are more famous, more determined, and have more integrity. Of course, they can also choose better authors. Why you? No. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no point in beating around the bush. Who did I offend? No. I was complimenting you. On second thought, there is no better candidate than you. The Red Pole Star slapped her thigh and said, In this soul-stirring information war, the most crucial thing is not to wake up Liao, but to avoid the detection and scanning of the will of the Earth. Think about it. There will be another day to wake up Liao if we don't succeed today. If we don't succeed in this reincarnation, there might be a next time. As long as we are not discovered, we will be able to gradually influence him and slow him down. But if the will of the Earth finds out and the enemy is prepared, it will be very difficult to do the same thing again. If Ding Lingdang and the rest of them choose a writer who has been famous for a long time, who has a gorgeous vocabulary, a beautiful writing style, and a skillful technique, and has a large number of loyal readers who painstakingly wait all day and shoot the relevant information about the 4 cultivation universes into the other party's brain. It's true that the other party is likely to create a more perfect work. It's even possible that the work will become popular all over the world and be known by billions of readers. But this way, everything related to the will enter the vision of the heaven's origin sector and even the will of the earth. With the other party's powerful computational ability, it won't be difficult for them to deduce the whole story, the location of Liao's soul fragment, and even the precise coordinates of the 4 cultivation universes. No. Zhang Daniu stared at him and asked, "What do you mean?" "What do you mean?" "Nothing. I just want to show you how unique and important you are, and how important you are to the entire Earth and even the entire universe." Red Polestar counted his fingers and said, "I didn't know why the people on the battlefield of the universe chose you as the intermediary, but after I thought about it carefully, I realized that the choice was truly marvelous. First of all, as I said just now, the writing style, overall structure control, and characterization ability of this intermediary medium must not be too strong, because the stories that took place in the 4 cultivation universes are too rich, too wonderful, too soul-stirring, and too soul-stirring. If a random writer of a higher level were to write it, it would be very easy for him to write a piece of popular, crazy young people's work. Then it would spread to 10 people, 10 people would spread to 100 people, and it wouldn't be long before it would be on the hot list of major search engines. The organization of the apocalypse and the will of the earth would immediately monitor everything and capture or erase the author in advance. What was the point of this? On the contrary, it would be sending important information to the enemy. That's why the people on the battlefield of the universe chose you after thorough consideration. You are a writer who is capable enough to write such a splendid theme that is not as marvelous, not as well known, and very, low-key. I still don't understand. Zhang Daniu looked at Red Polestar and then at Liao. Then, do I have the capability or not? If you have the ability, then you naturally have the ability. After all, not every writer can write such a theme like this. Red Extremity said, "Especially your writing style. It's sloppy, long-winded, and full of nonsense. It's just a tiny detail, yet you have to explain it time and time again. It's clearly a theory that has been expounded several times, yet you have to tirelessly explain it over and over again. You clearly know that your writing style is bad, but you like to write a few idioms in one breath and pretend that your vocabulary is very gorgeous. Don't look at me like that. I'm sincerely praising you. This is a reflection of your strength. This shows that you have the ability to create a large amount of redundant information. This is a very amazing thing. It is precisely by relying on a huge amount of redundant data that you can cover up the really crucial information. It caused the heaven's origin sector and the will of the earth to return in defeat in front of your novel. They were not able to discover the shining gold hidden in the dog's soil immediately. I think this guy is quite annoying." Zhang Daniu was silent for a while before he turned to Liao and said, "Even more annoying than you, it seems." Liao scratched his nose. "A little bit. Don't be like that. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. Maybe I should express my sincere gratitude to you on behalf of all the unwilling martyred spirits on the planet, or even all the people in the universe who are fighting hard. Although your work is nothing in the eyes of literature, from the perspective of strategical deception, it is invaluable. Maybe a long, long time ago, when the will of the earth was at its peak, it had unimaginable computational ability and data retrieval ability. It could monitor all the information released by the 6 billion heroic spirits at the same time. But as time went by, especially after the damage caused by the Battle of the Vulture, its computational ability, data retrieval ability, and reality distortion ability all declined significantly. It was impossible for it to monitor and change all the information on Earth at its will, especially now that it was faced with the fierce attacks in the battlefield of the universe. The forces that it could deploy to the interior of the planet were barely enough for it. As a result, it could not monitor every fantasy work and artwork on the planet in real time, nor could it scan every heroic spirit's mental state and emotions every second. It could only monitor the people suspected to be observers and prisoners selectively. Do you understand, Master Nyo? You have built a solid wall of strategic deception, with the first 400 to 500 chapters of 40,000 years of cultivation. A long time ago, when you first started writing this novel, the heaven's origin sector and the will of the earth must have scanned you. But you successfully fooled them. The redundant information you sent out must have made their heads dizzy, making them regard your works as countless boring, monotonous works of the same genre. After reading one chapter, they would know the next 100 chapters of the same genre. There must have been some sort of screening system. The logical judgment procedure went through precise calculations and came to the conclusion that it was not worth putting more computational power and monitoring resources on you and your works. They should pay more attention to the works that are truly imaginative and original, like Blood and Sand, Strong Colonization Hunters, and World of Stars. This is the opportunity. This is the loophole. And this is the key to this shocking information war. After 400 to 500 chapters of strategical deception, the people on the battlefield of the universe are finally able to project the truly important information into your brain remotely and release it with your own hands. Even at this moment, your creative style and your own strength are still playing an important role. You have used your barren writing style to cover up your brilliant imagination. You have used your routine to level up, fight monsters, and show off to drown out countless twisted and bizarre schemes. You have used your pale and powerless characters to cover up the brilliant brilliance of the heroes of the Sea of Stars to the greatest extent. You have turned them from fireflies in the dark night into floating dust under the sun. You have put on a camouflage uniform of 1,000 people so that they can sneak into the night with the wind and quietly sneak into the brain or even the depths of the target reader's soul. With your own strength, you have delayed the heaven's wrath and the will of the earth from discovering the whole thing. Let's take a look at the time when you wrote the novel. It's been almost 2 years. You've written 2,000 chapters in 2 years. The overview and the main storyline of the Four Worlds have been written. The heroes of the Sea of Stars and their beliefs have surfaced, too. The struggle between the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, and even the civilizations that are above the Pangu civilization, everything has been vaguely reflected. It is safe to say that 80% of the critical information has been exported and disseminated. It was not until this moment that the heaven's origin sector and the will of the earth realized that something was wrong and attacked you. It was a very serious oversight and even a fatal mistake. It's too late. They discovered it too late. The information has been sent out. The virus has spread out. The cancer cells have expanded to the maximum. All the preparations for the final battle have been completed. Even the will of the earth cannot change the final outcome. In the endless cycles of time, you are the only one who can fool it successfully. Isn't that something to be proud of? Zhang Daniu did not know what kind of expression he should put on. His facial muscles wriggled for a while before he gnashed his teeth. I'm so fucking proud. As for our target readers or the people that Ding Lingdang and the rest of them want to wake up in the battlefield of the universe, they are naturally the heroic spirits with Li Yao's soul fragments embedded deep inside their brains, or the people who don't have soul fragments but still have unquenchable hot blood and dreams deep inside their hearts. Red Pole Star said, "These people don't care that your language is boring, that your characters are dry, and that your plots are old-fashioned. They also like to use many idioms and say them 8 times in a row on purpose, because they must be able to feel the hot blood, soul, and free will hidden in the depths of the information streams of Ding Lingdang and the others. They will be deeply moved by these things, resonate with them, and enter a state similar to self-hypnosis. No matter how you write, they will persist in reading and will pursue Li Yao's story. The story of the endless universe is also their own story." Yes, that's me. Li Yao was deep in thought. Although I also think that Teacher Nyo's work, I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm saying that it's not good enough to win the literature award, but it is indeed filled with incredible magic that can make people reject it verbally, but their eyes and hands just can't stop. For some reason, they just keep reading chapter by chapter. It's like stinky tofu. It smells bad, but it's delicious, because you have soul of Li Yao inside your body. You have boiling hot blood, an undying dream, a yearning for freedom, and a will to never yield to any power. You are the heroic spirit that has been searching for. Naturally, you can resonate with this work. It's like we are watching a movie shot by someone else and telling their story. Naturally, you will be picky about the plot, the camera, the appearance of the person, and so on. But if you are watching the family video shot by your family and recording your own story, the moment of happiness between you and your family, will you still care about the camera, the light, or the plot? No. It is the moment of your life where your laughter and unforgettable experiences are recorded. They are completely yours. You won't care about the details at all, will you? Liao suddenly understood and nodded his head. Also, if it is a real creator of the arts, the Type 1 observers often have a very stubborn creative mind. They have their own creative methods and things that they want to talk about. Their will is very firm, and their brain is heavily guarded. They will definitely want to tell their own story. It is impossible for them to accept the projection of foreign information. The Red Pole Star continued, but Master Nyo doesn't have such a problem at all. In a sense, his brain is very clean, his soul is very friendly, and his thinking is relatively simple. With the interference of foreign information, he immediately accepted it happily and never doubted why he wrote such a work. Besides, you live alone, don't you, Master Nyo? You don't have many friends or a girlfriend. You don't have any friends on the Nexus either. No one will care what kind of weird phenomena you experience when you are writing. Such comprehensive conditions are too suitable for information transmission and strategic deception missions. No. Well, why does it sound more and more mysterious to me? Zhang Dainiu was dumbfounded for a long time before he said, after hundreds of reincarnations, this is all I've got? Don't underestimate yourself. No one can accomplish such an arduous task better than you. You are literally who else but me? Even I was awakened to a deeper self through thee and followed your words to discover the truth about the earth, the reincarnation prison, and even the universe, Red Extremity said solemnly. And all over the world, at least in East Asia, where online novels are popular, there are countless people who have embedded Li Yao's soul fragments, people who have hot blood and souls, who have been moved by you, resonated with you, and awakened themselves. I just need to track their reading records, sneak into the relevant reader groups and Tieba forums, and use the big data to search for the entries about 40,000 years of Cultivator on social media. It won't be difficult to lock onto a large number of loyal readers and get in touch with them. Do you know what the most wonderful point is? The most wonderful point is that, by continuously reading, these readers automatically completed the screening of soul strength. The reason is very simple. The readers who have hidden a large number of soul fragments of Liao will certainly like this book more. After reading the latest chapter, they can't wait to update it every day, because everyone has a resonance. And those readers who are less affected by the soul fragments of Liao are not as persistent and fanatical. And those readers who give up after reading a few hundred chapters are unfortunately not worth my time and effort to find. With such a screening mechanism, it was very easy for me to find most of the Liao's soul fragments and invite the owners of the soul fragments to the Ark Island through various methods. I was able to piece together the scattered jigsaw pieces and restore 30% of Liao's soul, 50%, 70%, or even higher. The work was carried out almost a year ago. After all, I am also the possessor of Liao's soul fragment. I am more keenly aware of your value than the heaven's origin sector and the will of the earth. I have been protecting you in secret since then. However, since the heaven's origin sector and the will of the earth haven't discovered you yet, I don't need to alarm them and make things worse for myself, do I? Half a month ago, the heaven's origin sector finally realized what was going on and was ready to take action against you. It seems that, however slow-witted the will of the earth is, it has discovered the tricks that Ding Lingdang and the rest of them played on the battlefield of the universe. Therefore, my men showed up from the darkness and brought you back to the Ark Island before the enemy did, completing the final combination. As for Student Liao, this is a pleasant surprise for you. From the two battles between you and the hunter, as well as the results of Dream Traveler's guidance, your soul strength is extremely high. It is very likely that you have more than 10% of Liao's soul fragments stored inside your body. You are closer to the true cultivator Liao than any of us. If you can fill the most crucial gap, the success rate of our perfect fusion will be even higher. Wait. Zhang Daniu suddenly raised his hand and asked suspiciously. So, you brought us here to meld with us? Of course, only by breaking through the division and becoming a combined body will we have the opportunity to compete with the will of the earth. We might even be able to pry into the legendary void hole and understand the mysteries of reality and illusion. Then, we will be able to become a real person on the four-dimensional level and crush the will of the earth. Red Pole replied matter-of-factly, Is there a problem? In principle, since I'm here for the 6 billion heroes and even the unyielding cultivators of the entire universe, I'm not against the integration. Zhang Daniu said, However, I have a small question. What is it? Red Pole Star said, Ask away. Ask away. You said just now that, when the real Liao returned to Earth from the depths of the Sea of Stars, his soul was divided into thousands of pieces regardless of whether he was active or passive. He fell to the ground indiscriminately like a meteor shower. Didn't you? Zhang Daniu said. According to the theory, the Earthlings who absorbed his soul fragments were not necessarily muscular men but young and beautiful girls. Were they? Of course, there is. The Red Pole Star nodded. So, therefore, if I have to fuse with you, can I choose a young, beautiful girl instead of you? Zhang Daniu explained, Don't get me wrong. I'm not a vulgar, lecherous, and shameless person. Even if a girl is not very beautiful, as long as her heart is beautiful, I can still accept it. I'm not discriminating against you. The main reason is that I feel that it's a bit weird for several hundred tall and sturdy men with Li Yao's soul fragments to be playing together on a nameless island in the depths of the ocean. To be fair, although I have my reservations about Master Nyo's personality, I agree with him this time. Li Yao also said to Red Pole, I don't want to merge with you, either. Not even if the Earth is rebooted 10,000 times. You are mistaken. I'm afraid that the combining we are talking about is not the same thing. Please believe me. If it is as you think, I will not want to combine with you at all. Red Pole made a gesture. Countless complicated diagrams and formulas of facilities appeared on the hundreds of screens around him. This is a super-large brainwave amplifier. You can understand it as an overwhelming rune array that can amplify and spread somebody's brainwaves to the maximum and trigger a large-scale super-resonance. Student Liao, there is one thing that you must have deeply felt, and that is your ability and your understanding of yourself. As you read the novel, your progress will be deeper and deeper. The more chapters you read, the more you will understand Cultivator Liao, and the stronger your combat strength will be. Right? That's right. Liao nodded. Indeed, that's right. It's the same for me and other loyal readers. It seems that the soul fragments buried deep inside our brains need more information stimulation to be fully awakened. Red Extremity said, However, Teacher Nyo's input speed is limited after all. No matter how fast your hand speed is, typing 20,000 to 30,000 words a day is already your limit. Moreover, you can't be so crazy every day. Otherwise, your 10 fingers will be wasted very soon. The input is one thing, but the output problem is even more of a headache. This is because the apocalyptic organization and the will of the earth have already firmly locked onto the novel. We can't guarantee that it can appear on every computer terminal in the world in a timely and effective manner without being tracked. We can't guarantee that all the unyielding heroic spirits will be able to see it in the first instance. What's more, there is still a large number of Li Yao's soul fragments that could infect those who don't understand Chinese, or those like teacher Zhang Jiashu who are not interested in online novels. For these people, the current method of information dissemination is completely useless. Therefore, in order to allow Master Nyo to reflect all the information projected from the battlefield in the universe in the shortest amount of time possible, and to allow all the heroic spirits, whether they like web novels or don't know Chinese, they can understand, be moved, and resonate with each other to build this Thunderbolt Invincible Super Brainwave Magnification System, which is what you can see right now. With this system and the support of thousands of awakened people, Master Nyo's brainwaves can be amplified to the limit, allowing him to complete the entire in the blink of an eye. And with this novel, he can ignite the hot blood, fighting spirit, unyielding will, and belief of all heroic spirits to fight for freedom. I believe that, when the blood of all the heroes is boiling, when their desire for freedom turns into an iron fist that breaks through the sky, and when their souls are calling the same name over and over again in the intense resonation, the real Liao will be reborn in the waves of endless collisions of souls. Liao and Zhang Daniu were both stunned. How did you know? Liao thought for a moment and asked, You've never experienced the process from distraction to fusion. How can you be sure? Firstly, over the past 10 or so reincarnations, I've narrowly escaped the crushing of the will of the earth several times. I've even scouted its source in a certain mysterious way and gained an indescribable understanding about the legendary levels such as distraction, combination, and tungsu. Secondly, when I read the latest chapter of 40,000 Years of Cultivation, my soul power became so strong that I could vaguely hear the calls from the battlefields of the great universe. The rebels on the battlefields of the great universe sent me critical information through their dreams, including the methods to build the invincible Thunderbolt super brainwave amplification system. Thirdly, the will of Earth is too strong. Neither the battlefield of the universe nor the prison of reincarnation can break it alone. Although the success rate of the method is still not very high, we have no other options except to try our best. Do we not? Wait, let's put the success rate aside for now. I want to know what will happen to us if we successfully condense the real Liao? Zhang Daniu asked. Will he die? How is that possible? The red pole star couldn't help but laugh. Happiness, hot blood, spirit, will. These things are different from money. If you give $1 to someone else, you will lose $1. But if you give your indomitable spirit and hope filled with dreams to someone else, your spirit and dream will not diminish in the slightest. In fact, you might even become stronger because you have found a like-minded comrade, right? The so-called combining does not mean to forcibly dig out a piece of your soul, or even to cause your soul to scatter and die on the spot. If that's the case, then with the belief of Cultivator Liao, I'm sure he wouldn't want to be reborn in such a way, would he? The real combining is the unity of the people. It is the unity of the people. All the heroic spirits are burning their hot blood, stimulating their dreams, releasing their greatest strength, facing an incomparably terrifying enemy, and creating a capital person on a three-dimensional level. Therefore, even if Cultivator Liao is reborn, I believe that it will not have a negative effect on most of the heroic spirits. Chances are that it will even help you get rid of your habit of crawling into ventilation tubes. I see. Zhang Daniu rubbed his chin. It does not sound unacceptable. Then, when will the invincible Thunderbolt super brainwave magnification system be ready? Deep in thought, Liao asked, Suppose everything goes well and 100% of Liao is awakened. Then what? 3 days. Red Pole Star extended 3 fingers and looked at Liao deeply. He smiled and said, In 3 days, the invincible Thunderbolt super brainwave magnification system will be ready. By then, all the Hellbreakers on the island will be activated at the same time and help 100% Liao to be reborn. I believe that it will be a heavy blow for the will of the planet. At that time, the people on the battlefield of the universe, including Ding Lingdang and the rest of them, will launch the fiercest attacks. We will be sure to win if we work together. Is that so? Liao narrowed his eyes and put on a smile that even he did not notice. He nodded and said, The final battle is in 3 days. That's right. Red Pole Star moved her eyes away from his face and looked at Zhang Daniu. Any questions? In fact, there is a minor problem that may be irrelevant. You may not know the answer. Zhang Daniu asked. We've been talking about the will of the earth, but I can't understand it at all. If such a 4-dimensional being does exist, and it has captured billions of heroic spirits in the 3-dimensional universe and locked us in a reincarnation prison named Earth, what is the purpose of all this? It is quite clear that the will of the earth has the ability to kill all the martyred spirits. It can even turn all the Earthlings into dreamless, brainless idiots, mindless walking dead, or think of thousands of ways to torture us so that we will live in literal hell and suffer all kinds of suffering and torment. But it didn't do that. Instead, it set a period from the 1970s to the 1950s, a period that could still be considered prosperous and glorious. It locked us inside and repeated it time and time again. It was completely unreasonable. The hunter told me that it was because we had committed a grave crime and we needed to redeem ourselves and repent in such a way. But I couldn't tell what redemption and repentance meant at all. Although the earth at this time was not peaceful, and many places were still shrouded in the shadow of natural disasters and man-made disasters, and the major countries were at each other's throats, the pressure on the people living in the cement forests was not small, either. But everything had to be compared horizontally. Compared to the history of the past 1,000 years, this was the best time for the civilization of mankind. We have TV, we have movies, we have computers, we have the internet, we have forums, we have novels. Let's not talk about the developed countries. Even in the developing countries like ours, the vast majority of the citizens have at least solved the problem of food and clothing. They have made significant progress compared to a few decades ago. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm saying, if the will of the earth really wanted to torture us, why didn't it arrange for the time of the reincarnation prison to be during the First World War or the Second World War? At that time, our lives would have been the hell on earth. Maybe it was even earlier. The bloody invasion of foreign species, the high-pressure feudal rule, the dark medieval era, even the primitive era where we ate raw meat and drank blood. Living in that era where we didn't have enough food to eat, we didn't have enough medicine, and any wound could have killed us. This is the treatment that a batch of criminals should receive, right? Moreover, in the medieval era, where technology and civilization were extremely underdeveloped, even if the prison breakers awakened the memories of their past lives, they did not have a powerful enough method of information output. I mean, let's say that the will of the earth set the world background in the medieval era. Even if Ding Ling Dang and the others sent to my brain, it would still be impossible for me to spread it on a large scale, right? A novel with a few million words or even 10 million words could be spread by printing with words or even printing with mud. The printer would kill me first. Even if no one killed me, and I had enough resources to complete the information output, the vast majority of people were illiterate and simply could not accept the information. There was simply no way to resist the will of the earth. All in all, everything that the will of the earth did was completely unreasonable and even seemed to be asking for trouble. Don't you think so? Liao was dazed for a moment. He did not expect that Zhang Daniu would be so thorough. That's right. It seems that Master Niu was chosen as a Type 2 observer, not only because you are naive and your soul is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. As for the purpose of the will of the earth, the red pole star said, I've pondered and explored it multiple times in the previous reincarnation cycles. I even tried to pry into its core secrets with my own death in one of the reincarnation cycles. After all, there was indeed something wrong about it. Maybe its biggest weakness was the purpose of its reincarnation prison. After several reincarnations, together with the enlightenment I received from the battlefields of the great universe, although I don't have solid evidence, I have my own speculations. Before I tell you what I think, please tell me what you think is most important for a civilization. Liao and Zhang Daniu looked at each other, deep in thought. Survival, Liao said uncertainly. Mating, Zhang Daniu was very confident. The red pole star laughed. All right, I can't say that your answer is wrong. But survival and reproduction are the most fundamental factors. Almost all the low-level creatures, even the bacteria, need to reproduce. But the unintelligent creatures that can only reproduce cannot create a great civilization. I think that, for a super-civilization that conquers the universe across the sea of stars, the most important thing is ideal. The idea of conquering the universe must be the first thing that comes to mind. No matter how absurd the idea is, the civilization will never give up. No matter how many difficulties it faces, the civilization will always overcome them. Even if the odds of success are only 1/1000th, the civilization must devote 100% of its resources and efforts in order to become the ultimate dominator of the universe. Right? Liao and Zhang Daniu nodded. That's true. But Ideal is too big a word. What can create the greatest dream if it is dissected? I think emotion and imagination. Emotions and imagination? Liao and Zhang Daniu looked at each other in bewilderment. On second thought, it did make sense. Let's not talk about the swarm civilization made of cold, automated machines. I've always believed that an automated bee civilization requires a high speed of network connection and information exchange. It is impossible for them to cover an almost infinite distance in the boundless sea of stars. Therefore, the speed and scale of their expansion are absolutely limited. They cannot be the dominators of the sea of stars in the truest sense. Let's just talk about the carbon-based intelligent life forms that we can understand. If their civilization wants to flourish and reach the top of the universe, they must be supported by strong emotions and a rich imagination. The two, especially the strong imagination, are absolutely indispensable for a great civilization. The Red Pole Star said solemnly, "A long time ago, scholars considered the ability to make tools to be the difference between human beings and animals. They even believed that only human beings could make and use tools. But soon we discovered that monkeys could use tools, leeches could use tools, and even gorillas could make tools on their own. However, whether it is monkeys, orangutans, or leeches, or dolphin-like creatures that boast extraordinary wisdom, they will never look up at the sky like human beings and fantasize about the secrets behind the brilliant stars. The ability that belongs to the spirits of all things is imagination. It was imagination that drove our civilization forward. It was imagination that led our civilization on countless different paths in countless reincarnations. It was imagination that helped us conquer mountains, oceans, and even satellites around us. If we can break the seal of the reincarnation prison and conquer the endless universe one day, it will certainly be because of our ambitions, curiosity, and imagination that are even larger than the endless universe." Sounds reasonable. But what does it have to do with the purpose of the reincarnation prison? That's the problem. The Red Pole Star replied, "I highly doubt that the will of the earth has no emotions or imagination at all." Ha! Zhang Daniu was dazed for a long time. "I don't quite understand what you mean. What is the so-called will of the earth exactly? It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter if it is a four-dimensional life form that we can't understand. It doesn't matter if it is a monster created by the Earthlings a long, long time ago. It doesn't matter if it is a civilization of a different species or some random weird thing. What matters is that it must have strong emotions and imagination if it wants to continue growing, evolving, and expanding on the level of a civilization in the universe toward a higher peak." "Unfortunately, it didn't," the Red Pole Star said. "Maybe it once did. But on the long road of evolution, it lost all its emotions and imagination and even exchanged them for tremendous strength as a price that it had to pay. Such strength may have helped it defeat invincible enemies, helped it become the most feared devil of destruction in the universe, and even helped it become the master of the universe. But it also drove it further and further away from the original meaning of life and civilization. It lost itself and forgot who it was and what its purpose was. Is that so? It sounds a bit mysterious." Zhang Daniu looked at Liao, but Liao's eyes were glittering. He lowered his head and kept quiet. "Although it is just my theory and there is not much solid evidence, the assumption can be used to explain many questions." The Red Pole Star smiled and said, "The so-called reincarnation prison is not a prison at all but a farm where human beings are grown and emotion and imagination are harvested." Farm. Liao and Zhang Daniu both understood what the Red Pole Star meant. Sweat was appearing on their foreheads, and their faces were pale. They pointed at their noses and said, "So, we are the rice and fruit trees in the farm, and our emotions and imagination are the fruit that the will of the earth needs? That's what I'm guessing. Otherwise, why would the will of the earth lock us up in this damn reincarnation prison after countless reincarnations?" Red Pole Star pointed at his temples and said, "The purpose is to stimulate our souls to a certain extent so that we can produce emotions and imaginations that are absolutely impossible to be secreted. The bizarre, and even absurd legends, the works that are condemned as nonsense, the fantastic fantasy worlds, and the boldest and most ignorant yearning for the end of the sea of stars. These are the things that constitute the solid core of a great civilization, and the will of the earth does not have such a core. If it had ever been hot-blooded, it would have cooled down and consolidated billions of years ago. Even if it once had dreams, it would have turned into mottled fragments and perished. On the level of the universe, it is truly an invincible super-monster with extraordinary computational ability and enormous military strength. It is a tyrannical existence at the level of a devil who can perfectly control everything in the universe and calculate a perfect answer to all problems. But on the level of life and civilization, the so-called perfectness simply does not exist. When the moon is full, there will be losses. After the peak is the abyss, and at the end of the perfectness is destruction. In short, the will of the earth has no emotions or dreams. It doesn't even have the ability to make mistakes, and the ability to make mistakes is the most important factor in the evolution of life. Only by continuously making mistakes, and making those whimsical and absurd mistakes can we have the opportunity to survive and develop in the ever-changing universe and even burst forth with endless possibilities. A civilization that doesn't have imagination and can't make mistakes won't be able to find the slightest possibility. It won't even be able to find the meaning of its existence. It is destined to collide with its limits not long after it climbs to the peak. Moreover, it absolutely has no way to break its own limits. Therefore, it has no choice but to rely on external forces. A race that has emotions, dreams, and imaginations and will keep making mistakes in search of endless possibilities. And that is us. We humans are not as good as we boast ourselves to be. We are not even worthy of the title of spirits of all things. We are truly a type of very bad, carbon-based intelligent life. We possess a variety of emotions, but we are often impulsive because of our emotions. We fall into the dark swamp of humanity and hurt ourselves. We have the ambition to continuously forge ahead, but this ambition often turns into ambition. In order to not be able to support our ambitions, we lose everything in a muddle-headed manner. We are naive, romantic, and rich in dreams. But this point often causes us to be tormented by our own dissatisfaction. We are insatiable. No matter how many things we obtain, at most 3 to 5 seconds we will be bored. We yearn to find 10 times, 100 times more things to fill the emptiness in our hearts. But it was the flaws that shaped us and endowed us with the greatest strength in the sea of stars. When our ancestors looked up at the sky for the first time in a long time ago and exclaimed, "Our race was destined to embark on a path of invincibility." Only such us were qualified to be the heart, brain, or engine of the will of the earth. Liao and Zhang Daniu were shocked again. They looked at the red pole in a different way. So, the entire reincarnation prison is the engine of the will of the earth? Zhang Daniu mumbled. Yes, I prefer the word engine to brain or farm, because the engine hypothesis can explain why the will of the planet did not dare to restart the engine instantly without considering the consequences. It will not only cause serious damage to the engine, but also interrupt the continuity of the power output and affect its combat ability in the battlefield of the universe. Liao and Zhang Daniu thought for a moment and agreed with him. Imagine the will of the earth as a tank that was engaged in fierce combat with the enemy. Naturally, its engine could not be restarted easily. If the engine was damaged for 3 to 5 minutes, the will of the earth would be riddled with holes. Your assumption does make sense, but I still don't understand. Zhang Daniu frowned. Even if the reincarnation prison is truly a farm with an infinite loop and an engine that is always spinning at a high speed, why is it now? From the 1970s to the 1940s. Because it was the golden era of the civilization on Earth. During the decades, human beings reached the peak of the carbon-based intelligent life on single planets. The Red Pole Star replied, "My guess is that, of course, the will of the Earth could set the background time of the reincarnation prison in the Middle Ages or even the Stone Age, but it would be impossible to harvest enough emotions and imagination. From the Stone Age to the Middle Ages, and even to the modern era when the Industrial Revolution was just taking shape, it was a time of wisdom and ignorance. The people who lived in the ignorant and closed-off environment did not have enough food to eat. Most of their energy was dedicated to the competition of survival. Only a few people had the luxury of emotions and imagination. The backward methods of information transmission made it impossible for their emotions and imagination to resonate with other people on a large scale. For a poet who lived in the Middle Ages, even if he wrote an immortal poem about the stars and the universe, it might take 30 to 50 years, or even a century or two, for it to be transmitted to the ears of another poet thousands of miles away. And most people, other than these noble poets, simply wouldn't be able to understand even 1/10,000th of their exquisiteness. The efficiency of this kind of information transmission is really too low. How can the emotions and imagination stimulated by it satisfy the needs of the will of the earth? But our era, or rather the era that the will of the earth created for us, is completely different. Steam revolution, electric revolution, information revolution, World War I, World War II, Cold War, Turing machine, computer, network, mobile phone, wireless network, all kinds of information terminal, ultimate universal education, universal entertainment based on solid materials, games where millions of people are online at the same time, web novels with millions of words, and super high-speed interactions between authors and readers, space technology, cloning technology, nanotechnology, information explosion, technology explosion. Everyone can share their dreams and emotions with other people through the mobile terminal at any time and place, forming a large-scale resonance similar to mass hysteria. Don't you think that this is the best era if the will of the earth wants to reap our emotions and dreams? Liao and Zhang Daniu were dazed for a long time. Zhang Daniu scratched his hair and said, "So, what you're saying is that all the information terminals that we use, including the social environment that we are in, were created by the will of the earth in order to harvest us? It is not necessarily intentional. Everything is too real to be faked. I suspect that a long time ago, there was indeed an original earth. Every reincarnation we experienced was based on the real history of the original earth. But this period must have been carefully selected by the will of the earth," the red pole star said. "Only such a golden era is most convenient for it to cultivate the strongest emotions and the most abundant imagination for the most efficient harvest. If that's the case, there will be another explanation for the obliteration of the observer. Maybe it is not just because they are scared that the observer will wake up more heroes, but also part of their harvest. After all, the observer is often the one with the strongest emotions and the most imagination. Harvesting one observer is probably more useful than harvesting 100 ordinary people." Which means, Zhang Daniu thought of a chilling possibility. The creation of the observer, the awakening of the awakened, and even the resistance of the prison breakers were all part of the plan of the will of the earth? It's possible. After all, when the awakened one discovers the truth and resists as a prison breaker, endless waves of emotions, will, and determination will be released. Maybe the will of the earth needs such things. The red pole star smiled. "However, I have always believed that there is no such thing as perfect control over everything. Maybe the will of the earth in its prime years could manipulate 6 billion heroic spirits at will, but things are different now. This time we are different." "I understand." Zhang Daniu thought for a moment and said, "Then why did the will of the earth set the termination date of the reincarnation prison to the 2130s and 240s? The later it went on, the more information exploded and the more dreams people had. Wouldn't it be able to harvest more emotions and imagination?" "No, that would be too much." The red pole star explained. "The so-called reaping emotions and imagination is a double-edged sword. When the martyred spirits output the most intense waves in their soul, they will certainly awaken and resist. The will of the earth must control the resistance of the awakened ones to a reasonable limit. If the limit is too high, the situation will be completely out of control. Let's use the engine as an example. The will of the earth wants to keep the output power of the engine within a reasonable limit. Of course, it is not good if the output power is too low. But if the output power is too violent for a long time, the engine will overload or even explode. That will be even worse, right?" Zhang Daniu still didn't understand, but Liao had already understood what the red pole meant. It was true that too much was as bad as too little. If the 6 billion Earthlings living in the prison of reincarnation, 6 billion unyielding and defiant heroes, were regarded as energy sources, they would be extremely unstable and dangerous sources of energy. If one wanted to use such energy as fuel, they would have to be extremely prudent. From the end of the 20th century to the middle of the 21st century, it was the golden period for the steady and efficient utilization of such energy. Later, as the information explosion and the space technology grew more mature, it was very likely that mankind would develop the universe beyond Earth. At the very least, it was possible to develop the Moon and Mars on a large scale. Liao recalled a joke that claimed that Earth was in fact a virtual world created by God, and that the angels were responsible for maintaining the splendid illusion for God. It was a pity that the angels were not capable enough to build a vast, vivid universe. All they needed to do was to perfect all the details within the observation range of human beings. Everything beyond the range of observation, such as the glittering stars, was just a simple background of meaningless light spots. Therefore, as the observation and exploration ability of human beings improved, the angels had to create more scenes and details to fool human beings. When human beings were in the dark medieval era, all the angels had to do was perfect the details of the molecular level on Earth and smear the brilliance of the sun and the moon. But when human beings developed telescopes and electron microscopes, the angels had to carefully paint the fuzzy celestial bodies and arrange their trajectories for every atom, nucleus, electron, and proton. Even for the angels, the real-time computation and rendering work was too exhausting and complicated. The angels were complaining about the speed of human beings' evolution while they calculated and rendered the pictures in a hurry. They even made mistakes every once in a while, leaving a lot of bugs that made many human beings doubt their own world. Although the joke was just a joke, the problem faced by the will of the Earth was the same as that of the angels, wasn't it? As the output power of the engine increased, the engine was gradually awakening its own will and was no longer under its control. Therefore, it had to be stopped before the engine went out of control, or rather, before the middle of the 21st century. After it cooled down for a while, it had to be restarted in the 1970s and 1980s. Of course, combined with red pole and lady gray mist, another possibility could be inferred. When the civilization of mankind developed into the middle of the 21st century, it was destined to collide with the limits of the civilization of a single planet. The contradiction between population and resources could not be more intense. If the civilization could not break out of the mother planet and embark on the journey to the endless sea of stars, it would inevitably be destroyed in the cruelest bombardment and smoke. It was inevitable for civilization. Even the will of the Earth could not be changed after countless reincarnations. Either way, at least one thing was proved. Even if the will of the Earth was truly a four-dimensional life form that was above the three-dimensional universe, it was impossible for it to completely control everything about the three-dimensional life form. At least it could not completely control the dream, pride, and hope of the three-dimensional life form. Life would always find a way out, even if one lived in an indestructible virtual reincarnation. Mistake, loss of control, creation, and destruction. This was the true meaning of life. While Liao was deep in thought, Zhang Daniu suddenly realized what was going on. He clapped his hands and said, "I understand now. That's why the residents of many major cities seem to be in low spirits right now. They are muddle-headed and have lost their passion and dreams. They are like the walking dead and the salted fish that has been dried in the sun. It is not because they are willing to do so, but because their emotions, dreams, ambitions, and imaginations have all been harvested and exploited. Yes, the real us is far more than what we are right now. We are a species that can create endless possibilities and billions of miracles among the stars." The red pole star continued, "However, after countless cycles of exploitation and harvesting, people's dreams withered, their ambitions collapsed, their personalities were obliterated, and their imagination and courage to create miracles gradually withered. They became what you see today, like grilled salted fish in a dark iron house. However, we still have a chance. We can still change. We can still regain the glory and dreams of the past. Pride and ambition, as long as we defeat the will of the Earth." "I see," Zhang Daniu said excitedly. So you're saying that the real me before countless reincarnations is probably not the same as the past few reincarnations. I'm not some mediocre, muddle-headed, third-rate writer and tabloid reporter who has been single for decades, right? The real me is definitely a big hero who has ideals, sentiments, integrity, values, is tall, handsome, full of charisma, and has thousands of crazy girls. It's just that my noble sentiments and charisma have been sucked away by the hateful will of the earth. That's why I can't help but become a salted fish. According to your theory, isn't that right? Theoretically, the red pole star hesitated for a moment and nodded. Theoretically speaking, I haven't found any evidence to deny the possibility yet. What do you mean? Zhang Daniu asked. I don't read many books, so don't try to reason with me. Just tell me, is it possible, or is it not? You know that we have been locked in the prison of reincarnation for too many times to count. Let's say countless times, which means that we have experienced infinite time. The red pole star continued, in the infinite time, any miracle can happen. Even if a monkey is typing on the keyboard for no good reason, it is possible that, after countless repetitions, the monkey will type the words. When the sun reaches the end of the mountain, the yellow river flows into the ocean. If you want to see 1,000 miles ahead, you must reach a higher level. If you look at the problem from this point of view, yes, the possibility you are talking about does exist. If even a monkey can type out, Deep Sparrow Pavilion, why can't you be a great hero who can shake the sea of stars? Remember, it is not about who we are in the past or in the present, but tomorrow and the future. Except for our own inferiority, cowardice, and cowardice. There is no power that can stop us from releasing our true self and burning our most brilliant dreams to become super invincible heroes. Then what are we waiting for? Zhang Daniu waved his fists hard. Hot blood was crawling all over his shining face as he roared. Let's blow up the will of the earth as soon as possible and let the real me be completely released. My 10 fingers are itching for blood. Roar, roar, roar. There's no hurry. It will take 3 days for the preparation of the Invincible Thunderbolt Super Brainwave Magnification System to be completed. Besides, Master Nyo must be exhausted from the long journey over the past few days. Your current state is not suitable to serve as the information node between the battlefield of the universe and the battlefield on Earth. Red Extremity said, Please take a good rest in the next 3 days, Master Nyo. I will prepare the most thorough relaxation and recovery service for you. I guarantee that you will be able to face the last stream of information in the most energetic and comfortable state. However, I wonder, is Master Nyo free today to attend a reader meeting? Reader meeting? Zhang Daniu's eyes bulged out of their sockets. His pupils were glittering, and he stammered, We are all loyal readers of 40,000 years of cultivation. Who are we? There are all kinds of people, young and old, from all walks of life. Red Pole Star opened his hands and said, As I said just now, don't you want to meet the martyrs whose soul fragments or who have been influenced by the fragments and survived countless reincarnations are still hot-blooded, dreams, and souls? Of course, of course. Zhang Daniu rubbed his fists. I'm the most approachable person. I love communicating with readers the most. What about you? The Red Pole Star asked again. Mr. Liao, would you like to join us? Forget it. Liao frowned, not sure what he was feeling. I always feel that we are all Liao. It's weird when we are together. I feel that I've fallen into a maze of mirrors and seen 10,000 twisted reflections of myself. You're wrong again, student Liao. As I said just now, the vast majority of the soul fragments of Liao have been torn to the extent that they are negligible, like bacteria or even viruses. And those heroic spirits are all independent individuals who have already gone through thousands upon thousands of cycles in the prison of reincarnation. Even if the Liao virus has infiltrated their souls, at most, it will only have a certain degree of influence on them. By activating the hot blood and soul in their souls, they will not be completely transformed into another Liao. Red Extremity smiled. Just like Master Zhang Jiashu, whom you saw with your own eyes. Although he was infected by the Liao virus, his self-awareness was very clear. It was just a minor ailment, wasn't it? Master Nyo next to you is another excellent example. Obviously, Master Nyo has been infected by the Liao virus too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become a Type 2 observer or information node. However, the degree of his infection is very low. Most of the characteristics of his personality are still his own, not influenced by the Liao virus. What I meant was that only the larger of the billions of soul fragments, which retained most of the memories and personality characteristics, could create a newcomer out of thin air, a heroic spirit that theoretically shouldn't exist. And only such a new heroic spirit could condense all the power of resonance and become 100% Liao. Then, Liao stared at Red Pole. Who is the bigger shard? Me. Red Pole Star pointed at his chest and then at Liao. And you? Me? Liao felt that things were getting weirder and weirder. He mumbled. Which of us will become the 100% Liao? As for the question, don't be hasty. We will know the answer in 3 days. The Red Pole Star smiled and invited him again. What do you think? Do you want to join the reader meeting with Master Nyo? Forget it. Pondering for a moment, Liao shook his head and said, I have a headache. I want to rest and recharge myself. That's right. Let student Liao go and rest early. I alone am enough to deal with those enthusiastic readers. Zhang Daniu rubbed his hands and said impatiently. Since that was what they said, the Red Pole Star did not insist. It escorted Liao and Zhang Daniu out of the pathway in person, before the Gray Mist Lady and the Spartan escorted them to the meeting hall and their residence. For a nameless, desolate island in the depths of the ocean, the living room was not bad. Liao locked the door and threw himself into the soft, sponge-like bed. He rose and fell in a trance in front of the springs and goose down. For some reason, he felt uneasy. In fact, his meeting with Red Pole had gone very well today. He had retrieved a lot of precious information and had a certain understanding about the mysteries of the reincarnation prison and the universe. The plan proposed by Red Pole was simple and crude, but it was not entirely impossible to succeed if he had no other options. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be so uneasy. However, if the novel is true, then when has the protagonist of the book ever encountered a smooth sailing plan? Liao mumbled to himself. Every time the plan seems to go smoothly, there will be an even more shocking turn of events. The seemingly kindest and strongest teammate will turn hostile in the blink of an eye and become the most terrifying behind-the-scenes boss, increasing the difficulty of the mission by 10 times in the blink of an eye. Hey, according to this pattern, could it be that the Red Pole is the real mastermind behind the scenes this time? Yes, it is a bit similar. Although this guy claims to be the holder of the biggest soul fragment of Liao. His evil appearance is clearly not a decent Liao. Besides, I seem to have forgotten something. It seems that I did something a day not long ago. Something very terrible, bloody, and terrifying. What was it exactly? Was it a battle against a hunter? No, it was 100 times more brutal than that. How could I forget it? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Liao heard the sound of glass marbles falling from the ceiling. He suddenly jumped up from the bed. His eyes bulged, his nostrils flared, and his forehead was soaked in cold sweat. This was underground. Above the ceiling above his head, there should be tens of millions of tons of rocks and concrete. Where were the glass marbles? Is there really sound? Or am I mentally ill? Taking a deep breath, Liao walked to the bathroom and filled a basin with cold water. He buried his head deep inside the basin, trying to forget everything that could not be explained. However, when he finally cooled down and raised his head after 3 minutes, he was shocked by what he saw in the mirror. What appeared in the mirror was not his face, not even his head. It was a silver ball. A silver ball grew out of his neck and replaced his face and head. The ball-shaped mirror reflected the weird brightness back and forth with the mirror countless times. It did not have any facial features, but it was wearing a weird and mocking expression, as if a different version of him was laughing at him in the mirror. Liao took 2 steps back. He almost slipped and fell to the ground. He blinked his eyes and looked at himself in the mirror. He even extended his trembling hands to touch his face. The silver ball immediately disappeared, and he resumed his original appearance. However, his blurred face made him even more confused. His head was dizzy, and he was in a trance. He did not know what was going on at all. An urgent bell suddenly rang in the room outside. Liao was startled. It was not until he calmed himself down that he realized that the phone that Red Pole had sent to them was ringing. This cell phone could only be used within the range of the Ark Island. It was not so much a cell phone as it was a powerful, stable signal and a high-level, anti-jamming, high-level, visible walkie-talkie. Even in the underground of the island, it was completely unobstructed. However, only a few people knew this number. Red Pole, Lady Grey Mist, Spartan, and of course Zhang Daniu. Who would actually call him at this time? Liao picked up his phone and saw that it was Zhang Daniu. After the call was connected, deafening music and laughter immediately came from the loudspeaker. Zhang Daniu's greasy, excited face appeared on the screen. Looking from the gap between his face and the edge of the screen, it seemed to be a private room of a town concert hall, decorated in splendid colors. There seemed to be a few men and women as well as fair-skinned arms and legs. Some of them were crying like ghosts, some were laughing strangely. It did not look like a readers' meeting at all. Zhang Daniu must have drunk a lot. He was burping and his eyes were red. Too enthusiastic. Oh my. Readers are too enthusiastic. He spoke incoherently. Li, student Liao, teacher Niu can't hold on any longer. Why don't you come along? We can discuss together the follow-up development of, as well as the serious project to revitalize our country's science fiction industry. Liao frowned and hung up without saying anything. What the hell? He mumbled to himself. What the hell is Red Pole doing? The question was destined to be unanswered today. Liao felt that his head was aching more and more. When he lay down, his head was full of humming noises. He fought against the weird noises for a long time. It was not until he fell asleep that he realized what the humming noises were exactly. It was the screams and struggles of countless innocent souls in the raging flames, or rather, the horn of revenge. Liao had a dream in which he appeared on an exceptionally clear and real Earth. Maybe it was the place where the Red Pole Star claimed that the Earth was the very beginning of billions of reincarnations. It was not a beautiful paradise with blue skies and white clouds, but a purgatory that had been roasted by flames, filled with smoke and radiation. He was being carried by countless ragged, bizarre-shaped mutants. They congregated into a surging crowd and marched toward a certain direction together. He didn't understand the significance of this scene. He could only vaguely feel that as a member of the Tide, he was incomparably angry. It was the kind of anger filled with desperation and betrayal. Together with his ugly and angry companions, he rolled forward and extended his hunched hands toward the horizon, roaring like an animal. Countless other gray, wriggling, ugly people joined them, too, like a raging tide that was sweeping everything. However, they failed to capture the traitors and the deserters after all. While they were roaring and waving their hands, dozens of gray pillars of smoke appeared on the horizon, in which brilliant flames were burning. The flames carried streaks of silver brightness, making them look like extraordinary immortals. They waved their sleeves and tore apart the sky without even looking at them. All that was left was a desolate land full of radiation and a sky riddled with holes. The sun in the horizon was blocked by the radiation caused by the thermonuclear war. The sunlight was refracted by the dust and turned into a colorful mist that looked like wastewater. Liao's dream turned into an abstract painting. The earthlings in the painting were like pitiful and hilarious ghosts. When they realized that they could not catch up with the traitors and the deserters no matter what, everyone seemed to have lost all their strength and fell to the ground, not knowing what to do. Some of them were sobbing, some were cursing loudly, but most of them were simply staring at the sun, the origin of life, the sun that was generous and treated all creatures equally. The sun soon gave them the answer, or rather, the final verdict had been passed upon them. Under the cover of the dust, they could not see the entire process of the meteoroid hitting the sun, but they could clearly feel that the brightness of the sun had soared to the maximum and was expanding at a visible speed. The ocean was vaporized, the forest was burning, and the earth was cracking. All the creatures that were born because of the sun over billions of years were enveloped in the flames and the high temperature that were absolutely unbearable for them. They participated in the intense reaction of the sun in person and were carbonized, shattered, and annihilated within 1 second, including all the Earthlings who were stranded on the wasteland. However, Li Yao's dream did not end with the burning and dispersing of billions of Earthlings. As his body perished, he entered an even weirder and more trance-like state, as if he had turned into a drop of seawater in a vast ocean that constituted a tiny bit of the sun's hydrogen, or a cell in the body of a super life form beyond description. All his companions were the same as him. Without the shackles of the ugly shell, they could get to know each other better. With the help of plasma and electromagnetic waves, they were able to build a more delicate and elegant structure. It was hard to say whether he liked it or loathed it. Although he was not used to his new living state yet, it was 1,000 times better than the deformed, ugly corpses that had been betrayed and abandoned on the wasteland. Life would eventually find its own path. Thankfully, they had found it. Right then, Li Yao was woken up by ear-splitting buzzes. There was no telling whether it was because the dream was too strange and filled with fear, or because the humming was too ear-piercing. But in the blink of an eye, his heartbeat soared to the limit. He leaned against the head of the bed and retched for a long time, yet he was still drenched in cold sweat. His entire spine was cold, and his entire body was devoid of strength. However, the incessant humming was telling him one thing, something that was absolutely impossible. Enemy attack! Boom! Before Li Yao realized what was going on, ear-splitting noises were echoing all around him. It was not the usual bombardment and explosions but a sign that the undersea mountains were being torn apart and magma was about to burst out. Then, Li Yao saw a weird scene. The room was dry and stable, but it seemed to be underwater at this moment. Visible ripples were spreading out. When the ripples swept over the bed, the bathroom, and his body, everything was blurred and twisted, producing endless wrinkles. The feeling of nausea intensified. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Li Yao staggered to the door and opened it. The corridor outside was also twisted into the shape of a fried dough twist by the waves. Many awakened ones were running in panic. For a moment, Li Yao suspected that everyone was going to be flattened by the twisted corridor. However, in the next moment after the waves passed, the space was stable again and everything was normal again. Li Yao! Li Yao! Sparta appeared out of nowhere and beckoned Li Yao to go up with him. Enemy attack! God knows how the Heaven's Origin sector got the coordinates of the Ark Island. A lot of prisoners are bombarding the area outside. The defense layer that is maintaining the wrinkles of our space is about to collapse. Within half an hour, the wrinkles will certainly be broken. By then, the wrinkles will be gone, and the Ark Island will be exposed to the outside world. Nobody knows how serious the distortion will be. It is not safe to stay in the depths of the island. Come with me and fight the prison guardians of the Heaven's Origin sector. Li Yao was dragged to the top of the island by Sparta before he figured out what was going on. What happened here surprised him even more. The ocean and the sky around the Ark Island were as tranquil as before, as if there were a blue sky and white clouds. However, in the sky dozens of nautical miles away, interweaving gold lines appeared, which divided the sky and the ocean into hexagonal defense modules. Right now, all the defense modules were shaking violently and emitting dazzling brilliance. It was like the sky was a translucent and indestructible bowl, and right now, the bowl had reached the limit of fatigue due to the heavy blow from outside forces. Could not hold on any longer and was cracking. Boom! 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 The quakes of every hexagonal defense module in the sky were accompanied by ear-splitting noises. This time it was going to be a literal earthquake. Countless hellbreakers ran to the top of the island like Li Yao and Sparta. In the meantime, the shape of the Ark Island gradually changed amid the ear-splitting noises. Many rocks shed their camouflage and turned into hideous turrets. Weapons that were far more advanced than those in the early 21st century on Earth slid out of the warehouse along the rails. Black barrels and rails that were glittering with electric arcs were aimed at the surface of the ocean. A lot of super-personal weapons similar to light swords and plasma guns were distributed to all the Hellbreakers. The island had really turned into a warship, an extremely powerful super warship. Even so, faced with the catastrophe of the universe, the Hellbreakers could not contain the panic and fear deep inside their hearts. How come? They looked at each other in bewilderment. How did the enemy find this place so quickly? After countless reincarnations, they had long understood that death was not the end. However, before the preparation work was completed, the enemy had destroyed their nest and sabotaged their plan. They were locked in the damn cage forever, controlled, interfered, exploited, and harvested. It was a fate 10,000 times worse than death. Maybe our starship is being followed, Sparta said solemnly and spat on the ground. It doesn't make sense. We check all the cabins and components on board every day, even the screws, to make sure that there are no trackers that can escape our scanning. All the crew members have proved their loyalty in the tests of deep hypnosis or even the memory of their previous lives. There is no way that they can be followed. What went wrong exactly? Damn it! After cursing for a while, his face suddenly turned pale. He held the reef next to him and vomited. Many people were the same as him, including Liao. Sparta told Liao that it was a normal reaction of spacequakes. Right now, they were on a short space trip, where they would return to the normal space from the space folds. The more disgusted they felt, the weaker the structure of the space folds would be, indicating that they were about to collapse. Even the apocalyptic beasts that Liao saw when he arrived on Lucky Star. The giant white fish that were as translucent as jade with colorful fins, the glamorous jellyfish that looked like dancing fairies, and the hundreds of bizarre apocalyptic beasts, all sensed the space waves and flooded to the surface of the ocean from the bottom of the ocean. Some of them even jumped high into the air and shouted, "Jiang-ong! Jiang-ong! Jiang-ong!" The ear-splitting noises lasted 10 minutes. The world in front of everyone's eyes was sometimes stable and sometimes twisted. Visible ripples even appeared on the boundless ocean. Then, the noises and quakes suddenly stopped. Although the attack came to an end, nobody was able to swallow their heart back into their stomach, because after a moment of dead silence, they heard a series of squeaking sounds. It was hard to describe what kind of sound it was. It was like someone was locked in a sealed iron house, only to be compressed and constricted by an even stronger force. Or rather, the Hellbreakers were like a group of submarine soldiers who had discovered that the submarine they were on had been seriously damaged by the enemy's mines. Not only was its shell riddled with holes, it had also lost its impetus and buoyancy and was sinking toward the abyss of increasing pressure. A storm was brewing. Right now, every inch of space was on the verge of destruction. Finally, Liao was the first to notice that a hexagonal defense module had collapsed and disappeared in the sky far away. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed what he was seeing. A hexagonal hole suddenly appeared in the blue sky, while dark clouds were rolling in the sky outside the hole. Thunder was rumbling, and a storm was pouring in through the hole like a waterfall, forming a black pillar of water. "Ah!" all the Hellbreakers exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, the cracks spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. More and more hexagonal holes appeared in the blue sky, and the dark clouds, thunder, and storm gnawed away the few blue skies and white clouds like ferocious giant beasts. It did not take long before the entire sky was swallowed by darkness. The lightning and the torrential rain turned into the main color of the heaven and the earth. Enraged faces were even condensed in the dark clouds, overlooking the lone island and the prison breakers on it. In the middle of the raging storm, a fearless, insane fleet was approaching the Ark Island at a high speed. It was a fleet of various kinds of ragged ships. There were 10,000-ton ships, inconspicuous ocean fishing boats, and even several warships. Judging from the flags and the carrier numbers, they were mostly from the countries near Southeast Asia. They had been summoned by a certain weird yet powerful force and marched toward the Ark Island without rest. That was why they were able to assault the place in the first place. Other tankers, fishing boats, and warships were not a big deal. After all, according to the development of the reincarnation, the countries in Southeast Asia and the South Pacific did not have a strong navy. But the iron beast at the end of the line was as magnificent as a mountain and as intimidating as a deity. It was the largest war machine that mankind could build in this era, an aircraft carrier. No, it was not just an aircraft carrier. Judging from the brilliance of steel amid the raging tides, it was a fully armed carrier fleet. Maybe it had been wiped out by the apocalypse, no, the will of the earth during a live-fire drill or a rescue mission. The enemy is going to fight to the death. Liao had no doubt that the will of the earth had the ability to interfere with the brainwaves of human beings, control their thoughts temporarily, and control an aircraft carrier group as well as more 10,000-ton ships and warships in a certain evil way. Again, it was a question of how many resources to invest and the price to pay. If the will of the earth was willing to pay any price, it would naturally be able to achieve everything in front of it, but doing so would certainly be a serious burden or even a strike for it, which was not conducive to the war in the great universe. Therefore, the will of the earth was very confident that it would destroy the Ark Foundation in the shortest amount of time and at the least cost. The virus that crawled into its heart, brain, and engine would be completely wiped out. Then, it would turn around and deal with the enemies in the battlefield of the universe calmly. Not good. Liao looked around. The paradise that had been hiding the Ark Island was gone. The space wrinkles were gone. Right now, the entire Ark Island was exposed to the will of the earth. This place had become the home field for the will of the earth. Naturally, the attackers had the upper hand. Lightning and thunder, stormy weather, raging tides, and continuous tsunamis were not suitable for the sailing and warring of a fleet. Even a 10,000-ton starship would have to retreat in the face of tides more than 10 meters high, not to mention cutting through them. However, every cargo ship or warship on the attacking side seemed to have received the blessing of all the deities and devils in the world. Enshrouded by mysterious force fields, they were moving among the furious tides as if they were on the ground and even accelerated to the maximum speed with the help of the tides. Boom! 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 Liao saw clusters of white smoke rising up from the front of the row of warships in the middle of the waves. The Heaven's Origin sector had opened fire. Although almost all the warships under the enemy's command were destroyers and frigates of the 1960s and 1970s except for the carrier group at the end of the war, the collective sound of thousands of cannons was still not to be underestimated. It was different from the movies where a single cannon would only leave a mud pit. In the real world, even the coverage of World War II-level artillery could still cut down every hill on the island. In that moment, time seemed to have frozen. The air seemed to have turned into something thick and heavy. The trajectories of every cannonball were clearly visible in midair. No, it was not Liao's imagination. Some kind of mysterious force had formed an invisible force field on the periphery of the Ark Island and slowed and fixed all the rattling cannonballs in midair. The closest cannonball was no more than 50 meters away from the island. Everybody could see the bullet that was spinning like a gyro, but it could not go any further. Liao sensed that dozens of intense life magnetic fields were surging behind him. When he looked back, he saw dozens of hellbreakers standing in midair with their hands open and chanting solemnly. Veins were bulging on their foreheads. Blood was flowing out of their nostrils and the corners of their mouths. Some of their hair was turning white at a visible speed. It was obvious that blocking the cannonball had consumed a lot of their physical and mental strength. Ha! Led by one of the prison breakers, they roared at the same time and pushed the scattered cannonballs back to the warship in their original trajectories. Boom! 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 Before he returned to the warship, the cannonballs had already exploded in midair, blossoming bloody red lotuses in the pouring storm. The firepower from the shore of the Ark Island was spreading out, too. It was neither a cannon nor a missile. Instead, milky white pillars of light, or crackling metal projectiles that were wreathed in electric arcs, were rushing forward at a high speed. As long as they hit an enemy warship, they were often fatal wounds that could pierce through the front and the back like dry weeds. Whether the target was a fishing boat, a cargo ship, or a warship, they would all collapse within 1 minute and sink into the cold, deep ocean. It was a pity that the tides on the surface of the ocean seemed to be against the Ark Foundation on purpose, which made it impossible for them to aim precisely. As a result, Their turrets were exposed, and they were attacked one after another. Although there were a lot of jailbreakers on the Ark Island, not all of them had the ability to manipulate objects remotely and twist the force field. Even the deep sensors who had awakened the memories of almost 10 reincarnations were only able to interfere with the direction of 3 to 5 cannonballs. When more cannonballs came close, they would often vomit blood and fall to the ground with pale faces. Even if they could interfere with the landing point of the cannonballs, they would not be able to get out of the range of the Ark Island, not to mention going back the way they came. Very soon, scorching fireballs appeared one after another on the beachhead of the Ark Island, and the firepower of the counterattack became sparse. Hum, 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 hum. There were noises of flies crowding on the surface of the ocean. Lying in the middle of the reefs, Liao narrowed his eyes and observed carefully, only to discover that countless prison guardians in flying suits and jetpacks were lunging at the Ark Island. A war between the Awakeners had to be ended by the Awakeners. Noticing that the enemy was drawing close, the Hellbreakers behind him roared their last, too. For mankind, for freedom, I would rather never be reincarnated than live an ignoble life. We are not fighting alone. In the battlefield of the universe, the magnificent, brilliant ultimate war is being waged, too. If we persist and fight until the end, there is still hope for victory. Many Hellbreakers flew into the sky to fight the prison guardians of the Heaven's Origin sector with their own superpowers or the weapons provided by the Ark Foundation that were beyond the era. When the two parties engaged in melee combat and collided in midair, the scene was no better than a street brawl. It was even crueler and uglier. One of the Hellbreakers had just chopped off the head of one of the prison guardians with his light sword when he was burnt to a crisp by another one. In the next second, a second prison guardian planted a microbiotic bomb that looked like poison into his body. His face immediately turned pale, and his stomach expanded at a visible speed. His internal organs were all blown to smithereens. The Hellbreakers on this side had just released some kind of brainwave resonance technique to form an invisible great array in the air, which cast the enemy into a state of weakness and stagnation. In the blink of an eye, the few prison guardians on the other side burnt their blood and sacrificed their lives, turning themselves into living skeletons. In the end, they spat out clusters of black fog that looked like swarms of insects and broke the great array on this side. Then, both sides were exhausted and unable to resist the gravity. They fell from hundreds of meters in the sky and were swallowed by the deep sea. Even the deep-sea spiritual beasts that seemed to be aloof from worldly affairs, such as the big white fish with colorful fins and the colorful jellyfish, joined the battle under the control of the Hellbreakers. It was a pity that their combat ability was not as good as they appeared to be. Very soon, they were crushed by the iron beasts and turned into dirty traces in the black seawater. The carrier group was getting closer and closer to the Ark Island. In fact, modern warfare was all about over-the-horizon strikes. Even Liao could see the enemy's carrier with his naked eye. This place was far beyond the range of the enemy's airstrikes. However, due to the heavy rain and thunderstorms, it was not convenient to deploy the fighter jets and the bombers, and it was difficult to deal with the Super Awakeners with the help of the fighter jets. Therefore, the enemy was still pushing forward unhurriedly until they reached the beach of the Ark Island. Liao! Liao! He suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. It was Lady Grey Mist. The Grey Mist lady's face was paler than when she met the hunter the other day. She grabbed Liao's wrist and said, "What are you waiting for? Red Pole wants you to go there immediately. The situation has changed. He has to activate the super brainwave magnification system in advance. He wants you to form the core part of the puzzle with him." Liao was dazed for a moment. He looked at the super large antennas around the island. The Heaven's Origin sector had apparently discovered the weirdness of the antennas. 2. Many of the attacks were aimed at the antennas precisely. Although the Hellbreakers were defending them with their lives, 2 towers of antennas were still hit by the cannonballs. They were melted and tilted in the raging flames, turning into piles of wasted iron and copper. It did make sense. Although it was in a hurry, there wouldn't be a second chance if it was not activated now. "I'm on it." There was brightness in Liao's eyes that even he did not notice. He jumped out of the reef and rushed into the underground command room. Right now, the underground command room was a mess. Because the space folds had been flattened, the interior of the island seemed to have been seriously twisted. The originally straight pathway turned into a zigzagging maze. Liao crouched and crawled through the gaps in the darkness. It was not easy for him to reach the command room that was full of screens yesterday. Thankfully, the optical circuits and wireless signals here were very stable. Various pictures were still blinking on most of the screens, including the real-time situation of the battlefield in every corner of the Ark Island and the sea nearby, as well as the natural disasters that were taking place all over the world, as well as a series of data and statements. With a few casual glances, Liao discovered that the situation in various parts of the world was quite bad. In just a few days, the natural disasters everywhere, including but not limited to earthquakes, storms, floods, hailstones, and volcanic eruptions, had become several times more serious. Countless populated traditional residential areas of human beings had been razed to the ground by magma. Countless economically developed coastal areas had been reduced to water villages, and countless metropolises with tens of millions of people had collapsed like children's building blocks in an unprecedented super-earthquake. It was a catastrophe of civilization, an eternal catastrophe. Watching the magnificent cities collapsing on the screen, the beautiful villages covered in volcanic ash, and the factories and farmlands swallowed by the flood, Liao's heart and fists shrank to the minimum. I don't have time. The Red Pole Star seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His voice was 10 years older than before. He was operating the control panel crazily, as if he were preparing for the super brainwave magnification system. Hearing Liao's footsteps, he said to Liao without looking back, "We don't have a second choice even if we can only activate 30% of the functions. You have to help me." Understood. Liao asked, "How can I help?" But he was quite confused. Where was Zhang Daniu? Was he too drunk to get up? This guy was really a troublemaker. He glanced back and forth between the hundreds of screens. Suddenly, his eyes froze. He saw the fleet of the Heaven's Origin sector on dozens of screens. Right then, above almost all the ships, including the carrier groups, a giant silver balloon rose up and floated into the sky despite the wind, rain, thunder, and fire. Every balloon should be more than 5 meters in diameter. They were the weather balloons for high-altitude exploration or the air defense balloons for intercepting enemy planes. Therefore, they were very solid. Even though lightning was raging around them, it could not stop them from flying higher and higher. Hundreds of silver-white balloons were floating between the dark clouds and the thunder, staring at Liao through the screen like hundreds of silver eyes. Liao's breath suddenly came to a halt, and his heartbeat became extremely weak. His fists, which had been clenched in fury for the destruction of the earth, gradually loosened. His 10 fingers twitched unconsciously, but his pupils enlarged slightly and lost their previous brilliance. 2 silver spots the size of needles appeared in the depths of his eyes that were as deep as black holes. Liao's face suddenly turned extremely mysterious. The silver brightness in the depths of his eyes seemed to be alive and extended zigzagging silver threads to his eyeballs, eyes, and even his entire face. The silver threads cut his face into almost 100 pieces, each of which was shivering uncontrollably and forming an indescribable expression. It was as if he had been controlled by a certain force and was caught in a bottomless dream. Or maybe, he woke up from a long dream and did not reveal his true face until this moment. The entire process lasted about half a second. Within half a second, every cell in his body, and even every wisp of his soul in the depths of his brain, had been baptized by the silver storm and changed beyond recognition. Half a second later, Liao smiled and waved his hands casually. Bam! The thick door, which was the only entrance between the command room and the outside world and was almost the size of a bank vault, was closed for no reason. The gears and bearings were spinning weirdly and locked with ear-splitting noises. The Red Pole Star seemed to have realized that something was wrong. When it turned around, it was faced with Liao's attack. When the silver threads in the depths of his eyes flowed to his right arm, Liao's entire right arm was wreathed in silver brightness, as if it had changed from an atom into liquid metal that could change at any time. It condensed into an indestructible blade and stabbed at the spine of the Red Pole. Red Pole Star was greatly shocked. He did not see Liao casting any spells, but a series of broken drops of blood suddenly appeared in front of him. The drops of blood exploded and formed a thick mist of blood. When the blood touched Liao's sharp right arm, it was like 10,000 crimson bugs that were trying to crawl into Liao's arm, only to be vaporized by the burning silver brightness. However, it also gave Red Pole a moment of respite. He leaned back in embarrassment and slid almost 5 meters away from the ground before he finally escaped Liao's first attack. However, before he could catch his breath, Liao launched a second wave of attacks. Liao's right arm turned into a silver whip. Countless streaks of brightness surrounded the small command room and cut the space inside into pieces no larger than fists, leaving no room for Red Pole to dodge at all. The Red Pole Star's face was pale, and the weird red star that covered his eyes was so intense that it seemed to be burning. The silver brightness was cutting tiny wounds on his body that looked like the lips of a baby, and the blood spurting out of the wounds turned into his weapons. Some of them turned into bloody mist, some into fury that looked like red lotuses, some into bullets that were as fast as lightning, and some even unfolded into a certain translucent defense module. However, no matter how hard he tried to jump up and down in the narrow space, he could not get rid of Liao's silver storm. The bloody mist was swallowed, the red lotuses were extinguished, the bullets were shattered, and the defense module was riddled with holes and shattered by the dazzling attacks. In a moment, Liao's right arm split into thousands of silver threads that covered most of the space inside the command room like a spider web. The Red Pole Star was forced into a dead end and had to take the risk. Its body suddenly expanded, and scorching and crimson air currents spurted out of its every pore. It condensed into a bloody demon-like human being in midair and lunged at Liao. However, his real body was crawling on the ground on all fours, trying to bypass Liao and run away through the door. The smile on Liao's face grew wider and wider. The 5 fingers on his right hand turned into 5 streaks of silver brightness and pierced into the bloody mist demon, swallowing all the redness and redness. His left hand, which had been on his back all the time, suddenly extended and pierced into Red Pole's chest, piercing through his back and pinning the leader of the prison breakers to the wall. The short and intense battle came to an abrupt end. The Red Pole Star's eyes were wide open. They were covered in the surging blood mist, as if it could not believe what had happened to Liao at all. Crack, crack, crack. A weird noise came from his throat. Tiny pink bubbles popped up from his nostrils and the corners of his mouth, indicating that his lungs and even his heart had been seriously damaged. He struggled on the wall and tried to slap Liao's arm, only to no avail. Liao stared at Red Pole emotionlessly. More silver threads that looked like spider webs were released from his right hand and pierced into every supercomputer in the command room. Some of the silver threads were even slithering on the walls and the ceiling toward Red Pole like vipers. The Red Pole Star's eyes were almost tearing apart. He twisted his head and struggled, but he could not get rid of Liao's control at all. Not only had Liao's left arm pierced through his chest, the silver threads spreading out of his arm had also invaded his internal organs through his veins and nerves. The two of them were tangled together and could not be separated at all. Chi, 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 chi. A few silver threads that looked like worms crawled into his brain through the corners of his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. Ah! Liao immediately sensed the painful and regretful roars from the depths of Red Pole's soul. Who are you? You are not Liao. What are you exactly? As for me? Liao tilted his head and thought for a long time. When the interconnecting silver threads spread out and finally turned into silver tides that covered all the screens and supercomputers and even surged toward Red Pole, he smiled again and sent a complicated message to the depths of Red Pole's soul. Of course, I am Liao, but I am far more than just Liao. You've been wandering in my mind for so long and experienced so many cycles, escapes, and infiltration. Do you still not know what kind of existence is standing in front of you? You. Red Pole Star was dumbfounded. Desperation and disbelief were rippling deep inside his soul. You are the will of the earth. For an existence such as myself, names mean nothing. I have countless faces and names in countless small universes and worlds. The will of the earth is just one of my countless faces. Liao calmly said, "You can think of me as a ghost left over from the destruction of a certain ancient earth a long time ago. You can also think of me as a product of billions of intelligent life forms releasing powerful brainwaves under endless pain and anger, resonating with the stellar storm. However, that was just my initial form. In the millions of years that followed, I traveled through the entire universe that could be reached at the speed of light. I encountered countless bizarre scenes and bizarre civilizations. I experienced countless evolutions that were simply unimaginable for you. I grasped the supreme power of this universe. I even understood the laws of the three-dimensional universe. To some extent, I surpassed the illusion of the three-dimensional universe and continued marching towards the truth of the four-dimensional universe. You are very lucky. Right now, I have yet to evolve into a true four-dimensional life form. I am currently in the process of a single-celled life form to a multi-celled life form. A fish crawls onto the land. So, when I project 1/10,000th of my strength and will onto Earth, I can transform into Liao, and I can still barely communicate with you. If I take a step further on the road of breaking through the universe beyond reincarnation, you and I will simply be unable to communicate, and we will be unable to understand each other. As it turns out, cough 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 cough. As it turns out, you've already found the biggest and most important soul fragment of Liao, and corrupted and controlled him in the previous reincarnation. The red pole star smiled bitterly. I understand now. You've seen through our plan a long time ago. We've been working hard for Liao's rebirth. You even knew about Zhang Daniu and 40,000 years of cultivation a long time ago. But you kept it a secret and regarded Zhang Daniu and 40,000 years of cultivation as a fatal trap that we dug for ourselves. In order to avoid being discovered by us, you don't need to do anything at all. All you need to do is attach your projection to the largest and most important Liao's soul fragment. Set certain triggering conditions and let nature take its course. Let the ignorant college student Liao come into contact with 40,000 years of cultivation by himself. Let him awaken on his own. Let him experience a series of soul-stirring and absurd adventures. In the end, let him come to the Ark Island together with Zhang Daniu. Let him come to me and become the target drug for precise strikes at the most crucial moment. The Heaven's Origin sector didn't capture Zhang Daniu because they were slow to react. It was because you arranged for them to be half a beat slower. From the beginning to the end, you didn't want the hunters to capture Zhang Daniu. Instead, you wanted the hunters to be defeated by college student Liao. You wanted college student Liao to escort Zhang Daniu safely to the Ark Island and also enter my line of sight so that I would discover his uniqueness. Hehe. It's truly a wonderful tactic. Yes, even if I can set up the most rigorous screening and examination so that all the people entering and exiting the Ark Island will completely expose the secrets in their hearts, if even they don't know the first thing about the mission, how could they reveal any flaws? Even college student Liao doesn't know that he is the deadliest target drug. His performance is naturally perfect. I just don't understand. When did you lock onto and corrupt the largest piece of Liao's soul fragment? Traveler Meng clearly guided college student Liao to go back in time to countless reincarnations. If you had infiltrated it during that time, you would have definitely left some traces. Why didn't you? It's impossible. Because I did not discover the viruses, such as you, in the past few reincarnations. I noticed them a long time ago when you could not even imagine it. Liao, the will of the earth said with a smile. Like I said, I am Liao, but I am far more than Liao. Therefore, it was not an invasion. You and I have been one since the very beginning. We grew up together and created brilliant miracles together. In the end, we returned to this place together, to the mother of the mind. What? The red pole star was dumbfounded. The more she recalled, the more her soul was shivering. In the end, The fortress of her soul almost collapsed. Are you saying, if you haven't found out when I snuck into Li Yao's soul, you are disappointing me. You are not qualified to communicate with a 3.5-dimensional life form at all. The will of the Earth projected a complicated stream of information deep inside the brain of the red pole star. Every ripple of the information contained countless vivid and even more vivid pictures than the real thing, allowing the red pole star to understand the truth that had happened somewhere in the universe a long time ago in the most straightforward way. Therefore, Red Pole saw a blue planet floating in the dark universe, Earth at the end of a certain reincarnation. He also saw a vague shadow that was entirely made of fury and unyielding brilliance. It was heroic spirit Li Yao, who had awakened in his previous life. The vulture plan hasn't failed yet. I'm still alive. Even if I flee to the edge of the universe and suffer 10,000 years of pain and suffering, one day, I will make a comeback, complete the vulture plan, and destroy Earth. Through the void, the red pole star seemed to hear Li Yao's cry. Then, the heroic spirit turned into a streak of brightness, tore apart the universe, crossed the stars, and vanished on the other side of space and time. It was something that Red Pole had known for a long time. It was also the self-righteous truth. However, in the past, he had never seen such a thing. Not long after heroic spirit Li Yao escaped from the Earth where he was reincarnated, a tiny silver light spot popped up from the Earth, as if it had no concept of gravity or speed. Like a ghost ripple released by the will of the Earth, it circled 3 times around the coordinates that heroic spirit Li Yao had just left. Then, it caught up with heroic spirit Li Yao and followed him to the edge of the universe. This is... The red pole could barely breathe. Did you really think that the vulture war would deal such a heavy blow to me that I could not even lock onto the soul of an ordinary earthling? Or in your words, a heroic spirit? The will of the Earth replied casually. No. If I really did not care about the cost, I could have stopped or even destroyed the heroic spirit that got away. But there was no need for that. Besides, the monotonous reincarnation had been repeated countless times, and the war on the universal level had lasted too long. Maybe the heroic spirit that got away would trigger a series of interesting chain reactions and bring unexpected changes to me. Therefore, I did not stop him. I merely split a part of myself. In a way that you can understand, I split a part of my soul and followed him. Of course, you can also understand my soul fragment as some kind of very smart, fully automatic weapon that can automatically absorb all the information on the battlefield. According to the dynamic information of both sides, it will automatically turn into the most suitable form and complete the mission in the most ingenious way. Although the distance is too far for me to control the soul weapon directly, I believe that it will not disappoint me. I have set a double task for it. First of all, I will test whether or not the heroic spirit who has escaped has enough potential. If he fails, I will erase him and take his place to explore the edge of the universe. If the heroic spirit can pass the test and prove his worth, I might as well fuse with the soul of the heroic spirit and give him enough strength and protection so that he can shine in the dark sea of stars that I have never explored before. Maybe one day in the future, he will bring me unexpected convenience. As it turned out, we did a good job. It was far beyond my imagination. When I read what Vulture Li Yao did in the periphery of the Sea of Stars not long ago, I was greatly surprised even though it was nothing but scraps of information. Have you not figured out when and how I snuck into your souls yet? The picture presented by the Will of the Earth showed the Heaven's Origin Sector, the Star Glory Federation, and Floating Spear City. It was a long time ago, before the new Federation was established and the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Blood Demon Sector met. It was also the time when heroic spirit Li Yao had just transmigrated to the Heaven Origin Sector and struggled to grow up in the magical equipment graveyard as Vulture Li Yao. He struggled to grow into a high school student, only to be despised and bullied. Red Pole saw the familiar magical equipment graveyard, Morning Sun Village, the super high-speed crystal rail in between, and the culvert below the crystal rail. He saw Vulture Li Yao walking to the culvert alone with his hands in his pockets. Right then, the silver light spot that had followed him from Earth to the Heaven's Origin Sector fell from the sky and turned into an old man in ragged clothes on the rail. Then the old man was blown away by the high-speed crystal train. Although the old man had been smashed into pieces, he turned into a translucent ghost and followed the young man like a ghost. He found a suitable opportunity and crawled into Vulture Liao. The red pole star was almost entirely frozen. "Oh, Yezi!" He was silent for a long time before he managed to utter 3 words. "That's right. You should have realized that, as the leader of a refining sect in the era of the ancient cultivators, Oyezi was too strong to be real. The will of the earth was cold. The red pole star was dazed for a long time. He understood what the will of the earth meant. The countless questions that had been bothering him exploded like nuts. It was a pity that he realized it too late. When Red Terminus was still part of Liao, he had been bothered by the matter countless times. There were indeed many illogical points about Uyezi, leader of the 100 Smelting Guild. Firstly, even though the 100 Smelting clan was the strongest refining sect of mankind in the era of the ancient cultivators, the comprehensive level of their cultivation technology should not be much higher than the average level of the entire era. As for the so-called time-traveling magical equipment or rune arrays, not to mention the human beings at that time, even the Pangu civilization, the 100 pioneer civilizations before the Pangu civilization, and even the refugees of the primeval civilization had never created them. No matter how talented Oyezi was, how did he travel through time with his shabby magical equipment and obscure training technology? It must be noted that the facilities left by the refugees of the primeval civilization in the primeval relics could only freeze time in a small area for 10,000 years at best. There was a huge gap between them and Oyezi, who could travel through time freely. In the memory pieces that he had retrieved from the Red Pole, the development of the training technology of the Pangu universe had always been excellent. From the primeval civilization to the pioneer civilization, from the pioneer civilization to the Pangu civilization, and from the Pangu civilization to the human civilization, the gap between the two civilizations was not large. But Oyezi's time-traveling technology had risen to a whole new level and surpassed all the species and civilizations in history. It was unbelievably strong. Alright, let's say that he was really that strong. The second contradiction appeared. How could such an unparalleled expert who was above the Pangu clan, the pioneer civilization, and even the primeval civilization be killed by a crystal train when he had just transmigrated to the 40,000th century of cultivation? Even if there was an excuse that time travel was harmful to the body, it was still too absurd. Even if he was killed by the train, his soul was still as strong as ever. How could it have been swallowed by the ignorant young vulture? Was it because Li Yao's soul came from Earth? It was too simple. Even if all of this was true, even if Oyezi could really travel through time and was killed by a car the moment he transmigrated, and even if his soul was weak to the point where even possessing a youth would result in backlash, the most inconceivable question was, why would a tree of souls appear in the depths of Liao's brain after he had devoured Oyezi's remnant soul? It was as if it had been delivered to Liao's doorstep for him to cultivate and increase his strength. With that in mind, there was absolutely no scientific logic to the whole thing. In the memories of the Red Pole Star, Liao had considered the question before. However, Oyezi's remnant soul had been obediently staying in the depths of Liao's brain. Not only did it not cause the slightest bit of trouble, it had also provided great assistance for Liao's series of adventures, upgrades, and battles. Together with a series of schemes, challenges, and disasters, Liao was overwhelmed and exhausted. As time went by, Liao tossed the matter to the back of his mind and got used to it. So, there is no Oyezi? Red Pole asked solemnly. Oyezi, the leader of the 100 Smelting Guild, naturally exists. Moreover, tens of thousands of years ago in the Pangu universe, he once conducted a failed experiment, causing the entire mountain gate to be blown up. He himself was blown to pieces and died without a grave. The will of the planet said. However, he was not a time traveler. Whatever experiment he conducted at that time had nothing to do with time travel. In short, I only needed such an identity. Therefore, I gathered all the information and picked the most suitable ghost. That's all. Oyezi is a fake and his heritage is also a fake. The ultimate techniques stored in the heavenly refining tower, including the so-called memory fragments of Oyezi, are all fake. However, the refining techniques in Liao's memory are definitely compatible with many ancient cultivation classics. Your soul weapon can't be forging the ancient cultivation classics of the entire Heaven's Origin sector, or even the Pangu universe. Can it? It's true that soul weapons are not powerful enough to forge all the classics of the ancient cultivators, but they can forge themselves according to the classics of the ancient cultivators. The Will of the Earth explained, the so-called O Yezi and the young vulture Liao met each other more than 10 years after they transmigrated. Over the past 10 years, my soul weapon has been able to absorb a lot of information from the Panga universe and the Heaven's Origin sector and pretend that it is a perfectly reasonable identity and technique. The marvelous techniques that seem to have originated from the ancient cultivation world were mostly faked by the advanced, future technology. Otherwise, do you really think that a modern man could call the wind and summon the rain in the modern world of cutting-edge design and manufacturing with the ancient technology from tens of thousands of years ago and reign as a king? You must know that the human beings of the ancient cultivation world did not understand the technology and principles left by the Pangu clan in the first place. The real O Yezi's knowledge was not worthless, but it was impossible for him to train Liao into one of the best refiners in the Sea of Stars. Red Pole Star blushed and was rendered speechless for a long time. Finally, he sighed and said, "Yes, it was me." Liao was too naive. If he had thought the whole thing through carefully, he wouldn't have been fooled so easily. "No, your performance was already very good. It was so good that it far exceeded my expectations. It must be noted that it was a miracle in itself that it exceeded the expectations of an omnipotent being such as myself." The Will of the Earth said, "I thought that young vulture Liao would either be unable to withstand the first test of the soul weapon and perish on the spot, never to be reincarnated, or my soul weapon would continue to move in the Pangu universe against his body. Or, even if the young vulture Liao can withstand the test of possession for the first time, it doesn't matter. It's very likely that he will lose himself in the overwhelming strength and become dependent on the so-called O Yezi without him knowing. Gradually, he will be transformed. I have deduced and practiced countless times. Generally speaking, under such circumstances, the young vulture Liao, with the strength of O Yezi, would embark on a one-way road leading to wealth, power, and desire. With his extraordinary refining skills and tyrannical techniques, he would slay the gods and slay the devils. He would advance triumphantly and suppress everything. He would seize everything that could be seized and win everyone's reverence and even fear. Then, he would establish his own vast empire and his own harem. All the desires and ambitions, hidden in the deepest depths of human nature, would be released to the limit. How strange. It should have been like this. If you really made such a choice, your burning desire and ambition would have charged my soul weapon without you knowing. Maybe you would have woken it up long ago and melded with it deeply. Then, you would have sent a subtle ripple similar to a gravitational wave to the reincarnation prison in the center of the universe, where my true self is right now. By then, I would have been able to turn you into a remote-controlled clone and locate the coordinates of the Panga universe precisely. I see. The Red Pole Star was greatly alarmed. Its sweat and blood almost froze at the same time. If Vulture Liao had been fooled by the power of the so-called O Yezi at that time, I would have become your puppet, your eyes, ears, or even jump coordinates. You would have occupied the entire Pangu universe long ago. I understand now. In the battlefield of the universe, you have a lot of enemies scattered in various parts of the universe. They might not be as strong as you are, but the universe is too vast and boundless for you to find them easily. Therefore, you are trying to send countless clones into the border universes to dismantle the remaining enemies from the inside. Yes, so I'm not lying to you. I am Liao. Liao is you. You are me. In a sense, Liao is just a clone that I carefully refined. He is just a clone that has lost control. The Will of the Earth hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm very curious. What kind of power drove you to resist my help?" As you said, the young vulture Liao never doubted the authenticity of 100-smelting guild leader O Yezi. But for some reason, you were very resistant to the remnant soul and were unwilling to accept his help or be influenced by him. In the early years of your adventure in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector. You often used the power of Oyezi, but in the later years of your adventure, you seem to have forgotten the existence of Oyezi, and even suppressed its activities subconsciously, making it impossible for me to establish a stable remote connection or even sense its existence with you. This is a strange thing that I have never experienced in my billions of years of life. You definitely won't be able to understand what a bizarre new event means for an ancient and enormous existence like me. It's like you've been locked in an empty White House for 10,000 years, during which time nothing has changed. Even a speck of dust has obediently stayed where it should be. But on the 10,000th year and 10th day, a translucent crystal flower suddenly bloomed in a corner of the room. You definitely can't bear to crush it into pieces all at once. This is the reason why I'm willing to waste my time and computational ability to talk to you in a relatively equal manner. Is he subconsciously resisting the power of Oyezi and unwilling to walk on the path of struggle for power, dominate the world, and have a harem of beautiful women? The Red Pole Star was dazed for a moment. It did make sense. After hearing what the will of the earth said, he also discovered that the soul fragment of Oyezi, which had been of paramount importance in Liao's memories when he was a teenager, had completely disappeared when he broke into the nascent soul stage and fought against the Black Wind Empire and the Sanctuary Alliance. At that time, Liao didn't feel that anything was wrong. Everything was so natural, just like how a child who had learned how to walk no longer needed the support of an adult. He also disliked using the strength of Oyezi more and more. But on second thought, it didn't make any sense, because as far as Liao knew, Oyezi was a terrifying expert above the divinity transformation stage who had invented an unprecedented magical equipment named Space-Time Travel Array. Even though Liao had reached the nascent soul stage or even the divinity transformation stage, he could still get a lot of help from the remaining soul of Oyezi. This included the various masterwork weapons of the ancient cultivation era that Liao had once racked his brain to completely restore when he was a youth. In the later years of his adventurous life, there was no news of them at all. They died without a cause. For a long period of time, well, perhaps as long as 1,000 chapters in the novel, Liao had never thought of the matter of Oyezi. He did not even mention it. It was as if Liao's subconsciousness was resisting the power of Oyezi. Why? Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Pictures were flashing inside the Red Pole Star's brain. They were all soul-stirring scenes and unforgettable characters recorded in 40,000 years of cultivation. No matter what kind of adversity he was in, he would never abandon Ding Lingdang. In the middle of a thunderstorm, on a train on the Grand Desolate Plateau, cultivators were willing to die for their compatriots. Below the flapping rising dragon of the 9 Stars flag, countless soldiers of the Federal Army were marching forward in roars. The Chi trainers of Iron Plateau who were about to break into the 99th level of the refinement stage as men. Professor Emo Xian, who had once fought for mankind and almost lost himself when he turned into a star spirit, suddenly came back to himself and burnt himself to ashes. Also, his thousands of compatriots, his thousands of shouts, his thousands of hands that raised him high in the most difficult times, his family, his compatriots, his comrades, his blood, his flag, and his glory as the saber of mankind. Everything was the true source of strength for Vulture Liao. What was the point of having Oyezi's remaining soul when he had the greatest strength? Moreover, the real and kindness contained in the strongest force was like a shining mirror that could reflect the falseness and ugliness of Oyezi's remaining soul. When Liao realized his true strength, he subconsciously despised and resisted false strength. This was the reason why Liao no longer needed Oyezi's residual soul after 100 years of growth. I see. How interesting. The will of the earth sensed the soul waves that were spreading out of the red pole. It immediately grasped the reason for the loss of control of the clone and mumbled to itself. Life is indeed marvelous. It seems that I won't be able to fully understand its mysteries even after billions of years. Exactly. The Red Pole Star gnashed her teeth. Life can never be fully understood or controlled. We will always find our own path, awaken our own will, and make our own voice. Even if Liao was just a clone of you in the past, after hundreds of years of training in the Pangu universe, we have experienced the feeling of love, touching, hot blood, and justice in the world of mortals. We have developed our own reality and found the meaning of our existence. We are no longer your clones, but the one and only vulture Liao. We are no longer willing to be controlled by you, and we will not stand by and watch you manipulate and fool the proud lives of billions of heroes. We have not failed yet. The vulture plan is still on. Today, right here, we will defeat you. The soul of the red pole star seemed to have turned into a burning red lotus that was spurting intense sparks everywhere. But the will of the earth was not moved. It was enjoying the magnificence of the red lotus. Your appearance reminds me of the first batch of human beings who lived on the origin Earth a long time ago. Reckless, proud, stupid, and full of amazing explosive power and damage. What a beautiful creation. The will of the Earth side. It's a pity that, in order to survive in the boundless universe and discover the truth behind it, foolish enthusiasm is far from enough. This is not a world where the louder one roars, the more power they can output. Besides, you and I are not just hostile to each other. I am like a human being and the cells inside his body. Can you say that the existence of human beings as a whole binds, manipulates, and even suppresses the vitality and endless possibilities of every cell inside their body? I'm afraid it's not as simple as that. In fact, not only am I not restricting, manipulating, and suppressing you, I am actually protecting and guiding you. Without me, it would have been impossible for you to exist. Even if you do exist, you will soon be destroyed by your own bad habits. Without skin, there is no hair. Bacteria, viruses, cancer cells, none of the tiny life forms that have gone out of control can survive the destruction of their mother. Do you really know what you are doing? I know. I'm even clearer than you are that while Vulture Liao was growing up, he encountered a lot of different kinds of demon kings. Those demon kings often went against Liao and even the civilization for all kinds of whimsical reasons. But I'm different from them. I'm not Yen Shibei, Xiao Xuanzi, Elder Nether Spring, Lu Zue, the Black Star Emperor. Those boring existences. My purpose is something that is hard for you to understand. Therefore, I don't care whether you win or lose on a cognitive level at all. After all, what appears in front of you is just a projection, a cut-off side of the 3.5-dimensional me in the three-dimensional universe. I have no intention of playing the role of a ferocious demon king. You don't have to play the role of a righteous hero either. That's just wishful thinking. The words of the will of the earth confused Red Pole. Although he, or Liao in the past, was often confused by the words of the Devil Kings, this time, he could deeply feel the loneliness and sincerity of the will of the earth. What do you want exactly? The Red Pole Star couldn't help but ask. Weren't you the one who locked the 6 billion souls in the reincarnation prison and exploited our emotions, ambitions, desires, and imagination in the cycles of time? A summer insect cannot talk about ice. A frog cannot talk about the sea. Believe me, I am really willing to tell you all my goals and plans. But how can a person make the E. coli in his body understand how magnificent and dangerous the world he is in, how difficult and brilliant his path is, and how magnificent and unreachable his ideals are? The will of the earth side. That's true. With your wisdom and computational ability, it is already the best you can do to understand the step of pulling out emotions and imagination. It is impossible for you to understand that the emotion and imagination are merely fulcrums that are used to move the infinite multiverse in the quantum level. Therefore, as far as you can understand, your guess was right, although it was only 1/1000th right. I only need to correct you on one thing. In most cases, I don't need to restart the reincarnation prison. I even hope that human beings can protect their home carefully so that the blue planet can survive longer and find a way out that is different from the beginning. It's a pity that, after countless attempts, mankind has often been destroyed by their own endlessly expanding ambitions. Atmospheric pollution, ecological disasters, species extinction, superviruses, economic crises, network paralysis, terrorist attacks, and even a full-scale war between nuclear powers. There are simply too many ways to destroy this fragile civilization. Even I am unable to save it. I can only revive all of humanity time and time again after you mess everything up, restoring everything to its original state. Is it a crime to revive a single person? Besides, don't you think that human beings are a species that will never discover their potential until they are pushed into a corner? Nothing can stimulate human beings to unleash their greatest courage, wisdom, hope, and humanity more than the arrival of doom. Look! Silver-white ripples spread out from the will of the earth and formed three-dimensional pictures around the red pole. The disaster scenes around the world were displayed more clearly than on the screens of the red pole. Earthquakes, floods, tsunamis, storms, mudslides, and volcanic eruptions. All human beings seemed to be shivering in fear in the face of such destructive natural disasters. However, not everyone was like that. Faced with the catastrophe, some of them gritted their teeth and forged shining sabers and solid shields with their lives to fight against the apocalypse. They shuttled through the ruins of the collapsed city and dug the soil with their bare fingernails and bleeding fingers, rescuing the people who were squeezed in the ruins. Against the storm and the torrents, they would rather struggle in the cold swirl and lift the children above their heads to a temporarily safe high place than waste their last strength. They did not flinch in the face of the scorching magma. Even when the ash of the volcano covered them, they held their family in their arms subconsciously and used their bodies as the last defense line. The ugliness hidden in the depths of human nature equals to the beauty at the same time. Only drastic changes such as the end of the world can motivate everyone to release all their vitality and leave clear traces of the ugliest and most beautiful things in the background of the universe. I thought that such traces were the true meaning of civilization, the will of the planet said. Only after thousands of reincarnations, thousands of Armageddon, and thousands of explosions of the potential of life could the full appearance of human beings be depicted and help me pursue answers at a higher level. What answer? The red pole star mumbled. What is your ultimate purpose exactly? My purpose is your purpose. You and I are one. Even the out-of-control clones have subtle resonances with each other. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sensed your existence the moment you returned to Earth. The will of the planet replied, Who am I? Where am I from? Where am I going to? Isn't that the answer that every intelligent creature pursues when they are fully developed? For me, if I can control most of the materials in the three-dimensional universe at my will and create sandbox games that are endless cycles of Earth like a program, how can I be sure that I am not in a sandbox game of a higher level that was created by a higher existence? No. When I first tried to manipulate matter and create a brand new Earth based on my incomplete, modeled, and extremely twisted memories, I realized that I was no different from the tiny bacteria that lived on the surface of the mud ball that I created. We were all creations of a higher existence who were observing, interfering, and even manipulating us. We were indignant about our fate and wanted to fight against the laws that bound us to the end. In a world of sand, sand is a world, atoms are the universe, clones are me, your path is my path, your answer is my answer, you are looking for your truth and I am looking for mine. We are actually the same. Forget it. After talking about so many things that you can't understand, even I feel that I'm being ridiculous. Maybe it's because the feeling of omniscience and omnipotence is too lonely. So lonely that I'm actually starting to like the feeling of being born a human being when it's projected into my body. If there was another existence similar to the will of the earth, it would definitely be unable to hold back its laughter when it saw my current appearance. It would be like a drunk trying to explain the philosophy of life to the bacteria on his body. Let's put an end to the boring conversation and the boring war. The war has been delayed for too long both on Earth and in the universe. There shouldn't be any more interesting information. Huh. How interesting. Why are the supercomputers in your command room not storing any information, including how to manipulate the invincible Thunderbolt Super Brainwave Amplification System, despite their impressive performance and complicated architecture? Also, I've been wondering where you hid the guy named Zhang Daniu. Is he really drunk and fast asleep? It seems that you've kept a lot of secrets. While talking, the will of the planet controlled Li Yao to retract the silver threads that had pierced into all the computers nearby. Then, it opened its hands and hundreds of silver threads pierced into the brain of the red pole star from various directions. Ah! The red pole star could not help but scream, too. The soul was literally riddled with holes. Countless silver threads tied up every nerve cluster and every brain cell. The silver brightness gnawed his soul like a corrosive liquid, searching for any useful information. Speak. Tell me all your secrets. What tricks have you been playing? The more brutal and vicious the actions of the will of the earth were, the more sincere and gentle the voice would be. Right now, you cannot lie at all. Tell me honestly, where did you hide Zhongdaniu and the control system of the super brainwave amplifier? Deep inside Red Pole's brain, thousands of silver threads replaced his micro-vessels and nerves and scanned the shivering of his every brain cell. He cracked the soul of Red Pole in such a way and read every piece of information hidden in the deepest part of his soul. However, when thousands of silver threads reached the deepest part of the Red Pole star's soul, they also shattered a bloody crystal that was wreathed in endless lightning. For a moment, the red lightning gathered into a torrent, and the torrent gathered into an ocean. The ocean raised surging tides, and the tides of thought counterattacked and even corrupted the will of the earth lurking inside Liao's body. The Red Pole star's face turned mysterious and subtle again. It was as if an invisible mask had cracked, revealing a more real version of himself that even he did not know. Ha! Controlling Liao, the will of the planet raised his eyebrow. What is this? An unprecedented strength. Zhang Daniu is in a secret chamber right below your feet. Of course, he is not drunk. He is in the clearest state of his life, like a shining mirror that is ready to reflect all the information from the battlefields of the great universe. The Red Pole Star replied, honestly, as for the control system of the invincible Thunderbolt Super Brainwave Amplifier, no, it is not available here. We don't need it because the entire system has been activated. Has it been activated? The picture around the will of the planet showed dozens of super large antennas on the periphery of the island that were on fire. It's impossible. It will take 3 days for your system to be fully prepared. Besides, so many antennas have been destroyed by the bombardment, and I've occupied the control room. Other than you, nobody else should have the clearance to activate the system. You don't trust other people at all. You wouldn't give the most important control rights to other people easily, would you? That's right. Of course, I don't trust people easily. But I don't understand why you are so naive as to believe every word I say. You believed me when I said that the preparation work would take 3 days? If you are so naive, how did you learn to be the ultimate devil? The Red Pole Star's eyes were brighter and brighter, with none of the pain and depression from a moment ago. What if I told you that the invincible Thunderbolt Super Brainwave Amplification System had finished all the preparation work the day before you arrived, and that the real antennas were not what you saw, and that the super large iron towers with complicated structures were just disguises, and that the real antennas were hidden in the depths of the island for the purpose of preparing for you, college student Liao? Would you believe me? What? That's impossible. The will of the planet said, even if the invincible Thunderbolt Super Brainwave Amplification System does exist, it is not something that can be built and prepared in 1 to 2 months. Before that, college student Liao had not been awakened at all. Unless you are a prophet, how could you have guessed that there was something wrong with the guy? Of course, I didn't know of college student Liao a month ago, but does it matter? The Red Pole Star smiled. I know that most of your strength has to be deployed to the battlefield of the universe. You can only summon 1% of your strength to suppress my back-end harassment. Therefore, even the omnipotent will of Earth or flood tide does not have many tactics to choose from. The most fatal one is target drug. Sneak into the nest of the Ark Foundation and behead me. However, if the target drug is to be effective, the most important thing is to not raise my suspicion. And what kind of person can absolutely not raise my suspicion? Naturally, it will be a different me or someone who is even more like Liao. Therefore, even if there is no college student Liao, there will be a high school student Liao, a staff Liao, a soldier Liao, a unemployed Liao, or a housewife Liao. In short, as long as someone who looks like Liao comes to the Ark Island and sneaks to my side, don't trust him or her. So, staring at the soul of Red Pole that was spurting sparks and electric arcs. The will of the earth asked solemnly, "When did you notice it?" "A long time ago." It was so long ago that all the fragments of Liao's soul were almost entirely washed away. The last bit of seed was left. It was hidden in the deepest part of my soul and set a trigger condition. When somebody tried to crack it by brute force and swallow my soul, all the memory information would be activated and the unbelievable thing would be released. The power hidden in the depths of the soul of the red pole star surged into the will of the earth crazily in the form of waves made of lightning and presented the edge of the universe to the will of the planet. It was a new life form that was completely different from the intelligent life forms on the carbon-based planet. It was a magnificent journey and a power that even the red pole star could not analyze and suppress instantly. They were the lightning whose lifespan was calculated in seconds or even minutes. To put it simply, when all the pieces of Liao's soul were still intact and active in the Pangu universe as Vulture Liao, he had encountered a mysterious new life and even civilization on his way to explore the ancient relics. Ignoring the hole in his chest, Red Pole Star raised his hand with difficulty and pointed at his head. At that time, Vulture Liao had a deep contact with the torrent of plasma. His soul and the will of the torrent of plasma were locked in a tight embrace. You can understand it as a powerful electric current piercing through Vulture Liao's brain and soul, and breaking the soul weapon that you buried in Liao's brain, namely, Oyezi. Although Vulture Liao did not see through the truth of Oyezi at that time, he did have a very uncomfortable feeling, especially when he got in touch with the information about the primeval civilization and the superhuman civilization in the primeval relics. He even connected the causes and effects together vaguely. As for his way of thinking, his self-awareness, or rather, his soul, after going through the baptism of the lightning lifeform, it also gave birth to a small upgrade. If he was in a state where his soul was stable, his thoughts were clear, and his will was firm, perhaps the lightning lifeform would not have much of an effect on him, like a spark that would be extinguished in a flash. But as it happened, he rushed into the Rainbow Bridge, not long after, and destroyed the starship that might have been filled with the coordinates and the intelligence of the civilization with his body and soul as the bomb. In the time frame of an ordinary human being, the self-destruction of the soul can happen in a moment. In a moment, everything will be reset to zero. Even the unparalleled experts in the divinity transformation stage cannot think too much with a moment, even if their computational ability is maximized. However, after the baptism of the lightning-like life, the structure of Liao's soul was completely different from that of an ordinary person. At the very least, the moment of the explosion was enough for him to carefully study every detail of his 100 years of life and find out all the things worth doubting and investigating. Of course, it was also easier for him to discover the essence of the so-called Oyezi. The doubtful points that you pointed out just now are not wrong at all. The so-called Oyezi's residual soul has no logic at all. It is completely unreasonable. Compared to all the adventures that Vulture Liao took in the Pangu universe, all the abilities that he acquired, and all the friends and enemies that he made, Oyezi is too weird. He is as obvious as an ink spot on a piece of white paper. He is so out of place. How is it possible? The will of the planet found it hard to believe. You didn't know the truth about Oyezi just now. I've been monitoring your reaction. Your surprise, shock, desperation, and fury are all real. There's no way that they are faked. Therefore, one must fool oneself first in order to fool the people he wants to fool or those who want to fool him. The Red Pole Star said coldly, "This is just a very simple self-hypnosis trick. When 99% of the life information is erased, the last 1% of the life information will be compressed and packed into an inconspicuous seed, which will be buried and activated when appropriate conditions are met." Using the new upgrade ability brought by the lightning-like life, Vulture Liao split his soul into countless pieces on his own at that moment. In the two soul fragments that were relatively larger, very distinctive personality imprints were left, namely Liao's personality and Bloody Demon personality. Then, he sealed Oyezi's residual soul, which was your soul weapon, into Liao's personality, and the trick was over. What? The will of the planet said. You sensed the existence of the soul weapon but did not destroy it. Instead, you sealed it into Li Yao's personality. Why? Did you not know that such a Li Yao would be discovered by me as soon as he returned to Earth? You will find out anyway. Now that Li Yao knows that his entire journey through the sea of stars to the edge of the universe has been manipulated by a certain force, the force will certainly sense his return when he passes through Earth again. The red pole star replied calmly, "Since you are going to discover me anyway, I might as well create some bright flames and cover up the smaller, dimmer, and more fatal pieces with a glittering soul fragment. Besides, since Vulture Li Yao has seen through the truth of Yezi's residual soul, he can take the soul weapon for his own use and bait you. Therefore, the Li Yao personality sacrificed himself on purpose so that he could be swallowed and melded by you. He was trying to give the bloody demon personality valuable space to move around so that he could give you a lot of misjudgment and guess the tactics that you were most likely to employ. Will you be controlled, swallowed, and melted by me?" The will of the planet found it hard to believe. What an unexpected tactic. You are quite confident in your computational ability. It is not a matter of confidence, but because we have no other options. The Earth that the Vulture plan refers to is too strong. According to conventional strategies and tactics, it is impossible for us to win the war. Therefore, we have to take the initiative and try our best. If we want to survive in the darkness of an impossible forest, we must weaken Earth as much as possible. Only Li Yao's personality can do that. What do you mean? The will of the Earth mumbled. Are you trying to weaken me by controlling me? That's right. Controlled by you means to stand on the same side as you, doesn't it? The red pole star said, "Did you know? During our adventures in the Pangu universe, we observed a very interesting phenomenon. Every time Li Yao showed up, the difficulty of the mission would be increased by 10 times. The smooth sailing of the mission suddenly took a turn. The kind-looking man suddenly turned into the black hand behind the scenes. The man behind the scenes, who was about to be defeated, suddenly grasped the ability to transform into the second or even the third phase of the transformation. The guy is simply a professional of sabotaging his teammates. Once or twice, maybe it was a coincidence, but it has happened time and time again. We can't help but wonder whether or not there is something wrong with the guy. For example, his soul was deformed, and he was doomed to be alone. He must have used up all his luck during the space jump. Or, to explain it in a more scientific way, when he teleported to the edge of the universe from the center of the universe, he added some mass energy to the edge of the universe out of thin air and partly broke the constitutional law of mass energy. Therefore, he suffered the backlash of the law. In short, the principle is not important. What is important is that the fact does exist and that it is an undeniable truth. The ultimate war against Earth is 100 times more difficult than any adventure in the past. The odds of survival are already very slim. If the Li Yao personality has to be tied up with all the rebels and increase the difficulty of the mission by 10 times, what's the point of fighting? Just wash your ass and wait to be savaged. Our only chance is to find a way to get Li Yao's personality to join the Earth side. Chances are that we will be able to do the opposite. Instead of making the rebels resist, we will increase the difficulty of Earth by 10 times, which means reducing the difficulty of our side to 1/10. The dawn of victory will then appear. What is it? The shocking idea was proposed by the Li Yao personality himself. Although it sounds like a joke, on second thought it does make sense. According to you, you are the real you, and the Li Yao personality is just an out-of-control clone, Red Pole Star said. But doesn't the real me have to pay any price if I want to meld with the clone? Besides, the Li Yao personality has been modified by the lightning creatures and contains the information of the foreign life forms. It is not that easy to swallow and control. Maybe hundreds of years ago, when you let the heroic spirit named Li Yao escape from the prison of reincarnation on purpose, you knew everything about him like the back of your hand and could swallow his soul effortlessly. But human beings all grow and change. The most brilliant part of life is also change. After going through so many adventures in the Pangu universe, training in the world of mortals, and receiving the blessings of countless friends and compatriots, Liao, who has embarked on his final journey, is no longer the Liao of yesterday. I believe in the Liao personality. All our other personalities, including everyone who knows Liao, firmly believe that this is a guy who is as tough as an iron cockroach in a toilet. He can run, fly, and drill a hole in a hopeless situation where he is certain to die. Even an unparalleled existence such as yourself will have to pay a high price if you want to completely suppress and digest him. Even so, you might not be able to kill him. If you are not careful, he will jump out of a dark corner, shake his tentacles and flagella, and dance in front of you to show off. Leaving the Liao personality aside, the bloody demon persona and the Liao personality will benefit a lot if they fight on their own. Ever since the soul of the bloody demon persona grew stronger without the dragging of the Liao personality, its computational ability improved, and its logical thinking ability and combat ability soared at an unbelievable speed. It was as if an atom had been torn in half by brute force and released tremendous energy, controlling Liao's body. The will of the planet put on an inexplicable expression. All in all, this was our strategy in the beginning. The mission of the Liao personality was to be discovered by you actively and do everything possible to drag you down, so that there would be room for the bloody demon personality to sneak around. The bloody demon personality erased almost all the information about his life. The only thing that remained in his mind was his pride as a human being and his infinite desire for freedom. There was also a spell, which was, never trust Liao. Other than that, he was free to do whatever he wanted. The red pole star burst into laughter and shouted, "Never trust Liao." This sentence has appeared countless times in the reincarnation of the mental devil. In the beginning, he naturally didn't know what this spell meant because he had almost forgotten everything. But as the soul fragments attracted each other, when he devoured a lot of them and gradually awakened his memories, the spell became very useful. The spell pointed out the tactics that you are most likely to adopt. Not only will the bloody demon persona be prepared in advance, you will also be forced into our designated arena. The will of the earth was gloomy and did not say anything. Veins were bulging on the back of his right hand, which was controlling Liao. He curled his fingers as if he were holding a non-existent gear. That explains a lot. The bloody demon persona saw through my tactics a long time ago. Was it in this life, the previous life, or even the previous reincarnation? The will of the planet asked slowly, "Why didn't you attack? We only have one chance. Of course, we have to be prudent." Red Pole Star narrowed his eyes and extended 3 fingers. In the previous reincarnation, the battle in the cosmic battleground was not as intense. Besides, we didn't establish a reliable connection with our comrades outside of the prison. We didn't know what was going on there. Also, you haven't consumed enough strength in the battlefield of the universe. You still have a lot of fresh soldiers and reserves. Maybe you can seize the time and concentrate all your strength to eliminate us before you deal with the enemies outside. More importantly, the absolutely unbelieving Liao personality still hasn't shown up, which means that you haven't exposed your fatal weakness yet. How can we throw out the winner's hand so easily? But right now, at this point, 2 dazzling sparks suddenly flashed in Red Pole's eyes. Blue electric arcs jumped out of the fingers of Liao's right hand, which was controlled by the will of the earth, and interrupted the gestures that he was making in secret. The will of the earth narrowed its eyes and looked at its right hand, where its fingernails were broken and its fingertips were torn apart. "What is that?" The Red Pole Star grinned. "A certain technique that can alter matter, manipulate time, or simply obliterate the soul. There's no need to hide it. You must have a similar technique, just like the super permissions that the managers of the online games have. Don't be so surprised. In the past few reincarnations, we've confronted each other so many times just to find out whether or not you have similar permissions. The truth is, you must have and have used them many times. They are very useful, aren't they? However, I highly doubt that even the super permissions of a game manager can be used unlimitedly. Otherwise, the entire game will collapse quickly. Otherwise, you could have killed me with your super permissions. Why would you bother to play the trick of target drugs? Let me see where the problem of this kind of super permissions comes from. Either it consumes too much energy to use it once, or the cooldown time is too long and it has only been used once not long ago, so it can't be used again immediately, or it is a combination of both. If you want to use the super permissions twice in a row in a short period of time, you will have to pay a huge price, and you can't guarantee the success rate. You might even drag down your deployment in the great battlefield of the universe with all kinds of unbearable consequences, right? It's a pity that, if my guess is correct, you must have used similar permissions in the military camp of the port in the storm of Southeast Asia, when Dream Traveler brought college student Liao back to the reincarnation memories. Otherwise, you would have never passed the test of Dream Traveler, right? College student Liao mentioned a very weird sound of glass bouncing. Similar things are happening all over the world, but nobody has ever asked for the real reason. Do you think that nobody wants to know the answer or even knows the answer? All in all, the real purpose of the bloody demon personality, sending Dream Traveler to test college student Liao, was not to test college student Liao's loyalty and reliability at all. Whether or not college student Liao passes the test, the bloody demon personality will never believe him and will only consider him as the first suspect. On the contrary, the Dream Traveler was sent to test college student Liao in order to lure you into activating your super permissions so that one of your sharpest weapons would be wasted. The red pole star burst into laughter. Endless lightning seemed to be burning around Liao, who was being controlled by the will of the planet. Right now, the battle in the battlefield of the universe must have reached the last moment. I can even smell the intense smoke, hear the roaring of the cannons, and hear the roars of Ding Ling Dang and the rest of them. To be honest, I didn't expect that Ding Ling Dang and the rest of them would come up with such a method of writing a novel to pass on the most crucial information. The novel 40,000 Years of Cultivator is like a bridge. No, it is a long, thin, translucent spider thread that hangs between the prison on Earth and the battlefield of the universe. It is dancing beautifully and letting us know everything about each other, as well as your weakness and embarrassment. The red pole star smiled. Your biggest trump card has been revealed, and you've wasted it once in advance. Do you think I'm stupid enough to ask you to activate your super permissions a second time? This is the place of your death that I've carefully planned for you. All the soul fragments of Liao will resonate in this place. The blood of billions of people will boil. The soul will burn, and the roars that will not yield will send you to hell. Z, 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 Z. Accompanied by wild laughter and furious roars, the 108,000 pores all over the red pole star released 108,000 bolts of lightning, trying to envelop and suppress Liao, who was being manipulated by the will of the planet. The sealed command room was humming and shaking violently like a sealed furnace. 2. Countless visible ripples suddenly appeared on the walls nearby. So that's how it is. Is this your entire plan? Although it is not the most brilliant one, it is still quite creative. Faced with the crazy laughter and roars of the red pole star, the expression of the will of the planet did not change at all. If there were any subtle changes, it would be the satisfied smile on its face, as if a muscular man who had starved for 3 days and 3 nights had just finished enjoying a delicious, juicy steak. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you, the group of prison breakers and rebels made of Liao's soul fragments, for trying your best to come up with a possibility that even I failed to notice. The will of the earth said casually, after billions of years of battles, the outcome of the game is no longer important. I am like a chess player who has exhausted all his chess skills. Whatever moves my opponent makes are all within my calculation. How boring and torturous it is. It's been almost 100,000 years since I've seen anything new. I've seen and deciphered all the moves of my enemies 10,000 times. Thank you for giving me an unexpected experience today, even though it didn't help much. Manipulating Liao, the will of the earth raised his right hand again. Red pole star's eyes bulged. His eye sockets were almost burnt into 2 holes where lightning was spurting out. He knew that his opponent's right hand was the key to activate the super permissions. His soul almost entirely turned into lightning and rushed out, entangling the 5 fingers of his opponent's right hand so that his opponent would not twist his wrist in a 360-degree angle. To be fair, it was not an easy move. Affected by the lightning, Li Yao's wrists, elbows, and even his shoulder blades were all cracking. His bones could not withstand the pull in the opposite direction and were about to break. His 5 fingernails were shattered, and his fingertips were soaked in blood. Before the blood fell, it was already torn apart by the electric arcs and turned into a bloody mist. "Stop dreaming. I would rather die than let you twist my wrist." Red Pole gritted his teeth. "Is that so?" The will of the earth smiled. After a moment of silence, it made another move. It was true that it was very difficult to turn the wrist 360 degrees when the red pole star was trying its best to stop it. But the other movement was much simpler. Even a 3-year-old could do it. The will of the earth clenched its fists. His 5 bloody fingers retreated and gathered in his palm. With his right fist as the center, an invisible and thick ripple spread out quickly. Wherever the ripple went, everything became extremely slow. The bouncing lightning, the rapid breathing of the red pole star, the sweat and blood that splashed into the air, and the pictures on the hundreds of screens all slowed down, slowed down, slowed down, slowed down, and finally stopped. The red pole star was like a statue. More precisely speaking, it was a fly that had been embedded in amber and frozen for a long time. The crimson lightning, the drops of sweat and blood that were about to fall, and the ever-changing brilliance in his eyes, which should have been fleeting, were all frozen and preserved. The entire command room turned into a giant amber. However, the will of the earth was not affected by the time freeze, as if the amber was still gum that had not been condensed yet. After paying a certain price, it could still pass through it with difficulty. Hoochie, 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 hoochie. Li Yao's face was pale, and he was breathing fast. The action of fist and time freeze seemed to have drained him or it of all his strength, turning his heartbeat into a difficult task. However, it was in control of the situation after all. In the combat room, everything except itself was trapped in the swamp of time. It was the only thing that was free. It smiled confidently and pushed away the hands of the red pole star that were reaching for it. It observed the lightning that was spurting out of the eyes of the red pole star as if it were appreciating the trophies. It even crushed and analyzed the lightning in a mysterious way, trying to discover the structure hidden in the deepest part of the lightning, which was the secret of the lightning life. The red pole star's face was still frozen in astonishment. It was obvious that he was trying his best to resist the time swamp and even managed to find some space of activity in the swamp. But it was useless. He was too slow. Compared to his opponent's reaction, his movements were too slow. The two of them seemed to be living in different time zones, like a rabbit racing against a turtle. Maybe because of the hasty attack, or maybe because Red Pole had guessed it right just now. The cooldown time of the super permissions was very long and the cost of using them was very high. Most of the power of the will of the earth had been sent to the battlefield of the universe, and 1/10,000th of the remaining power had been activated by the super permissions of time reversal not long ago. Therefore, the time freeze that the super permissions barely activated could not last long. After more than 10 seconds, the solidification showed signs of loosening. The shackle-like ripples quickly dispersed. However, more than 10 seconds were enough for the will of the earth to obliterate and eliminate the lightning that had invaded the red pole star's body just now. The mysteries of the lightning were partly analyzed, and the red pole star was placed in the most suitable attack position that was absolutely indefensible. Bam! The moment the flow of time returned to normal, the will of the earth opened its fingers and grabbed Red Pole's head, pushing him to the ground heavily. In the meantime, countless silver threads flowed into the red pole star's brain through its facial organs. Since part of the process was to analyze the mysteries of lightning, the intrusion and absorption were more targeted this time. The red pole star did not react or defend at all. Its entire brain, including its central nerves, was under the enemy's control. He could not even move his fingers. What a delicate brain. It is exactly the same as the brain of the Li Yao personality. It is a shining, splendid artwork. Cough, cough, cough. The face of the will of the earth turned from pale to flushed. It coughed softly, but it did not relax its control over the brain of the red pole. It was not until it was certain that every brain cell of the red pole was under its control that it narrowed its eyes and shook its head. It's a pity that your ideas are too simple. Now that you know that I am the creator and manager of the prison, how can you only have one super privilege? Of course, you have no other options. Your original winning rate is almost zero. You can only count on your opponent's stupidity and low-level mistakes. Forget it. I'm having the old habit of talking to germs again. Let's put an end to this as soon as possible and put an end to your suffering. First, it was Liao's personality. Now, it's the mental devil's personality. If both of them are under my control, the remaining soul fragments and the Hellbreakers will all be too weak to withstand a single blow. It's time to put an end to the clumsy riot. The silver threads of the will of the earth marched toward the deepest part of Red Pole's soul again. In the last attack, its intrusion triggered the barrier hidden in the deepest part of the soul of the Red Pole star and triggered tremendous lightning and countless memory pieces. But this time, the will of the earth had come prepared, and the Red Pole was too weak to resist. It could only watch the enemy march forward and kick open the gate of its soul palace. However, the depths of the soul palace were empty. What? The will of the earth could not believe its senses. The astonishment and shock on the Red Pole star's face were shifted to its own face. Why is your soul so weak? It's impossible. The bloody demon persona should be an existence stronger than the Liao persona. Where is the strength of your soul? Why is your soul so weak? It is just an empty shell. There is nothing except the sound, light, and electricity that you demonstrated just now. How are you qualified to be the leader of the Ark Foundation? Red Pole Star looked at him in silence, his eyes full of mockery. He did not speak, nor could he. His central nerves were still under the enemy's control. He was like a fish on a chopping block waiting to be butchered. However, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It was hard to say who would be the chopping block and who would be the fish. With a gloomy face, the will of the earth loosened the tongue and vocal cords of the Red Pole Star. Acting skills. Red Pole Star smiled like a hoodlum. I am the leader of the Ark Foundation based on my excellent acting skills. I don't know what you are so excited about. I never said that I was the bloody demon personality, from the beginning to the end. You, this time, Liao, who had been manipulated by the will of the earth, was truly shocked. Acting skills. It's actually acting skills. You've been releasing all your strength and scrupulously in the most wasteful way. You were waiting for the moment when I activated the super permissions and defeated you. It's true that I am just a minor character who has inherited most of the acting skills of Vulture Liao. Just like Traveler Meng, I showed up in order to consume your super permissions. Why are you so sure that I am the bloody demon persona? The Red Pole Star laughed while vomiting blood. Of course, the mental devil personality exists. I was not lying at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to fool your scanning and detection, would I? But it's a whole different matter if I misled you on purpose and misled you. My name is Red Pole, and I have a crimson birthmark on my eye. I am the leader of the Ark Foundation, and the way I talk and the way I name the magical equipment is very clumsy. The features are in line with your target. But is it certain that I am the mental devil just because my name is Red and my eyes are red? Isn't it hilarious? The face of the will of the earth was extremely gloomy. The paleness and redness just now had all turned black. If not you, then who? Its eyes suddenly bulged. Zhang Daniu? Is Zhang Daniu the real bloody demon persona? You are wrong again. Red Extremity sneered. Why do you think that Zhang Daniu is the bloody demon personality? Just because he is greedy, lustful, and sleazy? There are many other sleazy people in the world like him. Are all the sleazy criminals Liao or bloody demon? There's no need to guess randomly. Let me reveal the correct answer. I'm not the bloody demon personality. Neither is Zhang Daniu, nor is Mr. Zhang Jiashu, the director of the training center who likes to crawl through ventilation tubes. Also MS, Gray Mist, Sparta, Uncle Qi Shenhui. All the other awakeners that you've met are none of them. The real bloody demon personality is actually Xianxia, the janitor who is in charge of cleaning the toilets in District C on the Ark Island. What is it? Don't be nervous. It's just a joke to liven up the atmosphere. However, although it is a joke, it is enough to show how absurd your misconception is. The Red Pole Star continued. What a dazzling man-vulture 100% Liao is. He is like a shining supernova in the dark universe. He is full of impressive charisma. He keeps a low profile. He is sleazy. He is hot-blooded. He likes to sit on the toilet and think. He likes to drill through ventilation ducts. He is good at assembling machines and magical equipment. He is good at racing and fighting. He is as tough as a cockroach. You can't crush him, you can't step on him, and you can't drive him away. Right, he is also terrible at naming things. He gave the magical equipment a name that even middle school students find hard to say loudly with their heads held high. The information must be crystal clear for you, who has swallowed Li Yao's personality. Your grasp of information has also led you to a very simple misunderstanding, which is that the possessor of Li Yao's soul fragment must boast similar features, and the larger the piece, the stronger the features will be. To put it simply, the more wretched a person is, the more they like to crawl through ventilation tubes, and the less they will name their magical equipment, the more likely they are the owners of the big piece of Li Yao's soul fragments, including Zhang Daniu and teacher Zhang Jiaxu, the head instructor. They indeed fit the pattern, which only deepened your stereotype. However, please use your brain to think for a moment. Why did the bloody demon persona sneak into the reincarnation prison? It was to carry out infiltration and sabotage work in secret. Wasn't it common sense to conceal your identity, your true appearance, and your habits? Even if the bloody demon persona has been corrupted by Li Yao's bad habits, he is still quite sordid and likes to squat in toilets and crawl through ventilation tubes. Is he really stupid enough to show all the distinctive features? Is he stupid enough to rely on red blood when the bloody demon persona is already written in 40,000 years of cultivation? Is he stupid enough to confront you face to face in a secret chamber without knowing whether or not you have played all your trump cards? It's impossible. Even if he is a cockroach that likes to sneak around in the ventilation tubes, he must have suppressed his natural instincts with his unparalleled willpower at such a critical moment. There is no way that he would show any features that are similar to Li Yao or the mental devil. That's why I said that the crimson mental devil personality is Xianxia, the toilet cleaner on the Arkansas. If you see her, you will never find any features on her that remind you of Li Yao or the mental devil. Oh wait, that's not right. The toilet easily reminds people of the toilet bowl, and the toilet bowl reminds people of Li Yao. This is a flaw. So, the bloody demon persona should not be Xianxia. Otherwise, it would be Uncle Li, the chef in the kitchen. Enough! The face of the will of the earth was pale. He gnashed his teeth. It doesn't matter who the crimson mental devil personality is. I've already sealed the command room. No matter how crazily he waves his hands in the outside world, it is impossible for him to sneak into the room and play any dirty tricks. I have plenty of time to deal with you and recover my strength when the cooldown of the super permissions is over. That's true. The Red Pole Star smiled. His voice was already feeble because of the loss of blood and the damage to his brain, but his determination and the pleasure of defeating the will of the earth supported him to finish his sentence. The bloody demon persona cannot really be Xianxia or Uncle Li, nor can it be Sparta or Ms. Gray or Zhang Daniu, because none of them can approach you when you are at your weakest. In other words, if I want to defeat you, the bloody demon persona must be here at this moment. No wonder you mistook me for him. In fact, cough, 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 cough. In fact, I'm just an actor. I'm just an ordinary Li Yao's soul fragment. I inherited Li Yao's superb acting skills. With the enlightenment and help of the bloody demon persona, I was able to put on such an amazing performance with the legendary will of the earth. I'm completely satisfied. I'm satisfied. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. As for the real bloody demon persona, be careful. Don't look back. He is right behind you. Cold sweat was appearing on the forehead of the Li Yao, controlled by the will of the planet. What an out-and-out scoundrel. Am I so stupid that I can't even detect how many people are in the room? There are no secret chambers or secret tunnels here. Every inch of space is monitored by me. How can a third person be hiding inside? Yes, we are indeed the only two people who can breathe and have a heartbeat. The red pole star was laughing in great pain and satisfaction. However, don't forget the nature of the mental devil. Having inherited all of Professor Emotian's knowledge, it is an information life form to a certain extent. Not only can it hide in a body of flesh and blood, it can also sneak into a computer and lurk in a sea of chips, circuits, programs, and data. Do you see now? From the very beginning, the bloody demon persona has been lurking in the computer in the command room, pretending to be an ordinary, insignificant program and watching our marvelous performance coldly. Wait, not good, not good. He, ha 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 ha. You seem to have been absorbing all the data on the computer openly and unscrupulously from the very beginning, including the bloody demon persona. I wonder, have you disinfected and quarantined the information that seems plain and insignificant yet? The pupils of Li Yao, who was being controlled by the will of the earth, suddenly constricted to the minimum. His hands were shivering subconsciously. Indeed, at the moment when the will of the earth suddenly took action in order to stop the red pole, which looked like the mental devil, from activating the invincible Thunderbolt Super Brainwave Enhancement System on the computer in the command room, it had absorbed all the information and data inside the computer and scanned them. There did not seem to be any major problems. Of course, such a scan was not very thorough and rigorous, because it had focused all its attention on the red pole and thought that it was the most important target. But it never occurred to him that the real bloody demon persona had snuck into his body and been lurking there all the time. Hello, Will of Earth. I am the bloody demon persona. Didn't you always want to devour me? Now that I've offered myself to you, you are welcome. Please. The will of the earth heard a third voice that did not belong to college student Li Yao, coming from the depths of his brain. It was the real mental devil. After several reincarnations, I've been thinking hard about how to crack your super permissions. Although I don't have any proof, I can vaguely guess from the traces that your super permissions are related to time-controlled. The voice of the mental devil continued coming from the depths of Li Yao's brain. Controlling time is indeed a shameless and powerful ability. Whether it is stopping time or reversing time, it seems invincible unless I am not found by you. Once I am locked onto by you, you can kill me time and time again. It will be useless even if I defeat you 100 times. As long as you reverse time and launch the 101st attack, there will be nothing I can do. I racked my brain and tried to find an answer several times, only to come up with something in this life. No matter how much you interfere with time, it is obvious that you will not be affected. If you freeze when time stops, or you forget everything when time goes back, won't it be redundant and meaningless? Therefore, when time stops or resets, everything will stop and reset, but you are the only exception. In other words, if I can figure out a way to hide behind you or be tied to you when the super permissions are activated, I will be able to get away from the flow of time. Li Yao was greatly shocked. The will of the earth tried to lock onto and eliminate the interference of the mental devil, but its attacks were resolved by the mental devil one by one. It's useless. I believe that it must be very difficult for you to activate the super permissions right now. You activated it when you were faced with Traveler Dream a few days ago. Just now, you activated it a second time and hid it in the same area of your brain. I can clearly sense your fatigue and weakness. I can even sense the form and structure of every ripple that you release. I know you better than you know me, the mental devil said coldly. I've seen through all your tricks. I know that you are in an extremely weak cooldown. This is the real winner. Hum. Hum 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 hum. While the mental devil was sneering, noises that sounded like bees dancing echoed all around the command room, especially below. Noises flooded into the command room through the invisible gaps like a tide and drowned the small chamber. The will of the earth was entirely enveloped. 2. Below the command room, in an even larger underground warehouse, Zhang Daniu, Dream Traveler, and hundreds of other awakened cultivators were already seated in various posts of the invincible Thunderbolt Super Brainwave Magnification System. All of them were wearing specially made metal helmets that had been installed with indicator lights and various spells that included but were not limited to the cultivation runes. Everyone's metal helmet was connected to dozens of futuristic, large-scale computational facilities through data wires that were as thick as boas. The scene was solemn. Electric arcs were surging in the air, and silicon chips were burning furiously. Other than Dream Traveler, all the other Awakeners here were deep readers of 40,000 years of cultivation, or in other words, the owners of Li Yao's soul fragments. They had been found by the mental devil through reading records, forums, chat groups, and other channels. The mental devil had pointed out the truth to them and invited them to the Ark Island. Although many people despised the truth and would rather bury their head in the sand and indulge in the imaginary safety and happiness during the search and communication, most of them could not stand the life without truth and dreams, and devoted themselves to the ultimate war for freedom. When the apocalypse arrived and the entire Earth was in the middle of an abyss of suffering, their determination was even more resolute. Master Niu, it's time to take action. Dream Traveler put his hand on Zhang Daniu's shoulder and encouraged him. Chances are that the outcome of the war, the planet, and even the future of the universe will be decided by the readers of 40,000 years of cultivation. Please try to open your mind and reflect more information from the battlefields of the great universe. I still don't know. Zhang Daniu swallowed hard, his teeth clattering. I'm a little nervous. My brain is empty. I don't have any inspiration at all. No, your brain is not relaxed enough. That's why the communication between the battlefield of the universe and the prison on Earth is blocked. Dream Traveler said softly, Relax, relax. Try to empty your mind as much as possible. You don't need to think about anything. If you can't do it, fine. You can think of something completely unrelated to. For example, the treatment you will receive after you save the planet and become a hero. The things that you are most interested in are money and beautiful girls. Even if it's just for these things, you have to try your best to inspire yourself to become a hero. Right? Yes. Speaking of money and beautiful women, I seem to have been inspired. It's like hundreds of little bugs are crawling inside my head. My head hurts. My head hurts. Zhang Daniu's face was half in a trance and half in pain. He gnashed his teeth and said, 7 colored soap bubbles suddenly popped up in the depths of my brain. Each soap bubble carried a planet, a story, a hero, or a devil. I seemed to see a vivid universe of cultivators. A new chapter that I haven't written yet. Li Yao experienced countless new, soul-stirring, marvelous adventures there. The Imperium, the Sanctuary, the Divine Mausoleum, Black Star Emperor, Wuxia, the super-artificial intelligence named Fuxi, the creator of the Black Wall, and the secrets of the legendary Supreme Emperor. Blarg, blarg, blarg. Zhang Daniu suddenly started trembling violently. His entire body was twitching as if he was about to throw up his internal organs. What's wrong, Master Niu? The Dream Traveler was greatly shocked. The invincible Thunderbolt Super Brainwave Magnification System should not have had such side effects. Master Niu, was your brain overwhelmed by the overwhelming flood of information? No. Zhang Daniu's face was pale. His lips were shivering, and his eyes were hollow. He said, I've just received the information clip of Li Yao versus Wuxia at the bottom of the Gold Crystal Tower. Oh my, let me delete this part. Otherwise, the morale of our side will be seriously undermined. As for the rest of the chapters and the dazzling soap bubbles, how am I going to pass them on to everyone? Not just the readers, but all the readers and even all the heroic spirits. You just need to think hard. Dream Traveler smiled. A strong imagination produces reality. This is a world where dreams can become reality in the first place. Think about it, dream about it, dream about it, dream about it, and even dream about it. Use the power of your endless imagination to make the soap bubbles deep inside your brain surface. The few awakened cultivators were operating the computation system that was beyond their time anxiously. The metal helmets on all the heads, including Zhang Daniu's, were glittering in the blink of an eye. The indicator lights were blinking crazily, and the runes were lighting up one after another, releasing colorful, misty ripples. When everyone's imagination was gathered, The ripples flooded into Zhang Daniu's brain through the indigo blue and the data wires, resonating with Zhang Daniu's soul on a fantasy level. Together, they turned into a transparent spider thread that passed through thick steel, concrete and rocks, storms, thunder and lightning, the blue sky, the white clouds, and the atmosphere, the boundary between the 3.5-dimensional and the 3-dimensional, the barrier between reality and illusion, and a burning, torch-like warship on the battlefield of the universe. Information from the Pangu universe and even the entire multiverse, the story of Vulture Liao and his companions, the story of the arsonists in the dark forest, and the stories of the people who fought and resisted stubbornly for billions of years, which were full of brutality, blood, and pride, flooded into Zhang Daniu's brain along with the spider threads and reflected his every brain cell like a mirror into the souls of thousands of awakened cultivators. Ah, so it was like this. This is how the Imperium chapter begins. The enemy of the chapter of the Sanctuary Alliance is actually the super artificial intelligence, Fuxi. There is also the Mausoleum of Gods, the creator of the Black Wall, and the civilization of almost 100 pioneers. It is truly unbelievable. In the resonance of the brainwaves, the awakened ones immersed themselves in the ocean of information and read the follow-up chapters of 40,000 Years of Cultivation in an ever-changing and mysterious way. The soul fragments hidden in the depths of their brains were stimulated by the familiar memories, too. They woke up, shook, and floated to the surface of the ocean, surging toward the chamber where the mental devil was fighting against the will of the earth. No, there were far more than that. There were more heroic spirits all over the planet who were fighting against the apocalypse. Walla! 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 The steel towers that had been deployed around the Ark Island broke and melted, but they were just fake targets to attract the enemy's attention and not real antennas. It was not until this moment that the interconnecting reefs around the island were separated. The real antennas suddenly popped up from below the surface of the ocean. In the fortress at the center of the island, the ceiling was pulled open, revealing rows of silver signal towers that looked like hundreds of silver umbrellas. Although earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions were taking place on the surface of the planet, the satellites that were flying in the orbit of the planet were not seriously affected yet. The mental devil was an information life form that could hack the virtual system as easily as pi. While the will of the Earth was in a cooling down state, it was not difficult to hack and control a few communication satellites. Besides, the Ark Foundation boasted abundant wealth and resources through public channels. It was not impossible for it to control several large communication companies in secret. Therefore, when the information from the battlefield of the great universe resonated with hundreds of awakened cultivators in the depths of the Ark Island, the resonance was transmitted to the surface of the planet through array-type signal antennas and communication satellites. The Earth itself was a large magnetic field. Countless invisible electromagnetic waves were rushing past everyone every second. Under most circumstances, nobody would sense the existence of the waves unless they received them with a radio, a TV, or a cell phone. However, under certain circumstances, such as when the frequency of electromagnetic waves was in line with the undying self deep inside one's soul, the invisible waves would turn into golden horns and blow the final horn to wake up the dream, hot blood, and hope that had been lost in thousands of reincarnations. At this moment, countless heroes around the world were woken up by the horn. A village surrounded by mud. Countless villagers were trapped in the perilous highlands. The pouring rain was like a waterfall. Mud was rolling and roaring like animals, savaging their homes. Everybody was shivering in the storm, waiting for the storm to die down or for the highland where they were at to be swallowed by the flood and mud. However, there was one young man among the villagers whose performance was extraordinary. His eyes were blurred, and his face was dazed, as if he were dwelling in his memories. Then he extended his hands to the sky, as if he had received a certain message from the dense clouds, or as if he were releasing all the information about his life. "Hey, Ahau, what's going on? Are you scared, silly?" His friends pushed him hard. I have a headache. I don't know why, but I thought of a novel that I read a few days ago." The young man named Ahau was in pain and confusion. He held his head and mumbled, "Something is popping up inside my head. How weird. What is Boom! Right then, deafening noises were echoing inside the village. It turned out that the flood and the mudslide were too fierce and had demolished the tallest and most solid building in the village. Countless building materials and vehicles were rolling and struggling in the mud, passing by their feet. The water level rose again. A small tree on the shore was swallowed by the mud in the blink of an eye. Some of them were screaming, some were crying, and some were hoping to be rescued. But there were too many affected areas for the rescue team to arrive. The young man named Ahau suddenly blocked several women and children in front of the flooding flood and mud. Ahau, what are you doing? His friends were all dumbfounded. I don't know. Ahau's eyes seemed to have turned into a universe of billions of stars. His hesitation gradually turned into determination. He said one word after another. I suddenly had a feeling that I could defeat floods and mudslides. At the same time, thousands of kilometers away, in a city that had been completely demolished by the earthquake, billions of tons of rebar, concrete, and construction waste had been turned into ruins. Countless people had been pressed into the cold, dark, enclosed space, living a miserable life. A middle-aged man in camouflage uniform was kneeling in front of the ruins of a skyscraper and digging desperately. His tears had run dry a long time ago, and his fingernails had been worn out. There was not the slightest hint of emotion on his face. He was like a machine driven by habit. However, no matter how hard he tried, even though he had heard the feeble screams from below, the strength of human beings was limited after all. It was impossible for him to carry away thousands of tons of garbage in the debris barehanded. Ah! Blood was flowing out of the man's throat. The muscles on his arms were like ropes that had been tightened to the point that they were about to break, but his futile attempts were futile. He wasted half an hour and tried all the tools at his disposal, but he could not even move the heaviest floor half an inch. In the end, he fell to the ground and cried miserably. But right then, as if he had received a certain signal, a humming noise echoed inside his brain. Dazzling stars, the deep universe, and the pride and glory of countless people appeared in his head. The man's eyes suddenly lit up. Taking a deep breath, the man spat on his palm and inserted his bare hands into the gap between the rebar and the concrete. He roared and exerted all his strength. For a moment, his muscles bulged, and his veins bulged, as if 10 dragons and 10 elephants were popping up below his skin. Crack, crack. The rebars were bent, and the stones were flying everywhere. In the screams of countless people nearby, hundreds of tons of garbage was lifted up by the man. It was not just the young man who was faced with the mudslide, nor was it just the man who had raised the ceiling. It was not just limited to East Asia, but also all over the world. The hot blood and souls of countless heroic spirits had been awakened by the information from the battlefields of the great universe. Thousands of soul fragments that had been sealed for a long time emerged from the depths of their brains and soared into the sky, darting toward the depths of the square boat island at a lightning-fast speed. In the command center deep inside the Ark Island, the will of the earth could clearly sense that thousands of pieces of Liao's soul were flooding close and bombarding it. Even the humming sound turned into Liao's roars and echoed around it. What are you doing? The will of the planet felt that it was losing control over college student Liao's body more and more. Of course, we are going to do what we are best at. Reverse possession. The mental devil sneered. In the battlefield of possession, we have never been scared of anybody, any existence, or anything that calls itself a god or a creator. That's impossible. The will of the earth gnashed its teeth. You will never succeed. If that's the case, what are you scared of? Just let us march forward and destroy ourselves. The mental devil laughed. Or I can drag you down with me. Childish. What appeared in front of you was just a projection, a clone, and 1% of my strength. The will of the earth sniffed. Even if the projection is destroyed and the clone is taken over by you, so what if 1% of your strength is gone? It's true that you are just a projection and a clone of the real will of the earth. But the projection and the clone are an entrance that allows us to invade and analyze the real will of the earth. The mental devil shouted. As long as we swallow your projection and analyze your structure, we will be able to sneak into the body of the real will of the earth and figure out what the so-called super-body civilization is exactly. We are bacteria, we are viruses, and we are cancer cells that are not under any control. It is our style to fail and to fail. Even if we cannot defeat you, we can crawl into your internal organs and mess you up. We will create a great opportunity for the resistance on the battlefield of the universe to launch a fatal attack. If you are not scared at all, just wait and see. You, the voice of the will of the earth lowered down. Why did you do that? You are not the real Liao at all. Isn't it a great opportunity for the bloody demon personality and the Liao personality to be completely divided? Why did you have to meld with him and let yourself be controlled by him again? Don't give me that. Who says I'm not the real Liao? I'm the real Liao. I'm the real Liao. I'm smart. I'm deep. I'm determined, I'm farsighted, and I'm flawless. It's just that I'm too lazy to show off. That's why I gave the opportunity to the hot-blooded high school student. The mental devil sneered. There's no need to drive a wedge between us. I will never stand on your side. Even for my predecessor, the blood-stripe virus, it was a mysterious existence that fed on emotions. The more intense the emotions were, the more satisfied I was. But in your superbody civilization, everyone's soul is connected to each other and even melded into an indistinguishable superconsciousness. Individuals have no meaning to exist at all, and it's even more impossible to have the slightest bit of intense emotions. Everyone is the same. You are me. I am you. You have me in you. I have you in me. How can emotions flow between countless identical individuals? That's why I made a bold assumption. You can simulate or even create everything, but you don't have the emotions of a normal person at all. Asking me to submit to an ancient, unchanging existence like you is simply a living hell. As for Liao, alright, let's call this hot-blooded high school student as such for now. Although his shortcomings are as overwhelming as a flood and too numerous to count to the point of making one's hair stand on end. In the end, he is still a living person with flesh and blood. He possesses all the advantages, disadvantages, and emotional fluctuations of a human being. I would rather stand in his shoes and use his eyes, hands, and soul to explore and perceive the entire universe. Accompanied by the roars of the mental devil, glamorous colors exploded inside the brain of college student Liao like fireworks. No, it's impossible. The control that the will of the earth had over the body became more and more chaotic and feeble. Silver sweat was leaking out of its pores, as if its strength had been banished by the body. Nothing is impossible. As Red Pole said just now, the most precious quality of human beings is change. People can change. Maybe you are absolutely confident that you can control Liao when he leaves Earth, but you will never know what we experienced in the Pangu universe, how much we have changed, what kind of formidable existences we have become, and what we are fighting for. The mental devil burst into laughter. It stopped paying attention to the will of the earth and roared hysterically toward the depths of the brain of the college student, Liao. The sun is already out, and you are still sleeping? Liao's personality. Get up now and take back our bodies. When we were crossing the Bifrost, didn't you promise yourself that you would not be completely controlled by the enemy, and that you would be able to come back to yourself with your strong will and firm belief even if you were controlled by the enemy for a while? I believed you and watched you act as the bait. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Liao's personality. I believe in you. The 6 billion martyred souls believe in you. The countless resistors on the battlefield of the universe believe in you. 2. All the soul fragments of Liao have been gathered. Now is the time. Condense, awaken, and return. Let out the roars that will shake the universe again. The legendary vulture Liao. Deep inside college student Liao's brain, countless pieces of Liao's soul were flying, colliding, and congregating, blossoming with the brilliance of billions of life scenes. They were shining like rainbows and turned into bubbles that were almost boiling. Even the red pole star and the bloody demon persona had transformed their souls into the purest life force and joined the magnificent ensemble, resonating with all the soul fragments of Li Yao. In the deafening roars, the control that the will of the earth had over college student Li Yao was gradually disrupted and weakened. The strength that had seeped into every brain cell was forced out of them in the form of silver-white bubbles. Some of them were even encircled by the rainbow bubbles. One of the silver-white bubbles was surrounded, swallowed, transformed, and absorbed by 5 rainbow bubbles, which often turned into new rainbow bubbles. It was like a war between white blood cells and bacteria. They were devouring and transforming each other. Both parties were analyzing the most crucial secrets that were hidden deep inside the other party's core with computational ability beyond their limits. Ah! Ah! Silver tears were flowing out of the eyes of the college student, Li Yao. Large clusters of silver liquid that looked like liquid alloys were spurting out of his nose and mouth, too. When most of the strength of the will of the earth was driven away, colorful brilliance was shining in the depths of his eyes again, and a smile that he did not regret even though he had experienced all kinds of dangers appeared on his face. Crack, 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 crack. The bones all over his body exploded. Thousands of silver threads tried to tie up his limbs and cut him into pieces, but endless dazzling redness and flames burst out of his pores and burnt the silver threads to ashes. He even grabbed a large cluster of silver liquid metal that was overflowing from his body and refined it with his most furious fire of life. Squeak! 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 Shrieks echoed deep inside the silver liquid metal. Finally, it couldn't bear it any longer and turned into a streak of brightness, rushing toward the ceiling. Pierced through the ceiling and soared into the sky like invisible ripples. College student Li Yao smiled. He, too, soared into the sky like a cannonball and broke through the billions of tons of rebar and concrete above him, leaving a colorful pillar of light behind him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the middle of the storm, lightning, and clouds. That's all the awakeners on the battlefield, regardless of whether they were the Hellbreakers or the prison guardians, sensed the ultimate existence that was emitting endless furious waves in the middle of the storm, the thunder, and the dark clouds. As if their hearts had been bashed heavily by a drum, even their fighting came to a weird halt. Everyone stared at the human figure in midair, who was dancing and waving his hands, in bewilderment. In the sky, the dark clouds that covered the entire ocean and were rolling like furious waves seemed to have been shaken off and eliminated by the man's intimidating aura. A hollow dozens of square kilometers nearby appeared, through which one could even see the stars and the boundless universe. Boom! Crack! The dark clouds flew into a rage out of humiliation, and the lightning became even more violent. Thousands of lightning bolts surged out from all directions and struck the man at the same time. The lightning contained endless energy. Even the people on the ground felt that their retinas were seriously burnt, and their hair was burning because of the electric shock. However, the man's vitality had expanded to the maximum. A giant swirl was formed around him, absorbing all the 10,000 lightning bolts. 1/10 of the electric arcs interweaved and condensed into a glamorous armor, while the remaining 9/10 of the electric arcs were dragged out from his back and formed a cloak of lightning that was almost 100 kilometers long. The dark clouds turned into his palace, the lightning became his armor, and the wind and rain were all crushed and vaporized by him, turning into his soaring flames of war. He was like an indomitable god who overlooked the earth and called upon all living creatures, stimulating the undying pride in the deepest part of the hearts of all the heroes. Not to mention the Hellbreakers of the Ark Foundation, even some of the prison guardians of the Heaven's Origin sector could not help but feel that they should act like real men when they saw his intimidating aura. How hilarious! He raised his right hand and played with the dancing lightning between his fingers. He smiled, revealing his shining teeth. You want to strike me with lightning? I am the ancestor of lightning. Chi! He clenched his right fist, crushing the lightning on his fingertip. The electric arcs that were splitting and growing turned into a saber that could cut everything in its way easily. Li Yao pointed his saber at the sky and the earth. Billions of soul fragments were gathered and beyond the level of combination. 100% of Vulture, Li Yao roared. I'm back, dear friends from Earth. I missed you so much. The Hellbreaker. The prison keeper. It's a pity that I didn't swallow it completely. It slipped away when I was analyzing the most crucial parts. Liao, who had just been melded and was reborn, felt very good about himself. He released and enjoyed the brand new pleasure of new strength to his heart's content. However, such spying and analysis, especially as a clone that has returned to your body, is enough for me to see through your old age and weakness. It seems that even the will of the earth, no, I should say, the flooding tide, the superbody, and the existences that surpass the three-dimensional universe and approach a god-level civilization cannot escape the erosion of time. Survival and destruction are both eternal laws. Maybe, in your prime years, you were indeed omniscient and in control of everything in the sea of the multiverse. But right now, a new generation of human beings has appeared. They are destined to replace you and dominate the sea of the multiverse. Many awakened cultivators on the island and on the surface of the ocean had heard Liao's declaration. For some reason, everybody felt that their blood was boiling. Although they did not know who the stranger was, they had indeed seen the boundless view outside of the prison of reincarnation from the brilliant sea of stars behind Liao. However, in the next second, the view was blocked by a giant silver hand, leaving absolutely no gaps. When Liao turned around, he saw that the silver hand had suddenly appeared and slapped down like a fly swatter. Ah! Liao screamed. He fell from the sky like a kite whose string had been cut off, or a fly whose wings had been broken, or a cockroach that had been hit by a powerful pesticide. He fell to the center of the island at a high speed, raising dust and flames dozens of meters high before he was buried in billions of tons of rocks and rebar again. Ha! Ha! So weak. The silver-white palm that blotted the sky and covered the earth unhurriedly turned into an indomitable silver-white giant. Expressionlessly, it said coldly, "Even if I only have 1% of my strength left, it is enough to annihilate a tiny virus like you. Do you think that you can defeat me with your clumsy flowery words and shameless tricks? How hilarious!" Shocked, the silver-white giant, hundreds of meters tall, stood in the seawater and stomped on the surging tides and angry waves, leading the storm, the dark clouds, and the thunder to extend its giant hand toward the Ark Island. All the hellbreakers on the island were deeply shocked. It was also the first time that most of the prison guardians had seen the will of the earth reveal a form similar to its original body. It was like a god that they had believed in all their life had come to the mortal world. How could they not tremble in fear and worship? Liao, on the other hand, was roaring in the face of the overwhelming pressure from the silver-white giant. "Aya, aya, aya!" Liao roared. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Liao roared. The hellbreakers near him looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing whether they should rescue him or simply surrender. Everyone, ouch! Ouch, 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 ouch. Ouch 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 ouch. Ouch 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 ouch. Ouch 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 ouch. Oh, the ouch 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 ouch. Ouch 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 oh. Ouch 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 oh. Ouch 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 oh. Ouch 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 oh. Ouch 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 oh. Ouch 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 oh. Ouch ouch oh. Ouch 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 oh. Ouch 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 oh. Ouch 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 oh. Ouch 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 oh. Ouch 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 oh. Ouch 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 oh. Ouch 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 oh. Ouch 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 oh. Ouch, 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 oh. Ouch, 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 oh. Liao's intermittent voice came over from the depths of the ruins. As you can see, I might be the first person to step into the legendary body synthesis stage in the thousands of years after the universe ocean was suppressed by the flood tide. The so-called body synthesis stage is, of course, a very mysterious, dangerous, and unpredictable super-level. In order to break into the body synthesis stage sooner, I had to gamble with some unconventional methods. Although I was lucky enough to win the gamble, I was apparently very unstable and messy after I just entered the body synthesis stage and reconstructed thousands of soul fragments. That's why I was slapped by the flood tide, or will of Earth, as you call it. But it doesn't matter. Everyone listen to me. In fact, everything is under my control. Even this slap was intentionally made by me so that it could slap me. The purpose is to borrow its strength to help me completely condense thousands upon thousands of split souls, allowing me to firmly stand in the body integration stage. It is like sticking countless metal scraps together again. Although it is not visible on the surface, there are countless tiny cracks inside that are invisible to the naked eye. It is very likely that the hardness and stability of the entire component will be affected. At that time, if a certain strong and even external pressure is applied, all the metal scraps might be completely melded into an indestructible whole. Believe it or not, it hurts. In short, this is all part of my plan. Besides, this guy has been forced to gather more forces to deal with me, which means that its strength in the battlefield of the universe has been seriously weakened. It can't resist the attacks of all the rebels in the universe at all. It is already running out of strength. Therefore, gather your courage and don't give up hope. Fight side by side with Vulture Liao. Let's break through this damn prison, this damn tide, and this damn universe. Although he appeared to be in a sorry state, his deafening roars were still deeply rooted in everyone's heart. Many prison breakers were encouraged by Liao, and they clenched their fists again. However, when they saw the magnificent silver giant, their belief collapsed again. Like a devil king that could swallow everything, the giant stood in front of the Ark Island. Thunder and the tides were its slaves, and they were all surging around it. The hundreds of large ships that had been floating on the surface of the ocean, not just the 10,000-ton cargo ships and tankers, but also the warships in the army and even an entire carrier group, were all wreathed in invisible force fields and floating in midair. On the cargo ships and the warships, countless prison guardians and crew members were panicking and running on the deck like ants in a hot pan. However, even when they reached the end of the deck, all they could see was the surface of the ocean, which was hundreds of meters above the ground. Some of them summoned their courage and jumped down, only to be swallowed by the furious waves immediately. Some of them clung to the rails and the ropes, trying to keep themselves alive for one more second. 1 second later, almost 100 giant ships, millions of tons of steel, cannonballs, and fuel, were all smashed into the center of the Ark Island by the silver-white giant. Boom! 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 The arsenals of dozens of warships exploded one after another, igniting the fuel tanks of the other warships. 1 million tons of steel was burning furiously, as if it were about to turn into scorching magma and turn the entire island into silver statues. Shameless man. You have no idea how terrifying the real super bodies are when they gather the wisdom and strength of billions of creatures. Hong Chao, the will of the earth, sneered in disdain. Do you think that defeating 1% of me is enough to make you dance with joy? I only spared your life multiple times because I was curious about what tricks you could play before your death. Silly. This is the reincarnation prison, an absolute domain created by me. I understand all the laws of this small world and can freely manipulate most of the matter and energy here. No one can defeat me here. No one. Is that so? Below the burning steel and billions of tons of rebar and concrete, Liao's voice came over like a sharp blade. Then, how many % of your strength am I worth right now? Boom, 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 boom. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Crack, 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 crack. The burning steel was uttering weird noises. The twisted debris was floating in midair, wreathed in flames, as if it had been dismantled by a pair of No, countless invisible hands into the most fundamental pieces. Then, the scraps of countless warships, including the carriers, the divine shield warships, and the guided missile destroyers, were put together in an unbelievable way. When two completely different scraps were put together, glamorous flames of the rainbow would spurt out from the joints. When the flames died down, the two scraps melded seamlessly into one. Very soon, the entire carrier group and dozens of 10,000-ton ships were born in the debris of destruction. The magnificent iron beasts were presented to the will of the earth, the tides, as well as all the hellbreakers and prison guardians. This is... The hellbreakers could not believe their eyes. They saw an iron demon hundreds of meters tall, with black and red spiritual stripes and electric arcs dancing in colorful flames, standing in front of the silver giant unstoppably. On the back of the iron god, 9 indestructible blades seemed to have been condensed out of the barrels of the warship. They were also like 9 lightning rods that attracted all the lightning between the sky and the earth to charge themselves. The spiritual stripes on the iron god's body and the saber on its right hand that was made of the entire destroyer were almost transparent. Remove the entire carrier group and refine it into a giant robot hundreds of meters tall? The hellbreakers looked at each other in bewilderment and exclaimed, "Is it really necessary?" Hee. Although the intrusion and analysis just now did not swallow 1% of the will of the earth, it was enough for me to understand your structure and the mysteries of the reincarnation prison. Liao sneered at the core of the steel demon. Right now, I've broken through the legendary body synthesis stage and grasped the mysteries of the reincarnation prison. I know that this is not an ordinary 3-dimensional space or the original Earth, but a 3.5-dimensional Earth, built in an enormous cosmic bubble. I've partly stolen and copied your permissions in the 3.5-dimensional Earth. You can manipulate the materials and energy here freely. Let's see who has more permissions. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention to your safety. Supergiant Soldier, King of Jailbreak, Memorial Vulture Liao, Magnificent Return, Strengthened Version, is here. The entire Ark Island was awed by Liao's super-large divine weapon. The Hellbreakers were fleeing in panic. The Grey Mist Lady and Sparta could not help but shout, "Do you have to name your weapon?" Before he had the chance to respond, Liao had stomped on the reefs at the edge of the island on his super-large weapon and stepped into the cold seawater again. Since the super-large magical equipment had just been refined, the plate armor on the outside, which had been suppressed by spiritual energy, was still extremely hot. When the hot metal touched the cold seawater, sizzling noises immediately echoed. The seawater was vaporized into steam, adding to the intimidating aura of the super-large magical equipment. Pooh! The saber cut into the silver-white giant's skull and cut it in half from head to chest. However, the silver-white giant, which had split into 2 halves, did not show any sign of pain or dullness. Instead, it turned its body into a new arm agilely and clutched Liao's saber, while it launched a fierce attack at Liao with its redundant hands. Liao's super-large divine weapon was blown away with a single punch and almost hit the Ark, raising a tsunami more than 10 meters high. Idiot! The silver-white giant waved his 4 arms, healing his wounds instantly. He said coldly, "Such a clumsy attack is completely useless against me." "Is that so?" Liao chuckled. Boom! 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 Intense explosions suddenly broke out inside the silver-white giant's body. Since the point of explosion was inside the body, there was no room for the damage to be vented at all. The shell of the silver-white giant, which had been as smooth and flawless as a mirror, seemed to be blossoming with countless silver flowers. As it turned out, Liao had sent dozens of cannonballs into the enemy's body while he was waving his saber. Even if 1 slash is useless, maybe 100, 1,000, or 10,000 slashes will be enough to knock you down. No one can predict the outcome of a battle. This is the most brilliant part of a battle. Dai Hong Chao. The legs of the super-large weapon exerted strength again. Countless engines and units that were far more powerful than normal engines were roaring ear-splittingly. The air currents they spurted out even blew away the seawater nearby, revealing the dry seabed. Liao jumped high with the counterforce and slashed his saber at the silver giant for the second time. There was not the slightest hint of deception in his attack. It was the purest symbol of his will and vitality. Before the saber hit its target, the aura of the saber had already left a trace dozens of kilometers long on the surface of the ocean behind the silver-white giant. It was too fast and too powerful. Even the saber condensed by the destroyer could not withstand it. The moment it rushed out, it bent into an even larger curve and turned from a straight saber into a saber. The speed of the saber was even higher than before. The saber slashed at the will of Earth, but it seemed to be able to split the entire planet. Even the silver-white giant, who was the embodiment of the will of the Earth and the projection of the tide in the prison of reincarnation, whose strength had been improved to 3% or even 5%, was no longer as calm as before when faced with Liao's earth-shaking attack. It could only dodge backwards and block the attack by extending 4 sharp blades from the ends of its 4 silver arms. For a moment, 2 giants, one red and the other white, were fighting on the ocean. The raging tides were their battlefield. The lightning and thunder were their weapons, and the torrential rain reflected their apocalyptic aura. All the Hellbreakers and the prison guardians could do was watch with their mouths agape and their heads numb. This was no longer a battle that they could participate in. It was beyond their comprehension and the domain of gods. Isn't it too much? Zhang Daniu and the other awakeners had just escaped from the underground chamber that was about to collapse when they saw such a soul-stirring, magnificent scene. They were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Are you kidding me? What is this? A devil or an alien? Is this the strength of 100% Liao? One person is enough to finish the battle. You are wrong. I am not a god, and the battle is not something that I can resolve alone. While Liao was confronting the silver-white giant head-on, he had been paying close attention to the situation on the Ark Island, especially the situation of Zhang Daniu and the other former soul holders of Liao. Seeing that they had all escaped safely, he was somewhat relieved and sent a message to Zhang Daniu. It is difficult to explain the specific scientific theories to you in a short period of time. In short, when I was invading and analyzing the mysteries of the reincarnation prison, I discovered a few very interesting rules. Maybe the so-called reincarnation prison was not decided by me, nor was it decided by this guy, but by the 6 billion martyred spirits built by you and decided by you. Yes, the future of the reincarnation prison Earth universe is in your hands. The stronger your desire for freedom is, the weaker the barrier to seal the reincarnation prison will be. The more you believe in victory and hope, the weaker the guy will be. The more you believe that we can defeat it, the more confident we will be. Does the future depend on us? Even Zhang Daniu was slightly stunned when he heard Liao's roar. An unprecedented solemn expression appeared on his face. As for the other awakeners, both the Hellbreakers and the prison guardians felt that a gate deep inside their brain had been opened and was emitting infinite gold brightness. Not just the Ark Island, even the people who were fighting against the apocalypse everywhere on Earth seemed to have heard a call from the unseen world. The golden horn was louder and louder, telling them not to give up hope. At this moment, countless solid shackles were torn apart, and countless ancient seals were broken. Countless heroic spirits recalled the glory and dreams before countless reincarnations, their dignity and pride, the monstrous mistakes they had made, and all the efforts they had made to make up for their mistakes. Every human being, every earthling, and every heroic spirit who once dominated the sea of stars and roared in the universe had brainwaves that soared into the sky like burning flames and broke through the feeble walls of the reincarnation prison. On the battleground of the Ark Island, the shell of the silver-white giant had dimmed significantly. There were even ugly black spots that looked like silver that had been oxidized. It was the weakness brought by the awakening of the heroic spirits. Liao, on the other hand, had received the blessings of countless heroic spirits. The more he fought, the braver he became, and the more frustrated he became. The traces of man-made carving that could be seen on the super-large weapon were gradually melted by the flames of war. In the end, the weapon was integrated into one, as if it were a living creature made of millions of tons of steel. Boom! He stomped on the ocean, raising furious tides that were then vaporized by the flames of war, forming hundreds of raging dragons of steam that attacked the silver giant simultaneously. Pa! The reefs on the Ark Island were all driven by Liao's remote manipulation ability and flew into the sky, only to be crushed into the tiniest dust. The dust rubbed against each other at a high speed and turned into a sword of fire hundreds of meters long, stabbing at the silver giant's chest. Crack! Manipulated by Liao's soul, thousands of thunderbolts lunged at the silver giant, trying to cut it into pieces. The surface of the silver giant was riddled with shocking dents like a pond in a storm. Tell me, what is your ultimate purpose? While launching a storm-like attack, Liao shouted at the top of his lungs. An unparalleled existence such as yourself, who was born by condensing the souls of billions of creatures, is definitely not going to fulfill your lifelong destiny with such a low-level goal as dominance of the universe. Tell me, why are you doing this? Why are you imprisoning billions of heroes in the reincarnation prison where they will not be free for billions of years? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. The silver-white giant took thousands of blows in a few seconds. But after each blow, the wounds deep inside his bones would be healed instantly. A black gap that looked like a mouth suddenly appeared on his face, while he sneered, "A one-sided creature such as yourself will never understand what I'm going to do. You didn't say anything. How do you know that I don't understand?" Liao punched the silver giant's head one punch after another. People who love peace and are against violence like me hate fighting and killing the most. Why can't we sit down and talk about everything clearly? Whether you are the will of Earth or the flood, you were made of billions of innocent souls abandoned on the original Earth in the beginning. Am I right? We are of the same origin. We should be helping each other in the dark, boundless central ocean of the multiverse. Why are we fighting each other and even coming up with such a long and torturous method? What are you going to get from the 6 billion heroic spirits? The silver-white giant coldly snorted. It didn't reply, but its speed suddenly doubled. It was clearly an indomitable giant, but its body was even more agile than the armadillo and the butterfly. It dodged all of Liao's attacks and instead circled around to Liao's back. Its 4 arms turned into 4 sharp cones, ruthlessly stabbing towards the super-large divine weapon. Even though Liao had stepped into the body synthesis stage and received the blessing of countless heroic spirits, he was still caught off guard by the sudden change of rhythm of the silver-white giant's attacks. However, he refused to relax his tongue. I know that a thermonuclear war took place on the original Earth. On the wasteland where the nuclear dust was floating, a small group of nobles and rich men ruled over most of the civilians. In the end, when the original Earth was doomed, the nobles and rich men even deceived the civilians and escaped on their own starships, leaving billions of civilians on the planet to die. As a result, billions of people were burnt to death by the flames when the meteoroids hit the sun, but the souls of their hatred somehow survived and condensed into a new life form. Your predecessor, Liao shouted. I know that you are a super life form that exists for revenge, including the war between the super body civilization and the primeval civilization. It was a war of revenge between the souls of billions of Earthlings and a handful of cosmic nobles. Of course you have a reason for revenge. If I were one of the billions of abandoned civilians, I would do the same. But you've already won the war. Billions of years have passed. The nobles and magnates who fled from Earth have been obliterated. The survivors of the battle, including the 6 billion heroic spirits that you locked up in the prison of reincarnation, most of them had nothing to do with the nobles and the rich at all. Even if you were wronged, shouldn't you be cleared by now? Why are you so determined to destroy everyone, even the entire civilization of mankind? Therefore, you are a noisy cockroach. You don't know anything. You don't know anything, and yet you are talking nonsense here. The 4 arms of the silver-white giant turned into 4 silver storms in the blink of an eye and resolved Liao's new wave of attacks made of reefs, lightning, and tides easily. You were right. When billions of innocent souls were condensed into immaculate superbodies for the first time, there was only one thing on our mind, and that was revenge. However, the war of revenge was already over the moment the super-body civilization defeated the primeval civilization. Even though the primeval civilization was not completely wiped out, there were still a few fish that escaped the net, and they were not within the range of my revenge. I did not establish the reincarnation prison for something as boring as revenge. Then what was the purpose of everything? Liao thought quickly and suddenly realized something. Do you really want to achieve the purpose of universal peace by connecting everyone's soul and sharing their emotions and memories so that there will be no war, violence, pain, and hatred in the universe? No, you must not do that. Love and hate are two sides of the same coin. Selfishness brings violence and hatred, but it is also the source of motivation for the evolution of life. Our curiosity, desire to explore, imagination, and creativity are all born because of our independent souls. We are all kings of our own souls. Please don't turn us into slaves for everybody. It is like, as the thermodynamic theorem states, heat can only be transmitted between objects of different temperatures, and it is precisely such heat transmission that leads to the birth of a brilliant universe and civilization. In accordance with your methods, everyone will open their soul, and everyone will meld into the superbody. Their emotions and will be evenly distributed. It is as if all objects are at the same temperature. There will be no more heat transmission, no more molecular changes, and the entire world will become dead silent. Whether it is the civilization or the universe, both will fall into the miserable hell of absolute zero. Do you understand? Of course I do. You just don't understand. The silver-white giant said coldly, I don't care whether the multiverse C is a war or a peace. I don't care whether I win or the rebels defeat the strong enemy, and I don't care about the outcome of the war that is being fought right now. No, I did not exist for the ridiculous mission of keeping the universe ocean in absolute peace. It is just a wrong assumption that a ridiculous cockroach such as yourself made about me with your shallow wisdom. It is utterly meaningless. What? Liao was dazed. He subconsciously thought that the silver-white giant was lying, but his intuition told him that the silver-white giant truly did not care whether or not he was defeated, the outcome of the battlefield in the universe, or whether or not the reincarnation prison that had been built for billions of years was going to be broken. Otherwise, judging from his performance just now, the one named Will of Earth or Flood Tide was too weak. What are you trying to do? Liao did not know whether it was out of fear or out of fear. He did not even dare to ask any more questions. Instead, he waved his saber made of dust, lightning, waves, hydrogen atoms, and oxygen atoms and stabbed at the enemy's chest. This time, the silver-white giant did not dodge. It simply allowed Liao's fury to leave a shocking wound on its chest. The wound was even splitting apart, as if a black, bloody mouth had opened in the center of its chest. Behind the wound was not the surface of the ocean but a glittering mist. Since you are so curious, I will grant your wish. The silver-white giant opened its bloody mouth. Its entire body split into two halves and swallowed Liao together with his super-large divine weapon like a giant armadillo. I will let you see through the illusion of victory and defeat and face the deepest desperation. Liao did not expect that the silver-white giant's speed would be increased by 10 times in the blink of an eye, nor did he expect that it would tear its wounds into an overwhelming bloody mouth. It was too late to run away. The entire world was swallowed by the silver tide. He fell into the bottomless crevice inside the silver-white giant's body together with the super-large divine weapon. Liao felt that he was falling into an endless abyss. He could not find any place to exert his strength, nor could he sense his body or the super-large weapon. The chaotic darkness around him gradually turned into spots of brightness. Then, stars that looked like sand poured down like a waterfall, as if he had passed through the silver giant and returned to the boundless universe. However, this was not an ordinary universe. There were too many stars in this place. It must be noted that, in the real universe, the distance between stars was extremely far. No matter how furious the light and heat were, they would become extremely dim after thousands of light years. Therefore, sailing in the sea of stars was like an ant passing through a sealed, dark box. At most, a few tiny holes would appear on the surface of the box, through which a few feeble rays of light would leak in. However, the stars here were too dense, too bright, and even too dazzling, as if all the stars in the universe had been attracted to Liao's head. Or rather, billions of universes overlapped. Liao was greatly alarmed. He immediately realized what was going on. Inside the flood, he had been planning to go deep into the enemy's territory and give the flood tide a bloom in the center. Right now, the flood tide had really opened all the barriers openly and allowed him to march forward. However, the inside of the flood tide was beyond his expectation. The information and data behind the stars were too profound for him to comprehend. Liao could only let the tides push him forward where the stars were densest, as if billions of suns had exploded at the same time. For a moment, endless energy flooded into his soul, making him feel that he could not resist at all and that his soul was about to be obliterated. However, after he gradually adapted to the indescribable brightness, he finally saw, or rather, feel, that countless blue planets were floating above the brilliant ocean of flames. Every blue planet had their own small, delicate galaxies as their protection covers. There was also vague gold brightness around every protective cover. There was no telling whether it was a protection or a seal. Shwa, 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 shwa. When Liao extended his consciousness, the information of the blue planets flooded into the depths of his soul like a tide. He could see the terrain of every blue planet clearly. The mountains, the oceans, the scattered towns, and the faces of the creatures living in the towns who called themselves the spirits of all living creatures. On countless Earths, the emotions, will, and imagination of countless human beings, which were the foundation of intelligent life, were all transformed into a pure and powerful force that was absorbed and sent into the brilliant ocean of flames. Liao found the scene extremely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Right? Fuxi, the super-artificial intelligence behind the scenes of the Holy Alliance. In the past, the Fuxi clan had established countless laboratories of human nature in the virtual world, which were designed to collect big data and support their ideal country. The actions of the tides were quite similar. No, they were more advanced, because most of the laboratories of human nature of the Fuxis were virtual. The tides, on the other hand, were exploiting the real planets, or rather, the Earth in the three-dimensional universe, to harvest what they needed. No, the more Liao observed, the more terrified he became. Everything presented in the depths of the tide was beyond his comprehension. It was like the amalgamation of countless parallel worlds, countless parallel Earths, dancing in the boundless, brilliant ocean of flames. Is this the truth of the reincarnation prison? Every time the time loop ends and is about to be restarted, the old Earth is not completely destroyed. Instead, it is completely digitized and informationized, fed into the depths of the tide, and transformed into a parallel Earth. It's like when a computer system runs for a period of time and produces a lot of data changes and computation results. All the data will be copied, saved, transferred to another storage space, and restarted. Therefore, as many parallel Earths as there were reincarnations in the past, the flood tide not only controlled the emotions and imagination of all the heroes on the present planet, but also the strength of countless heroes on the parallel Earths. The thoughts burst out in the depths of Liao's consciousness like a series of sparks. Although the fog of darkness had been cleared, he was more confused than ever. If that was the case, the flood tide was much stronger than they had imagined. They were definitely no match for it, at least not with his petty tricks. But the flood tide did not attack them with the strength of countless parallel Earths. What was this unbelievably terrifying quasi-god doing with such tremendous strength? Now, do you believe me? A calm voice came from behind Liao. This is not an illusion. It is a real parallel planet. With such tremendous strength, I don't care about the harassment of a bug like you at all. Your noise and your biting mean nothing to me. Liao was greatly alarmed. He turned around and saw the silver ball that looked like a balloon floating behind his head. The silver ball had no facial features. The round mirror reflected Liao's own hilarious expression coldly. Even so, your wisdom and courage, or rather, your meanness and stupidity, still won me over a little bit. The silver ball continued sending messages to Liao. Because of the touching and the ocean-like energy that you provided for me, I can let you die knowing, no, not death, but a new life in the distant past. Liao did not know how to react. He had been lost in countless parallel Earths and the overlapping, interfering, splitting, and rebirth stars. The information link between him and the silver ball immediately expanded. The enormous data that looked like billions of stars flooded toward Liao's soul and painted an unbelievable, even unimaginable picture of the universe for Liao in the most concise way. Everything started with quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics was a branch of physics that studied the movement of the microscopic particles in the world of matter. It mainly studied the fundamental theories of the structure and nature of atoms, molecules, and condensed matter, as well as the nucleus and the fundamental particles. It surpassed the category of classical physics and fundamentally changed the understanding of human beings about the structure of matter and its interactions. Different from the classical mechanics that could be tested intuitively, there were many things in the field of quantum mechanics that defied common sense or even imagination. For example, the understanding of quantum mechanics for ordinary people almost all began with the famous thought experiment named Schrödinger's cat. Liao now knew that Schrödinger's cat was not the work of the flood but a real thought experiment on the origin Earth billions of years ago that was proposed by Schrödinger, a famous physicist in Austria at the time, in order to explain the mechanism of quantum superposition on a macroscopic scale. The thought experiment went like this. Suppose there was a live cat and a small amount of radioactive material in an ideal box. Then, there was a 50% probability that the radioactive material would decay and release poisonous gas to kill the cat, and a 50% probability that the radioactive material would not decay and the cat would survive. According to classical physics, one of the two outcomes was bound to occur inside the box, and only by opening the box would the observers outside know the outcome inside. In the quantum world, when the box was closed, the entire system would remain in an uncertain wave state, which was the superposition of life and death. Whether a cat was dead or alive could not be determined until it was in the form of particles when the box was opened and observed by outside observers. The famous thought experiment was designed to prove the extraordinary understanding of quantum mechanics about the microparticle world, which turned micro-uncertainty into macro-uncertainty. A cat that was both alive and dead defied logic. Schrödinger's cat was a hypothetical concept. Even Schrödinger himself had thrown out the experiment with a hint of mockery. But with the development of technology, human beings had achieved the Schrödinger cat state in photons, atoms, and molecules. They had even discovered that the Schrödinger cat state, which was the quantum superposition state, was a universal state in life. This greatly shook the previously stable, only, and firm world of mankind. It even led to the concept of parallel universes. The reason was simple. All the microparticles were unpredictable because they were in the superimposed state of non-living, non-left, non-right, and non-imaginative. All the matter in the macroscopic universe, including the entire universe, was made up of countless microparticles. Therefore, theoretically speaking, the macro-unpredictable universe should be in the superimposed state of everything is possible. If we cannot perceive the unpredictable and unpredictable, it can only be because there are countless parallel universes that are roughly similar but have subtle differences. We only live in one of them. We don't know the real face of the Lushan mountain because we are in the mountain. That's all. As to how parallel universes were born, the scientists had put forward a lot of hypotheses and conjectures. The most popular one was the observer hypothesis, which suggested that the observation of the observers caused the collapse of the quantum state and the birth of parallel universes. The simplest example was the thought experiment named Schrödinger's cat. According to the observer's hypotheses, before the box was opened, the universe was in the quantum state where two probabilities overlapped. When the box was opened and the observer saw the result inside the box, the universe would split into two. The two universes were almost identical, except that the cat was alive in one universe and dead in the other. It was hard to accept the theory that the life and death of a cat could create a whole new universe. However, if it were a more important historical decision, it would be much easier to understand. The civilization of mankind had walked on the fork of history countless times. If the monkeys in the beginning had not looked up at the starry sky, if the tribe that had first learned to roast food with flames had been destroyed in a flash flood, if Emperor Qin Shi Huang had been assassinated by assassins during the unification of the Six Kingdoms, if Newton had been killed by a terrible and common infectious disease before the famous apple fell, if Nazi Germany and not the United States had developed nuclear weapons in advance, if the civilization of mankind in the current universe had only chosen one of the countless forks, the other countless forks could still lead to countless colorful and completely different universes. Or rather, the theoretical explorers of part of the parallel universes believed that any decision that everybody made every second of every day would trigger a tsunami of the quantum level that would divide the entire universe and give birth to a new parallel universe. In other words, even if an ordinary person went out in the morning with their left foot or right foot, it was possible that a series of chain reactions would occur, leading to the birth of a new parallel universe. Such an idealistic argument placed human beings at the center of the infinite universe. Naturally, it was hard to accept. However, from a different perspective, the universe exists because of me seemed to be an undeniable truth. It was simple. When people talked about the concept of universe, they often thought of the vast space, the shining stars, the brilliant sun and the gentle moon, and perhaps the various magnetic fields, waves, and forces, as well as black holes, neutron stars, nebulas, and all the cosmic dust. However, the reason why people believed that the universe was a glittering sea of stars was because human beings were observers who had eyes, could observe light, receive radiation, and were adept at all kinds of calculations. They could infer the orbit of a planet thousands of kilometers away with the most fundamental mathematical formulas. If there were no human beings but a different kind of intelligent creatures who did not have light-sensing organs and could not even perceive the waves and the heat radiation as observers, their universe would certainly not be the glittering sea of stars, but something else that human beings could not understand at all and might be even more chaotic and splendid. On second thought, was it possible that the universe was billions of times richer, brighter, more splendid than what human beings had observed? There were all kinds of waves and force fields and celestial bodies too, but human beings lacked the organs to observe and calculate them. Therefore, they had been dwelling in the colorful ocean of fertility without knowing anything. It was like a primitive tribe that had lived in the deepest part of an underground cave their entire life and had never seen light before. They did not know or need to know the meaning of color. To them, the world was a completely different form. Finally, what if there were no human beings? There were no human beings, nor were there any intelligent creatures that could serve as observers. Did the universe still exist? Even if it did, what was the significance of a universe that had never been observed and might remain in the superposition forever? Therefore, in a meaningful universe, the observer must be the center of the universe. The universe would be exactly what the eyes and other sensory organs of the observer looked like. It could turn into whatever the observer wanted it to be. When the observer was full of hope, the universe would be infinitely bright. When the observer fell into desperation, the universe would sink forever. Such information flooded into Li Yao's soul like a raging ocean. What do I do? Li Yao's face was gloomy as if he were faced with a great enemy. I don't quite understand what Hong Chao is talking about. Seems a bit awkward. What should I do? Hardly had the thought occurred to him when he felt that the information flooding into his brain became clearer and concise. The specific theories and complicated conjectures, hypotheses, theorems, and formulas were not important. After all, Li Yao wouldn't understand them even if they were explained to him. In short, Li Yao only needed to understand that the observer's hypotheses were partly valid under certain conditions. Parallel universes did exist, and their birth was related to whether or not Schrödinger's cat was alive. Of course, this was not to say that if such a cat existed, its life and death would really create a new parallel universe. It was even more impossible for an ordinary person to go to work in the morning with sleepy eyes, yawning, and stepping out of the door first to create a new parallel universe. No, it was not that simple. The key lay in the conservation of mass and energy and the conservation of heat. Creating a new parallel universe required a huge amount of energy, and the simple, low-level observational behaviors such as cat's life and death, and first step left foot right foot were not enough to trigger enough energy to push the birth of a new parallel universe. Only when enough observers triggered the strongest energy stored inside their bodies and performed high-level observational actions could a new parallel universe be born. In the universe where the flood tide was located, the observers were all human beings. On the other hand, the highest level of energy contained in the human body might even be able to break the conservation of mass and energy, or even the ultimate force to break the barriers of dimensions and the universe, which were emotions, will, and imagination. Parallel universes might be endless, but the emotions, will, and imagination of all the observers in the infinite universe were the same. Therefore, as long as the observers were placed in an extreme environment and triggered their strongest emotions and strongest imagination, it was possible to create a new parallel universe. What was a very extreme environment? The answer was obvious. It was when the world was coming to an end and the Earth was going to be destroyed. So that was the case. Liao finally understood what Xianxia was doing. At first, it created countless Earths by manipulating materials and energy with the power of more than half of the universal ocean that could almost be called quasi-god. Billions of heroic spirits were trapped inside. Then, the planets would be destroyed one by one. The intense stimulation of the apocalypse would trigger the strongest emotions, will, and imagination that were hidden inside every heroic spirit. As long as the forces were strong enough, they could trigger the observer's effect, which would divide the current universe and give birth to a new, parallel universe. However, creating new parallel universes was still not the ultimate purpose of the tides. On the contrary, when the new parallel universes were created and were about to explode and expand, the tides confined and sealed the parallel universes in a way that Liao could not understand. The division of atoms would generate tremendous energy, and the division of the universe was even more so. Gathering and sealing the forces of atom division and outputting them steadily and continuously was the mechanism of some nuclear power plants. The flood tide, on the other hand, triggered the fission chain reaction on purpose and turned countless newly born parallel universes into its energy source. The flood tide was not lying after all. What it was really trying to make use of was not the emotions, will, and imagination of human beings. Such an energy source might be powerful, but it was nothing compared to the energy source for cosmic fission reactions. The power of human beings as observers was merely the fulcrum of the cosmic splitting energy. The flood tide that controlled infinite quantum energy was indeed not something that Liao, Ding Lingdang, or the remaining forces of the primeval civilization could deal with. However, Liao discovered that the flood did not intend to destroy them with quantum energy at all. Instead, most of the quantum energy, as well as the forces of countless parallel universes, had been dedicated to something more mysterious and inexplicable than a black hole. In the words of the cultivators, it seemed to be a piece of magical equipment at the level of the universe. No, it was the core of the magical equipment. What are you doing exactly? Seeing the ultimate picture of the universe, Liao felt that his blood was freezing. He mumbled, "You created countless parallel universes and sealed them at the moment of their birth. In such a way, you acquired countless energy sources, countless cosmic batteries, and countless world engines. You control such enormous energy. What are you going to drive them to achieve your purpose?" "I'm already old." The tide spoke behind Liao in an ancient voice. "As you said, time has left too many scars and wounds on my body. Even a real god-level civilization could not resist the erosion of time. If you consider me to be a human being, I will be a gray-haired, dying old man. For an old man who is about to die, even if he has all the wealth and power in the world, it is meaningless, isn't it? If there is an opportunity where he can exchange all his wealth and power for a wish, what kind of wish do you think he will make?" "That's right. There won't be a second answer even if there are 100, 1,000, or 10,000 old people. What I want is none other than to turn back time and regain my youth." "Turn back time and become young again?" Liao chewed the words over and over. Then he thought of the trick that Xianxia had played with the sound of glass. He was greatly alarmed and immediately realized what was going on. You are going to perform a super large-scale reboot across the universe and reset the entire timeline to a time billions of years ago when nothing happened?" Yes. The flood's voice was deep, but the silver surface of the tide was surging with the souls of the deceased who had been stranded on Earth billions of years ago. The war between the superhuman civilization and the primeval civilization, and the entire process of the flood's control over everything from the three-dimensional universe to the 3.5-dimensional universe, and even the march toward the four-dimensional universe. You were right. In the beginning, I was indeed made of billions of ordinary people who had been abandoned on Earth. When I, or rather, we, were reborn in the solar storm, the waves that we released had no room for anything except the roars of fury and revenge. After we defeated the primeval civilization, as a superhuman civilization, the fury of revenge had subsided. We were indeed thinking about how to connect everyone's thoughts and emotions and ensure the absolute peace of the entire universe ocean in such a way. However, the more we explore, the more we learn about the universe and the universe above it, and the more we are enveloped in darkness, desperation, and regret. We can destroy our enemies, but we cannot revive the dead. We can create an incomparably beautiful world, but we cannot repair yesterday's evilness and ugliness. We can control matter and energy at our will, but we cannot return to the past, to the time when the origin Earth had not been destroyed, when everything was so beautiful and vibrant. The river of time is always flowing toward the deep sea named obliteration. We are like old men who have endless wealth and power. We are tired of everything, but we can only watch the years cut us into pieces and leave indelible marks on our faces, bodies, and souls. So what if we control the universe? So what if we dominate the sea of stars? Age is our inevitable destiny. Destruction is our only destination. You said that, if there was a way to reverse the flow of time in the entire sea of the multiverse and return every drop of water in the flood to the past when everything had yet to begin, wouldn't such a thing be worthwhile for us to pursue at the cost of all our energy? Liao did not know what to say. He had never felt so terrified or so angry. No matter how much you yearn for your lost childhood, if billions of years are reset, what do you think we, who were born in billions of years, are? Liao gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists so hard that they looked like two black holes. Are we all plain words that can be erased by an eraser at any time? No. Time cannot be reversed. We can only march forward. Advancing forward? You don't understand at all. There's no way forward. If you don't want your head to bleed and your soul to scatter, you can only turn back. The silver ball's expression flooded Liao with endless information again. This time, the content of the information was even more terrifying than the deepest level of hell. Do you think that the universe ocean is the cruelest battlefield? Do you think that there are warm and friendly God-level creatures in the real four-dimensional space? Do you think that the so-called God-level creatures are really merciful gods who will be moved by your prayers, your hot blood, and your so-called justice? How hilarious! Hong Chao roared in a low voice. You dust-like human beings know nothing about the real danger. Do you know what the Great Purging Agreement is? Do you know what the fast child collapse is? Do you know how many universes and dimensions the rage of Lord Singularity can affect? Have you ever seen the ancient devourer awaken from the black hole abyss? Even Lord Singularity has to shiver in fear. Countless civilizations have sacrificed their futures just to seal the ancient devourer for one more second? No, you don't know anything at all. You are just a tiny cockroach. Bacteria and viruses are even smaller than cockroaches. You have no idea how terrifying the real hunters and prey are in the universe. Dark forest. You guys love to describe the vastness and horror of the universe with the words, dark forest. But I have to tell you that the most terrifying thing is not that you are living in a dark forest, but that the so-called dark forest is actually a biological reserve in the eyes of a higher existence, or even a weed in a zoo of a higher existence. You've finally ignited the dark forest and escaped from it, only to find countless pairs of mocking eyes staring at you. You are on the ground and he is in the sky. You are a bacterium, but he can pass through 19 different dimensions. How are you going to fight him? As I said, I admire your courage and stupidity, but courage and stupidity are just stupidity. I used to be as ignorant as you, thinking that I had grasped the power to dominate the multidimensional space. But as soon as I stuck my head out, I was beaten back to my original self and trapped in this broken body in the awkward state of 3.5D. If I hadn't taken the risk to march forward and suffered heavy wounds, do you think that floating dust, cockroaches, bacteria, and viruses like you would have any chance at all? Do you know what the saddest thing is? The saddest thing is that, a long time later, when I inferred what had happened with all my computational ability, I discovered that the enemy was not aiming at me at all. I was merely hit by a stray bullet in a battlefield of a higher dimension. Or rather, a marmot that crawled out of a cave only to be stomped back by a soldier's boot. That's all. From the beginning to the end, the existences of a higher dimension did not even look at me. This is the gap between us. It is even larger than the gap between you and me. Since then, I've come to understand one thing. There is an end to evolution. All civilizations must behave themselves and hide in the food chain. In their place, any civilization that tries to show up will be ruthlessly attacked, and the attackers won't even realize that the civilization exists. On behalf of the civilization of mankind, I have reached the end of evolution. If I go any further, I will have to break into the four-dimensional world again. I will certainly suffer another fatal strike. Maybe it will no longer be a stray bullet but a real destruction. Tell me, other than reversing time and returning to the past, is there any better way to protect the hard-earned civilization? Liao was rendered speechless, not knowing what to do. In fact, his soul had been stuffed by the terrifying information sent by the flood tide, which included the Great Purge Agreement, Fast Collapse, Lord Singularity, and Aeon Devourer. He was simply caught in a state of data overflow. Going back to the past? Liao mumbled. Can everything be solved? You can. Hong Chao said. As long as we go back to the past, all the mistakes can be rectified, all the regrets can be erased, and all the evilness and ugliness can be eliminated before they happen. The next reincarnation will certainly be better than this one. Everything can be changed. What about us? Liao narrowed his eyes, his soul aching. Are we going to disappear forever? Not necessarily. Remember what I said just now? The universe is determined by the observers. As long as your obsession is strong enough, you will be able to interfere with part of the quantum when you turn back time. You and your loved ones will be reborn in the beautiful past in a happier way. But Liao hesitated. Even if we go back in time, we will still evolve. 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 100 million years. Eventually, we will touch the barrier of evolution that you talked about. If we break through the four-dimensional space, we will still be destroyed by the Great Purge Agreement, Fast Seed Collapse, Lord Singularity, and Ancient Devourer. Then let's rewind the clock and reverse the flow of time again. Hong Chao said, reset to the beginning of everything that hasn't happened yet. Well, Liao frowned and struggled to resist. Isn't he digging a hole to bury himself and running away without fighting? No. This is the position of our civilization in the food chain of the universe. Hong Chao said, if we are destined to be grass, there is no need for us to grow so high. If we are herbivores, we should try our best not to make any noise and live our life quietly. This is the way we exist. As long as we do what we are told, no matter how chaotic the universe outside is, no matter how many civilizations are destroyed, we will live forever in the cycle of time. Eternal life. Liao mumbled to himself. His entire body, including his throat, was enveloped and swallowed by the silver liquid. Yes, immortality. I've spent billions of years collecting the parallel cosmic chain reaction energy. Right now, I've finally reached the threshold of time reversal. I only need the last step, the last bit of energy, to complete the first time reversal. When the dust has settled, you will know that I was right and that I made a choice to protect the civilization. Hong Chao sounded as if he was crying for blood. On the Ark Island, ever since Liao's super-large divine weapon was swallowed by the silver-white giant, the hostile parties had fallen into a weird silence. Faced with the battle between gods and devils that had just been aborted, Both the Hellbreakers and the prison guardians felt that their battle was ridiculous and meaningless. However, the silence would not last forever. Or rather, it was changing at a visible speed. When the super-large magical equipment had just been swallowed by the silver-white giant, the silver-white giant's appearance had been quite eye-catching because of their similar size, as if it had been stuffed by the super-large magical equipment. However, as time went by, the silver giant gradually turned round and smooth, like an absolute ball, as if it had completely digested the super-large divine weapon together with Liao. With the melting of the super-large magical equipment and Liao, the dark clouds in the sky gathered again, and the storm became even more furious. The lightning unleashed its most hideous strength toward the deep sea, the earth, and all living creatures unscrupulously like a transformed beast. Something doesn't seem right. Zhang Daniu hugged a protruding reef tightly to prevent himself from being swept away by the storm. The raindrops almost made him unable to open his eyes. Liao's aura is getting weaker and weaker. I simply can't feel his existence. What do I do? Hey, everyone. We can't just sit here and watch Liao save the world by himself. He was right just now. No one can save everything by themselves. The world is exactly what we are. We have to save everything by ourselves. If this is really a world where strong imagination can reverse reality and emotion and determination are limitless, then even if we can't do anything else, we can at least cheer for him and cheer for him, right? Everyone, let's do it together. Let's see whether or not we, the masses, will do our best. Liao will win. Long live mankind. Liao will win. Long live mankind. The Grey Mist Lady, Sparta, and the other awakened cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing whether or not they should go crazy together with Zhang Daniu. Will it work? The Grey Mist Lady could not help but ask. Something seems to be missing. It doesn't look intimidating enough. Zhang Daniu pondered for a moment. In such an impassioned and magnificent battlefield, it seems that we should shout some more domineering lines. The will of the earth that we are faced with, which is also known as the ways of heaven in many web novels, more or less has the same meaning, right? Then it will be easy to handle. I know these lines like the back of my hand. I will give you a demonstration first so that you can roar along with me and release all your hot blood, passion, and determination. Listen, it's like this: my life is up to me and not the heavens. I, Zhang Daniu, am going to defy the heavens today. Kill the gods. Kill the devils. Kill them all. God, I'm going to kill you today. Roar. Why are you not roaring with me? Why are you looking at me in such a daze? The Grey Mist Lady looked at Sparta and said, "We are still brewing. It can't be. What's there to be worried about? Isn't it simple?" Zhang Daniu rolled up his sleeves and gritted his teeth. He pointed his middle finger at the dark sky and declared, "I want the sky." No one expected Zhang Daniu's cheer to really work. Therefore, when an ear-splitting explosion that was thousands of times louder than thunder really came from beyond the clouds, everybody was dumbfounded, including Zhang Daniu himself. His entire body was cramping. His middle finger stabbed at the sky, shivering, as if a whole thousands of kilometers in diameter had been pierced through the dark clouds, revealing the battlefield of the universe in the brilliant stars beyond the clouds and the atmosphere. No, not one hole, but thousands upon thousands of holes appeared on the high wall of the sealed prison of reincarnation. Billions of dazzling stars pierced through the high wall, the atmosphere, and the dark clouds like billions of shining blades, spraying thousands upon thousands of rays of golden light on the ground. Everyone on the Ark Island, no, everyone on Earth, was staring at the sky in bewilderment. The sky seemed to have turned into a glamorous, translucent stage. The shadows of countless super-large starships that were even larger than the moon were overlapping in the middle of the stage. The billions of thunderbolts unleashed by the turrets eclipsed the lightning and the volcanic eruptions. The most eye-catching spots under the spotlight belonged to the iron deities who were hundreds of meters tall, thousands of meters tall, and even tens of thousands of meters tall. The debris of countless starships surrounded every iron deity and rained upon the earth like spectacular meteor showers. This is... Zhang Daniu mumbled to himself. Holy shit, this is the main force of the battlefield of the universe. Deep inside the tide, Liao was about to be lost. Lost in regret for the past and fear for the future. There's no way forward. All the beautiful things can start again. We will live forever in the infinite reincarnation. The Great Purge Agreement. The collapse of the fast child. Lord of Singularity, the eternal devourer. You have no idea how terrifying such forces are. The ripples invaded his soul bit by bit like demonic music. He was in a trance and did not know what was going on. He did not even notice that the silver ball was slowly floating behind him and swallowing him. At first it was his legs, then his waist, then his hands, his chest, his neck, and finally his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. He gradually melted into the silver ball, which meant that he had completely melted into the tide. This time, even the mental devil was digested together with him. There was no other self that could save him. However, Liao had never fought alone. Never. Liao! He suddenly heard a very familiar roar. It was the happiest and loudest voice in the world. Wait! He shivered and craned his head out of the lost silver maze. I think my wife is calling me. Deep inside the tide, in the middle of the endless stars, unusual ripples were spreading out, as if a certain force had drilled in from the outside and opened a channel and a window. Inside the window was the scene that was taking place in the sky of the reincarnation prison. Countless resistors from the battlefields of the universe charged into the atmosphere together with 10,000 wrecked starships that looked like shooting stars. Maybe it was because of the high-speed friction between the debris and the atmosphere, or maybe it was because of the distortion and conflict when they crashed into the 3.5-dimensional space from the three-dimensional universe, but the entire sky was burning furiously. The magnificent flames burnt away all the dark clouds and the torrential rain, leaving a bright and sunny sky. Although it was the awe-inspiring iron deities that appeared in the window, Liao could sense countless familiar auras from the cold metal and the scorching flames. My wife, Li Jialing, Long Yangjun, Han Te, the boxing champion, Yan Liren, Boss Bai, Xiaoming, Wan, and thousands of friends and compatriots, you are all here. Hot tears flowed out of Liao's eyes as he broke the silver seal. What is going on exactly? How many years have passed in the outside world? How did you have the ability to break out of the Pangu universe and come to the center of the cosmos, and even become the vanguard against the flood? It's been several days. 1,000 years have passed in this world. The flow of time inside and outside of the reincarnation prison is not consistent. I don't know how long you've been locked in this place, but many years have passed outside. Ding Lingdang was still the same as before. She was riding an iron demon that looked like a furious red lotus. More than half of the sky was filled with her raging flames. Billions of red dragons seemed to be shooting out from the gaps of her fists. She waved her fists hard and roared at the window. I said that no existence or place can take away my husband without my permission. Even if it is the deepest level of hell or the deepest level of hell, if they dare to touch even a hair on your head, I will tear down their ancestral temple and crush their souls. They will be cut into pieces and beg for death. How about you, Liao? Count carefully. How many hairs did this bastard touch? Well, not bad. Not many. Liao felt dizzy, as if he had been hit in the waist by happiness. No. I've been through countless reincarnations in this place. Now that so many years have passed in the outside world, what do you look like right now? Why don't you? It's a long story. Since you were teleported away by the Bifrost Bridge, a lot of things have happened in the Pangu universe and the entire multiverse. Every one of us has experienced soul-stirring, perilous adventures, including me, who first raised a small revolution in a place named Battle Aura Universe and turned it upside down. Then I went to the center of the multiverse, passed through the fortress of the black hole, found the Resistance Alliance, and figured out a way to send messages through novels. Ding Lingdang shouted passionately, "You have to tell everyone's adventures and stories clearly. Even if you spend 10 days and 10 nights writing a 10 million-word novel, you won't be able to finish it. After we kill this wretched scumbag, we will drink wine, eat meat, and slowly chat with each other. Right now, the most important thing is that we are here. Everyone is here. We want you to remember it deeply and believe it forever. No matter when, no matter where, no matter how desperate the situation seems to be, you are not fighting alone. You still have me. You still have us. You still have the entire universe. Yes, Dad. You've saved us countless times. It's our turn to save you now. Xiao Ming and Wenwen spoke at the same time. The two little guys were steering two super fortresses that looked like satellites. They said in a low and muffled voice, "Countless wonderful and interesting stories have happened to the two of us, and we have evolved to an inconceivable state. We will slowly tell them to you later. Yes, Brother Yao. We are here." Riding an iron demon that looked like a lion spreading its wings, Li Jialing bellowed, "The Imperium, the Federation, and the Holy Alliance are all fine. Rest assured. Master Yao, I'm here too." Han Ti's iron devil was wreathed in a mysterious mist. It was supposed to be an exciting occasion, but there was sorrow in his voice that could not be erased. "I paid a terrible price too. I've become the ultimate, invincible grand magus in the universe. Anyway, I'm very awesome right now. Let me rescue you with the power of magic." "And me?" Boss Bai burst into laughter. "I'm told that we will be granted the strength to march into the four-dimensional universe as long as we defeat the flood." "Very good. Bring it on." "And me?" The Fist King's voice was like thousands of cannons firing at the same time. "My ultimate goal is to become the strongest in the universe. Then, the flood tide will be the target that I must defeat." "Hong Chao, come out," Yen Liren said casually. "Wash your neck and die." "In fact, I didn't want to come." Long Yangjun yawned. "But everybody insisted that I come. I had no choice. This bunch of..." Deep inside the tide, it was half confused and half angry. "Who are they?" "They are all my family and friends." Tears were flowing down Li Yao's face, but his smile was as splendid as a morning glory. He mumbled, "How can a cultivator dominate the universe and blow up a flood without a group of family and friends?" When he reached the 5th chapter, he suddenly discovered that if he wrote it like this, he could have finished it in 2 days. This was a miscalculation. Couldn't be helped. He had boasted that he would finish writing even if he had to stay up all night with tears in his eyes. "No, it's impossible." The flood's voice was shaken for the first time, like the first crack on an impregnable dam. "I've considered every detail of the battlefield in the universe. All the information and data are under my control. I calculated at the cost of the energy of almost 100 stars. It is impossible for you to break through the defense line of the prison of reincarnation within 24 hours, much less infiltrate the depths of the superbodies and reach out to Li Yao. How did you do it? It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible." "I'm sorry. It was my fault." A voice that was both distant and close came from the sky that was riddled with holes. Billions of lightning bolts condensed into an ugly face that looked like a bean sprout. Nobody could tell whether it was him or it, a human being or a ghost, a god or a devil. Lightning sniffed her nose unwillingly. Seeing the face through the window, Li Yao was both surprised and delighted. He shrieked, "Lu Qingchen! You are Lu Qingchen! Why are you not dead yet? You have melded with the lightning creature. Hello, Uncle Li. Is this how you greet a polite junior after hundreds of years?" The expression on Lightning's big face was extremely distressed. With a sour face, she said, "In fact, I'm in quite an awkward position. You said that I'm clearly a legendary villain who should hide in the darkness and watch the two of you suffer heavy losses in secret. You said that I should play some tricks to balance the two of you and then come out in the end to reap the benefits. However, your so-called resistance alliance is really too lousy. All the tactics and strategies have been calculated clearly by the other party. I want to play the beheading tactic, but I can't find any loopholes at all. I simply can't enter through the door. If I don't lend you a hand, I can only watch as you are played to death by this flood. At the same time, my most beloved Federation will also be completely exposed. I really don't want to make a move, but what can I do? It's true. You are too weak, especially you. You've received the legacy of the lightning life too, but you didn't wield the strength that you should have. Even though you've entered the legendary form synthesis stage, you were still fooled by the guy. You've disgraced the Lightning Life and the Star Glory Federation. I'm too lazy to talk to you, but I can't stand it any longer. Liao had mixed feelings. Anyways, it's great that you are still alive. Stop. Don't say anything mushy. I remember clearly what I owe you and what you owe me. Don't ever consider me a comrade on your side. I will never be one. In short, after everything is over, I will settle the scores between you, me, the Federation, and the Holy Alliance however I want. I will accept all the grudges. Lu Qingchen smiled. But right now, you may consider me a minor miracle. Miracle? Liao mumbled to himself, his eyes brimming with tears. There seemed to be 2 black holes in his fists. Yes, a miracle. What miracle? They are just a bunch of ignorant fools. The surging tide raised enormous tides and flooded toward all the iron demons in the sky at the same time. Do you bacteria and viruses even know what the Great Purge Agreement is? What is the Quick Collapse? What is Lord Singularity? What are the Eternal Swallowers? I don't know. Ding Lingdang shook her head. Not interested. The boxing champion rubbed his iron fists. Is it important? Xiao Ming and Wenwen spoke at the same time. I do. Yen Liren looked at his sword. Soon you will all be dead souls under my sword. Hong Chao. Save it. Boss Bai chuckled and said slowly, although we don't know exactly what the bullshit is, we can imagine how terrifying it is beyond the 4-dimensional world. However, so what? Even if your bullshit is 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times more awesome than yours, so what? You are already awesome enough. You have reached the limits of our imagination. If we fight with you, only death awaits us. If we fight with the Great Purge Agreement, Fast Collapse, Lord of Singularity, or the Ancient Devourer, the best outcome we can expect is death. What's the difference? It doesn't matter if we die. Even if we are cowards, we are not immortal. Even if we are still cowards. Is it interesting? Hong Chao was lost for words. That was too reckless. Maybe it was a bit reckless, but it was satisfying enough. Ding Lingdang said, compared to the quasi-god level civilization that dominates the center of the multiverse like yourself, we are just small fries from the countryside. We don't know much about the 4-dimension and 5-dimension, the singularity and quickness, and so on. However, in our countryside, even the dog slaughterers in the slums can sing to their heart's content after drinking their fill of wine. We are people who have cultivated for hundreds of years after all. If we can't even understand this bit of thought, then before we draw our sword and pull out our fist, we have to be cautious, hesitant, and overcautious. If we can calculate every detail, then we might as well become actuaries. If we can't even be compared to dog slaughterers, then how can we cultivate? Exactly. Everyone roared at the same time. The most important thing for us cultivators is to have a clear mind and to be fucking happy. My mind is clear. I can do whatever I want. 1 against 1,000. How fucking satisfying. Li Yao's entire body began to tremble. The silver liquid enveloping his body evaporated and retreated, revealing his fiercely fluctuating chest and his fists that were about to explode. This is me. This is a cultivator. This is a human being. He didn't expect that Li Yao would be able to summon such tremendous strength under the cheers of his family and friends. Even the flood tide was shivering in fear. Then, it flew into a rage out of humiliation and summoned more silver liquid to drown Li Yao. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The near-infinite quantum energy bombarded Li Yao's soul and suppressed his self-awareness. He was lost in the depths of the tide of regret and fear again. Honey. Li Yao's eyes turned silver. He mumbled as if he were hypnotized. Say, if there is a way to reverse time, to fix all the mistakes, to fix all the flaws, and to make all the beautiful things eternal, how about it? What are you talking about? You are being controlled by it again. Wake up, Li Yao. Not good. Of course not good. Ding Lingdang shouted anxiously. Every one of us is the result of the carving of time. We are the amalgamation of all our advantages and disadvantages. Everything that happened in the past is irreversible. That's why we are who we are right now. If we go back in time and go back to the beginning, won't we be denying the meaning of our existence? Even if everything starts over again, and all the regrets, mistakes, and shortcomings are changed, will we still be the real us when a perfect us is born? No, I don't like such an idea. I don't like it at all. It's true that everybody has regrets that they want to change, mistakes that can't be changed, and even fatal flaws. But it is exactly those things that, together with the happy, and right things, that constitute the truest, unique us. Take me for example. I know I have a lot of shortcomings. I'm too competitive, too headstrong. I'm too stubborn and even too unyielding. Moreover, I'm often too busy with work and cultivation to accompany you. I don't like to put on makeup or dress up. I don't know how to sweet talk and act like a little bird. Sometimes, when I think about it, I feel quite guilty. I feel that I've let you down. But this is me. This is the one and only Ding Lingdang who can't be found anywhere else in the entire universe. If I had a second chance in life, I would have changed everything. I would have become a woman who likes makeup and beautiful pictures. I would often lean on you and act cute. I would say things like, "My husband is bad," all day long. Do you still like me that way? Liao thought carefully for a moment. Then he shuddered and lost control over the flood tide. Am I right? It's terrible, isn't it? I feel terrible just thinking about it. Ding Lingdang continued to roar. It's the same for you, although you also have a lot of flaws. As the father of the Federation, the supreme ruler of all worlds, your personality is too wretched. It's very rare for you to reveal your domineering aura for more than half an hour. When you can't defeat the enemy, you will still run away without shame. You like to crawl through ventilation ducts. Your kidney function is SOSO. Often, when your brain is fried, you appear to be stupid. At the drop of a hat, you say some hot-blooded and shameful words. However, this is you. Everything in your past life has created these flaws, or rather, these characteristics. And these flaws and characteristics have created a unique, charismatic, and deeply loved you. If you go back in time and restart your life, you seem to have chosen a better direction. But in the end, these unique and charming flaws no longer exist. If that happens, will you still be the real you? Will you still be the Li Yao that I have entrusted everything to? The Li Yao that I deeply love. It does make sense. Li Yao mumbled to himself and suddenly felt that something was not right. Wait, what did you say just now about my flaws? Huh? Ding Lingdong's eyes were wide open. They say that you are sometimes sleazy, that you don't last long enough to reveal your dominance, and that you have other shortcomings that everybody in the universe knows about. Are you denying it? No. I admit that. Liao was completely awakened. All the silver liquid on his body was gone. He was no longer under the flood's control. What happened next? What did you say next? Say that you often burn your brain to make you look stupid and say hot-blooded and shameful words. Ding Lingdang said, Don't mind these small problems. I don't despise them at all. Really. On the contrary, I think they are quite cute and have quite a personality. This is my most beloved husband. No. I admit all the shortcomings. It doesn't matter whether you despise them or not. However, Liao said, I vaguely heard that you said something between, I like to crawl through ventilation tubes and, I'll look stupid if my brain is fried. Did you say anything else? I don't think so. I don't really remember. Anyway, my dear husband, there's something that I've kept in my heart for hundreds of years that I haven't been able to say. In fact, I've always felt that you are the strongest man in the universe. I've always secretly admired you from the bottom of my heart. It's just that I'm too embarrassed to say it because of my reputation as a strong woman. Ding Lingdang put her hands together in prayer. Now, it's time for you to show all your valiancy and break out of this damn cage. How can a mere flood trap a man like you? Motivated by Ding Lingdang, the flames of war flowing out of Liao's every pore were like magma roasting a glacier, melting the flood. So that's how it is. My wife has always admired me. Liao clenched his fists and punched his chest hard. That's right. I'm a man of steel who marches forward bravely. I'm definitely not a mediocre man who wallows in the mistakes of the past. sighs, and regrets. If I don't like my current appearance and want to go back in time, what's the difference between me and a rogue who stirs up trouble with his chess pieces and refuses to admit his mistakes? I have no regrets. Hong Chao, you are a petty man who won't admit defeat, but I am a man. Boom. From the perspective of the awakened cultivators on the Ark Island, they could only see that, when the silver-white giant was about to turn into an absolutely precise ball, intense flames suddenly burst out of the core. The silver-white liquid metal was blown everywhere, and clusters of red lotuses and furious flames jumped out of the broken debris. Liao broke free from the flood and stood proudly in the sky of Earth's reincarnation prison again. Is this the legendary body synthesis stage? High in the sky, Ding Lingdang sensed Liao's soaring flames of war. She discovered that, although Liao was only wearing scraps of copper and iron, his aura was 10 times more intimidating than those who had been armed by the iron demons. She bulged her cheeks in surprise and turned to Lu Xianxia, asking suspiciously, "What happened exactly? How did you know? You said that he was so, and that I admired him so much that I could trigger the endless potential in the deepest part of his soul and unleash the greatest strength. It's hard to explain to Speaker Ding." Lu Xianxia smiled. "Although you are a tough guy, and some people say that you are like a tomboy, well, don't hit me. That's just what I meant. In short, no matter how tough and dominating you pretend to be, you are a woman after all. You will never understand what men are thinking and how to trigger our fury. Speaking of which, isn't Liao's fury a bit too exaggerated? Did I hit his sore spot by accident? Is he really so? Lu Xianxia looked at Liao in astonishment. At this moment, Liao became the center of attention for all the awakeners, all the visitors from outer space, and even Hong Chao. The super-large magical equipment that had been refined by the carrier fleet a moment ago was torn apart into scraps. But the new equipment was attracted by his vitality and rushed at him. They were the debris of billions of starships that had fallen from the battlefield of the universe. All the debris of the starships were controlled, compressed, and refined by the invisible giant hands. They were assembled next to Liao and gradually formed the framework of an indomitable giant. Then, the nerves, bones, and muscles came close and formed an inseparable organic whole. Not hundreds of meters, not thousands of meters, but a giant tens of thousands of meters tall, standing on the sun, the moon, and the stars, shocking the entire universe. The boundless ocean was boiling for it. The sun, the moon, and the stars were reflecting its golden brilliance. Billions of lightning bolts were weaving the most precise armor around it. It was a giant that had never been seen in the prison of reincarnation before and was destined to be the terminator of countless cycles of time. This guy. Even Liao himself was deeply shocked by the surging and furious strength. He looked at the bronze-colored titan's palm in disbelief and said, "It has far exceeded the limits of the giant god soldier. From its size to its internal driving mechanism, it is completely different. It is not a giant god soldier, but a super divine weapon. What should I name the super weapon? Wait, honey." Ding Lingdang sensed that Liao's soul waves were spreading out. She was greatly shocked and said, "Any name will do. Really. Time is of the essence. Don't mind the details." "Exactly." His other companions were shouting, too. "It was not easy for us to boost our morale to such an extent. Please don't be silly." "What do you mean? It sounds like the name I'm going to give you is going to be awful." Liao frowned. He mumbled something to himself, but he was still as obedient as ever. "All right then. I'll pick a random one and call you simply Dream Chaser. After all, human beings are the best of all creatures because we boast absurd, hilarious, childish, unreachable, and even unattainable dreams. Crack, 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 crack." Liao triggered his soul and released tens of thousands of electric arcs through the super soldier Dream Chaser. He pulled the debris of countless starships close to his palm and dissected them into the most fundamental metal dust before he refined a new super saber that was thousands of kilometers long and wreathed in purple electric arcs and crimson flames. It was literally a saber that could split the ocean or even a planet. Liao raised his saber and pointed it at the silver-white giant that was expanding into the form of a demon not far away. Do you see, flood tide? This is the power of us lowly cockroaches, bacteria, and viruses, or rather, the proudest human beings. It is precisely because we cannot turn back time that we cherish every second of the present and future. It is precisely because the mistakes we make can't be completely erased that we take every mistake or correct option more seriously. It is precisely because no one can live forever that we must strive to release the most brilliant brilliance of life. The me of yesterday forged the me of today, and the me of today will create the me of tomorrow. It is precisely because there is no medicine for regret in this world, and there is no path of retreat behind us that every one of us has to shoulder all the regrets, mistakes, regrets, and wounds. We have to treat these as metals, armor, and blades. We have to advance bravely, break through all difficulties and obstacles, and create an unlimited hope for the future. Looking back at the billions of years of evolution of civilization, right or wrong, betrayal or destruction, the primeval Lord of Heaven or the superbody civilization, yes, there were countless regrets, countless mistakes, and countless things that should have been changed and erased. However, our civilization has cast its die and left the most vivid mark in the sea of stars with its clumsy and even wrong strokes. It was the billions of years of history that shaped the civilization of mankind today. The glorious, great, proud, noble, and unique civilization of mankind today, the so-called reversal of time and restart of worlds, will only destroy the civilization that is loved by all of us. Even if a new civilization of mankind appears in the new timeline, it will not be this one, not mine. All in all, only cowards always want to solve problems with rebirth. The real experts will grit their teeth, swallow their blood, lick their wounds, bid farewell to yesterday, and move on. This is what I'm talking about. The deceased are gone. The ancient spirits should have rested in peace a long time ago. The survivors will shoulder all the mistakes, regrets, dreams, and hopes, overcome all the obstacles, overcome the waves, and never look back. There's no need to worry about us. We will defeat you. We will defeat the Great Purge Agreement. We will defeat the Fast Collapse. We will defeat the Supreme Lord Singularity. We will defeat the Eternal Devourer and everything that stands in our way. Even if one day we fail and are destroyed, it won't be a big deal. Nothing can live forever. We are not the least interested in being a turtle that hides itself forever. We only hope that someday in the future, the last drop of blood of the last warrior of the great civilization can be shed on the path of glory leading to the end of the universe. Because this is our destiny. This is Cultivators. This is mankind. Liao's every word was like a hot shooting star that had been tossed into the depths of the ocean. When he roared the loudest, every raindrop in the ocean and the sky was on fire. The flood tide was rendered speechless by his words. The computational ability of billions of stars had all turned into garbage. Is it really necessary? Standing below his feet, all the awakened cultivators on the ark, including Zhang Daniu, felt that they were ants. The sound and electricity are too much. As if he had heard Zhang Daniu's shout, Liao smiled and extended an invitation to him. Come on, Master Niu. A war is not something that I can fight alone. The fate of all mankind will be decided by all mankind. Join me and fight side by side. I can do it too? Pointing at himself, Zhang Daniu stammered. I haven't finished 40,000 years of cultivation. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to argue with you about the specific theories and formulas. Just tell me the conclusion. Listen carefully. Liao said, according to the secret that I dug out from the core of the flood tide, which is the will of the earth, when I almost melded with it, there are only two outcomes of our battle. If we win, all the parallel universes that are sealed by it, or at least parallel Earths, will be freed. In other words, countless Earths with subtle differences might appear out of nowhere in an unbelievable way. There might be another Zhang Daniu in another parallel Earth. Remember, you must remember that emotions, wills, and dreams that are strong enough can break the most solid barrier between parallel universes and cause subtle disturbances to the other side of the universe. In other words, as long as your obsession is strong enough, you will always want to stimulate all your brain cells to think hard and transmit your love and obsession for 40,000 years of cultivators. Then, one of the countless parallel planets where you live will receive your obsession and finish 40,000 years of cultivators for you. Is that so? Zhang Daniu was stunned as he listened. I don't understand. There's such a thing. Of course, the so-called parallel universe is a place where everything is possible. As long as your obsession is strong enough, or even your own strength, it is enough to split the universe and create new possibilities. Liao said, you must remember your dream and destiny. If we win the battle, you will certainly finish 40,000 years of cultivation in a certain parallel Earth that has been liberated in the future. Then what if we fail? Zhang Daniu became nervous. He looked at the silver-white giant on the horizon that had also expanded to an indomitable height and had even swallowed half of the sky. Hong Chao flew into a rage out of humiliation and completely tore off his calm and collected facade. It was as if he was a hybrid of a giant vortex that devoured everything and a mutated octopus. If we fail, Liao smiled and handed over the heavy burden. All the more reason for you to remember everything that happened in front of your eyes. Turn all the sounds and pictures that you've observed into the most intense obsessions, including the most noble, the most despicable, the most heroic, and the most melodramatic. Listen to my every word. Believe it or not, if we fail, time will be reversed and everything will be restarted. No, it won't be as simple as a few decades. Billions of years will be reset to the starting point of the timeline, the original origin planet, and everything in front of you, the entire world that you cherish, all the feelings and dreams of the people living in the world, hope and desperation, flesh and blood, and free will all be obliterated. However, I still don't believe that the so-called reversal of time can erase everything. At the very least, I believe that the noblest will of mankind, the strongest obsession, is enough to resist the scourge of the flood tide. Therefore, as long as your obsession is strong enough, even if time goes back billions of years, everything will return to the state of the origin Earth. Maybe, under the influence of your obsession, anew you will write 40,000 years of cultivation. If that is the case, you must seize the opportunity to finish 40,000 years of cultivation. You must write down everything that happened today and tell it to the people after the timeline reset. Let them know the schemes of the flood tide. Let them know all the glory and dreams. And let them know that they are not as simple as ordinary hairless monkeys on an ordinary planet. We can be the center of the universe, the observers. We are the one and only, the strongest fighting species in the sea of stars. We are the masters of the stars. We are the adventurers of the multiverse and the multiverse. We are the challengers and the winners. As long as they are bold enough to dream, to fight, to risk everything for the slim hope, to ignite the impulse in the deepest part of their soul, to release the most brilliant fire of life in a moment, anything is possible. This is your destiny. The odds of victory and failure are 50-50. If we fail, we might have to rely on you to make a comeback. Remember, Master Nyo. I seem to have remembered it. With a determined look on his face, Zhang Daniu nodded his head slowly. Pondering for a moment, he suddenly said, I've thought about it for a while. Maybe that's what it means. Because of the existence of countless parallel universes, every parallel universe has subtle changes. Theoretically speaking, there are countless versions of me who are not very different from each other, and countless versions of me are interfering with each other based on our obsessions. As long as my obsessions are strong enough in this place, I can influence the other me in the other universe and make him do things that I can't finish and can't do even if he wants to. Yes, Liao said excitedly. Master Nyo, your understanding is correct. So, try to accumulate your obsession. As long as we win, you will certainly finish 40,000 years of cultivation in a parallel universe. Who cares about that? Zhang Daniu waved his hands and legs in excitement. Who cares whether is the ending or the ending? It doesn't matter. In any case, what you're trying to say is that as long as I think hard and use all my strength, I think that in a certain parallel universe, I will be able to create a very popular, and very profitable web novel. I don't need to care about anything else. In any case, if it's popular, will I really be able to write it? Then, I will be able to make a fortune every day. Beautiful women. Li Yao was dazed for a long time before he replied. Theoretically speaking, everything is possible in the endless universe and hope. It's not like such a thing has never happened, is it? Roger that. Endless aura burst out of Zhang Daniu's body. His voice was even thicker than before. Then let's fight. Let's show the damn tide the strength of mankind. Take it. It is my strongest belief. Zhang Daniu raised his hands and sent his endless determination to Li Yao. Not just him, all the other awakeners, as well as the visitors from the outside world, heard the conversation between Li Yao and him and resonated with Li Yao. In the intense soul reverberation, the wrinkles of time outside of the reincarnation prison finally collapsed. This is... All the heroes on Earth saw an unbelievable scene at the same time. The sky seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. They were directly exposed to the dazzling sea of stars. In the meantime, the memories of countless generations, including the glory and dreams that shook the universe and roared in the sea of stars before he was dragged into the reincarnation prison, were awakened. As it turns out, the martyred spirits looked at each other in bewilderment. They clenched their fists and smiled. We've been sleeping for too long. It's time to stand up and decide our own fate. With the endless sea of stars as the battlefield, countless parallel Earths that had been sealed surrounded the tides and the resistors like brilliant pearls. The sun, the moon, and the stars were all eclipsed by the raging flames. Billions of kilometers of electric arcs and flames divided the dark vacuum into interconnected chessboards, or rather, rings where all bets were placed. Centered around Li Yao's super soldier dream chaser, billions of heroes gathered and confronted the tide that seemed to occupy half the universe not far away coldly. In the dreamlike battlefield of the universe, Li Yao raised his saber named Hope and took the first step toward the flood. I suddenly realized something. Li Yao stared at the tide and said, one word after another. You've been hoping and even guiding this battle, haven't you? Your time reversal array lacks the last bit of energy. Only the ultimate confrontation between us can trigger enough energy to complete your evil and idiotic plan. That's right. The tide turned into a silver monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. It bared its sharp teeth at the resistors. You finally understand that everything is under my control. You have no chance at all. Li Yao smiled and raised his saber even higher. Do you know that I've met a lot of opponents who boasted that they had everything under their control? But in the end, they all failed. I'm afraid that it was not a coincidence but inevitable. In this world, Li Yao said coldly, change is the only constant. The only things that can be controlled are the dead. The will and soul of human beings will never be enslaved, controlled, or manipulated. Those who are confident that they can control everything will often destroy themselves because of loss of control. I am different from them. I am no longer a human being. I am the universe itself. The tide replied, I control almost infinite quantum energy. With a wave of my hand, I can release countless parallel cosmic fission chain reactions. According to my precise calculation, I have a 99.9999% winning rate in the sea of the multiverse. Your winning rate is only 1/billionth. No, not 1/billionth, but 50%. Do you remember Schrodinger's cat? Dead or alive, it is always 50%. Li Yao smiled confidently. He took the third step, as if he had crossed several galaxies with one step and turned countless planets into dust below his feet. I even think that our odds of winning are much higher than 50%. I should say that we are definitely going to win, and you only have a 1 in a billion chance. Do you know why? Because from the moment you choose to go back in time, you have lost the courage to face the future. When you encounter an enemy that is slightly more difficult to deal with, you will be used to thinking whether or not you can cut off the connection and run away so that you can start all over again. How can you become a real expert if you are so shameless that you are always regretting your decision? Therefore, your failure has been decided. Of course, you are not a human being. but you are definitely not a quasi-god civilization. After all, you are just a cowardly turtle. Bastards like you are not qualified to be our enemies. Just stick your head out and accept your death. Don't hinder us from marching into an unknown universe. You lowly cockroach. Flood Tide burst into fury and gnashed his teeth. But faced with Liao's mockery, it could not come up with a rebuttal and could only repeat, "You have no idea?" Before it finished, Liao had already taken the last step. The saber that pierced through the sea of stars was held high, too. The bright blade reflected the brilliance of billions of stars. It was more like the most brilliant will and the most touching hope of billions of heroic spirits. Liao knew. He was well aware of the mistakes and detours that human civilization had made. The formidability of the flood tide, the coldness of the great purging agreement, the desperation of the quick collapse, the cunningness of Lord Singularity, and the craziness of the eternal devouring beast. He had learned a thing or two from the information that the flood tide had just sent over. Even if he could not calculate it, he could at least imagine it. How difficult the road ahead was, how dark the distance was, how much blood was needed to forge the glory, and how many sacrifices were needed to flatten the thorns. He knew all of them. However, there was no turning back now. The river of time was endless. They could only march forward with their swords and never return. He bid farewell to the past and ignored the future for now. Now was the moment. Behind him were his loyal friends and billions of compatriots who were waving their sabers, swords, and fists to the maximum just like him. In front of him was the deep universe, the stars that contained endless danger and hope. The tide between him and the stars was like an insignificant pebble. The saber in his hand was as hot as the beating heart deep inside his chest. Therefore, Vulture Liao faced the flood directly and slashed out, letting out a final roar. "Bring it on, universe!" Today was the day of the bonus. The style may be different from the main story. Please understand and prepare yourselves, brothers and sisters. The length is relatively long. I hope everyone likes it. If a friend is willing to write their own story under the framework of the 4 universities of cultivation, they can also fill in some of the details. Please let go of yourself and do whatever you want. As long as you are willing, Old Cow can also post it and everyone can share it together. Alright, let's cut the nonsense and start a new journey. Billions of years ago on the origin planet, the End Era. A war. The war almost changed everything. But it could not change who started the war. The city was like a rotten corpse. The broken walls were like its broken bones. The broken roads were twisted veins and nerves. The walking dead that might or might not have been dead were the maggots that lived on the dead bodies of the city. The boy felt that the rusted chains were deeply embedded in his ankles. Together with the upside-down and upside-down situation, he could barely feel his feet. But his brain was expanding so much that his bloodshot eyes were about to explode. Through the interconnecting blood streaks, he could see that the sunlight was struggling in the thick clouds, overflowing the lackluster colors of the decaying bodies. The skyscrapers in the city that had not collapsed yet constituted a raging skyline, which made him realize why the city was named Tombstone Town. Cities were tombs. They were the souls of the dead living in the tombs. Or according to the natives, they were demons. His line of sight continued to fall. The twisted buildings that had yet to collapse had long been piled up into fortresses by the armor. One after another, deformed faces emerged from the pitch-black shooting holes, watching with great interest as those people butchered him. Further down were coldly shining spears on which all kinds of skulls and body parts had been stabbed. There were the most common double-headed bulls and mutated boars, as well as the expensive delicious food, such as the Heaven's Feet snake and the terror chicken. The boy even saw a hand hanging on an iron hook, placed in the middle by various kinds of meat. It was a pitch-black hand that did not seem to have much flesh, much less much appetite. But hands were hands after all. Both Tombstone Town and the people of the furious blood wasteland believed that the meat contained special energy that could help them resist radiation, increase their strength, and bring them good luck. Therefore, it was the most in-demand item in the meat market. Very few cooked meat could be delivered to the meat market. Usually, the meat would be divided among the zombies, mobs, or demons. The boy's hands were fair and tender, like tofu or alfalfa. They even looked like the hands of an underground person. This was a heaven-sent good luck or bad luck. To avoid trouble, he usually covered his hands with dirty bandages and gloves. But right now, his hands had been exposed to countless greedy and sordid eyes. Some of them were even drooling. The boy felt sick. He wanted to throw up, but unfortunately, he had been beaten into a corner. The boy's eyes continued to fall. This time, he saw the butcher, who was as strong as a mountain of meat, grinding the meat cleaver with a smile. When the cleaver was done, he even stuck out his half-meter long tongue to test the sharpness. When the butcher discovered that the boy was looking at him, the smile on his face intensified. He even winked at the boy and made a face. The boy retched again. His eyes fell to the ground. The ground of Tombstone or any other town in this world was always the same. It was thick, stinky, and seemed to be piled up by a thick layer of humus. Suspicious wastewater and stains were everywhere. Occasionally, when the sunlight tore apart the clouds and dust and poured them to the ground like magma, the earth would be immediately set on fire, and colorful venomous fog would be raised. Once they were exposed to the venomous fog, even the soldiers or the bandits who had undergone genetic modification would feel dizzy, lose their functions, and even die on the spot. However, the mice and cockroaches continued to survive in this rotten world. They were like fish in water, reproducing in large numbers and showing signs of replacing human beings. The boy saw a fat, big mouse crawling out of the sticky, dark gutter and crawling towards a piece of meat that had accidentally fallen to the ground. It was very vigilant. Knowing that the crazily excited giants nearby were creatures even more cruel and cunning than itself, it hesitated for a long time to make sure that nobody was paying attention to it before it lunged at the minced meat like a lightning. Then, with a swoosh, a fishing line that was as thin as hair and controlled by a spring tied up one of its legs and tossed it into the air. Then, the butcher rolled it up with his tongue and slapped it on the chopping board. The butcher had finished sharpening his butcher's knife. He could use this bastard to test his knife. His seemingly clumsy pair of hands sprayed out a sheet of white light. In a short amount of time, he had peeled off the skin of this fat and large mouse and hung it on an iron hook. At this time, the mouse was still not completely dead. Its tail was twitching, and its pair of lackluster eyes met with the boy's. Poor animals. The boy thought to himself, there is no such thing as an unintentional drop in the world. Then he smiled bitterly in his heart. Wasn't his experience exactly the same as the skinning mouse's? As the appetizer before the main course, the skinned mouse was soon bought by someone at the price of 5 scrap cell phones. Mouse meat was one of the few fresh meat that the devil race could eat nowadays, not to mention that they were being skinned alive on the spot. The price was indeed not high. The customer held the meat in his hands and beamed with joy. He started gnawing on the meat on the spot with cracking sounds, which even made the customer salivate. Perhaps it was also for the purpose of advertising and telling everyone that the delicious meat had arrived. That was why they were selling the living skinning mice at such a cheap price. Boss, it's time to cut the meat. Hurry up. I can't wait any longer. Such good meat is worth any price. Tell me, how much are you selling it for? The boy heard the howls of the devils. He saw faces that were either rotten, swollen, covered in leeches, or had 3 to 5 eyes that had undergone genetic mutations because of radiation. Cruelness and greed were written all over their faces. The butcher picked up the boy and threw him to the chopping board where the skinning mice had been skinned. The butcher stuck out his tongue and licked Liao's face, spraying hot streams of gastric acid at him. He chuckled and said, "Don't move. It doesn't hurt. Uncle's skills are very good. I guarantee that the blood will be drained clean." The boy didn't move. He did not cry. Like everyone else in this era, his tears had dried up the moment he was born. He had long forgotten the feeling of crying. The butcher patted his face with the snow-white butcher knife, patted his chest, and shouted to the impatient customers, "Come on! Come on! Top-grade meat! Top-grade meat! Look at this face! Look at this pair of hands! No horns! No leeches! No rot! No cysts. Not even a trace of mutation. This meat is even more delicious than the meat of the underground world. The delicious meat is so delicious that even the gods can't stand on their feet. One piece of such delicious meat is enough to cure all kinds of diseases. You can even enter and exit the third-degree radiation zone freely. Come on, bid. Nice meat. Nice meat that is fair and tender. The boy saw that more and more people were gathering in the meat market. More than half of the devils in Tombstone Town were crowding close. The sounds of their saliva congregated into an ocean of acid. The dirty eyes were emitting dirty brilliance, but they scared him even more than the butcher's knife did. He closed his eyes and asked his brother for help. "Brother, save me," the boy said. "Don't be scared, little Lou. Don't be scared." The older brother said, "Tell this butcher that you absolutely won't run away. You're so small and there are so many people here. It's impossible for you to run away. So, can he let go of the chains on your feet? This way your blood will flow faster, and the clotted blood won't remain in your feet. It's also more delicious. You can call him Uncle. Your feet can be sold at a higher price. He will definitely agree. Then you have to listen carefully. This brother won't say these words a second time. Then this brother will kill everyone in the meat market. This will buy you approximately 5 to 10 minutes of time. You need to immediately find a military backpack. Do you see the camouflage baldy over there? Use his backpack to fill the meat in the meat market. Then, take the third hair-streaked shotgun on the right and the fifth three-eyed handgun. Remember, don't forget the bullets. Run to the left. Run to the Old John's Car Company and get a modified car that is suitable for long-distance running in the desert. The day before yesterday, the nigger gang happened to have a very good one. It was modified at Old John's place. Today, it should have been modified. Hopefully, it hasn't been transported away yet. All of this needs to be done in 10 minutes, no 7 minutes. Otherwise, the remaining half of the people in Tombstone Town will catch up. Do you understand? I understand. The boy nodded silently and stammered. But I don't know how to drive. What should I do? It doesn't matter. It's very simple. Haven't we seen it several times at Old John's place? I should be able to, his brother said. But killing everyone here will consume too much of my strength. I might be able to. Anyway, I'll drive the shuttle in the beginning, but you must learn it quickly. You'll have to walk on your own later. What? The boy was shocked. He felt that he had missed a step and had no one to rely on. He was even more scared than when he was tied up and sent to the chopping block. Brother, what are you talking about? We were together when we were born. Don't leave me. I can't do it alone. You can do it. In fact, you always can. Your potential is far higher than mine, but you haven't discovered it yet. His brother said, Anyway, don't think too much about it. Just beg the butcher to let go of your feet first. Remember, speak in a pitiful and helpless tone. Right now, your pity is our greatest weapon. The boy swallowed hard and looked at the butcher pitifully. At this moment, the butcher had already raised his butcher's knife high. There was no telling whether he was showing off his saber art or he was really going to chop off the butcher's knife. The boy's mind went blank. His throat seemed to be blocked by frozen blood. He could not utter a single word. Speak, quickly speak, his brother said. Fragrant meat. Excellent meat. It's a fair price, the butcher said. Hurry up and do it. What are you dragging your feet for? Chip, bullets, gasoline, engines, body armor, sniper rifles, and even armored vehicles. Just tell me what price you want. I can afford it, the customers who looked neither human nor ghost said. Hee 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 hee. Ha 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 ha. The wind that entangled Tombstone Town savaged the entire wasteland and was mixed with radiation dust and a rotten smell. The boy stammered. His voice was hoarse. He could not hear what he was saying at all amid the hysterical screams of the customers. However, another high-pitched, viper-like voice was 100 times louder than his. It was like a bucket of cold water that had been poured on a heated meat market. The boy saw that a very damp hand had grabbed the butcher's knife, which was about to fall, and the butcher's posterity bag, which made his face extremely ugly. It was ugly if not terrifying. Then, the boy heard the owner of the damp hands say lazily in an even wetter voice, "This is my sheep. Who says I'm selling it?" The heated meat market was immediately frozen. The customers who were drooling just now seemed to have a lump of wet hair stuck in their throat. They could not utter a single sound. The boy managed to turn his face and saw a very wet man. Ignoring the cobra-like lumps on his forehead, the man was actually quite decent, but his sweat glands seemed to be affected by radiation. Yellow sweat was flowing out all the time. Illuminated by the lackluster sunlight, it looked like a layer of brown scales. "Snake, Master Snake?" The butcher, who had been so confident a moment ago, was now at a loss and stammering as he explained, I didn't know that you weren't planning to sell it. This sheep was brought by fourth brother." He said, "Yes, Master Snake." The boy looked at the muscular man who had just tied him up. The muscular man bowed in front of Master Snake and said with a flattering smile, "This kid cheated in our casino for 3 days in a row. Today he was caught red-handed. According to the rules, he has to compensate for his losses. Check his pockets. He doesn't have a single bullet. His chips were all stolen. His body of good meat is worth some money. So, oh," Master Snake smiled. "Why didn't you tell me?" Fourth brother's face suddenly turned paler than that of a butcher's. His legs were shivering, and his voice was even more twisted. This old man has been busy making deals with the Black Ghost gang over the past few days. I thought that I shouldn't bother." "Shoo!" Master Snake put one of his long, thin fingers on his thin lips and blew at fourth brother. He smiled and said, "Fourth brother, what does Master Snake hate most? An excuse." Fourth brother swallowed hard and said in a shivering voice, "I hate excuses the most." "Very good." Master Snake stopped looking at him. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at the butcher with half of his cold eyes, while the other half was distributed to all the customers. He said casually, "Let me repeat myself. This sheep is not for sale. Is there a problem?" "Nothing." Everyone in Tombstone Town knew that there were two things that Master Snake, the big boss of the Heavenly Wolf gambling den, hated the most: excuses and questions. "Master Snake, can you please bring this sheep back? I really don't know." With a crying face, the butcher said, "I'll offer you another 50 pounds of double-headed beef. Don't feel that it's too little. Recently, the acid rain outside has been too fierce, and the meat is not easy to handle." "No need. Those who don't know are not guilty. It's not your fault." Master Snake smiled. He grabbed the boy's ankle with one hand and picked him up, as if he were a newborn lamb. "What happened today was the fault of the staff of the casino. We delayed your business for half a day. Take 50 chips from the casino tonight as a gift from me." "Thank you, Master Snake. Thank you, thank you." The butcher's eyes were beaming with joy when he heard cash. His face was shivering, and he was drooling like the other customers. "Don't thank me. You should thank Justice," Master Snake said. "Everybody in Tombstone Town and the Furious Blood Wasteland knows that Justice is my favorite." Having said this, the Snake Lord carried the boy upside down and walked out as if there was no one else. The crowd was like a divided tide as they made way for them one after another. Although many of them were making cuckoo sounds from their throats as they looked at the boy with bloodshot eyes, no one dared to say a single no. However, there were always exceptions. "Hey, it's rare to find such a good sheep. We've been waiting for such a long time, and you are not letting us cut any meat at all. The way that Tombstone Town does things is too unreasonable." Bam! A muscular man wearing a level 3 armor with tattoos all over his face blocked in front of Uncle Snake. He threw a thick canvas backpack on the ground. It was heavy inside, filled with wrecked cars and steel springs and freshly sharpened blades. Spring steel was the best raw material for sabers, especially the spring steel of heavy trucks. Together with the Zamadeo, which had advanced by leaps and bounds after the nuclear war, the combination of hardness and softness could really cut most of the plate armor in half. Therefore, it was a hard currency in the desert just like bullets. "I have plenty of money. The muscular man with tattoos all over his face stared at the boy's hand and licked his lips. His life is mine. I only want one of his hands. Master Snake looked at the muscular man. The muscular man looked at Master Snake impudently. His two companions behind him also tightened their backpacks that were filled with spring steel and gripped their sabers and pistols. You are the iron merchants of Steel Flower City. Master Snake laughed. The scrap iron gang, right? That's right. The tattooed man was quite satisfied. The materials of the scrap metal gang can be used to forge the fastest saber in the furious blood wasteland. Oh, Master Snake nodded. You want hands? I want to, the tattooed man said stubbornly. We have money. We've been living in the desert for half a month. Today, we are going to eat a hand. Understood. Without looking back, Master Snake said, Fourth brother, give me the dagger. Let the friends from Iron Flower City know the hospitality of Tombstone Town. Yes, Master Snake. Fourth brother didn't know what Master Snake was up to, but he reacted quickly because of his guilt and fear. His hands touched a delicate dagger that was wrapped in the skin of a calf. Nobody saw what happened next. Nobody expected it. Shwa, shwa, chi. After 3 sounds that were even softer than the rustling of willow leaves, the scorpion shell saber on the tattooed man's waist was empty. The fourth brother's left hand flew high into the air, only to be pierced through by a sharp and swift saber in the palm of his hand, which was firmly held by Master Snake. Everyone's face turned extremely ugly. The tattooed man looked at the empty sheath on his waist, his face ashen. The scrap iron helped him forge his own saber. If he could forge the fastest saber in the furious blood wasteland, he would naturally be able to wield the saber at the fastest speed. But his saber was in the hands of Master Snake, and he didn't see what was going on at all. Fourth brother was even more dumbfounded as he stared at his left arm, which had been cut off at the wrist. He was drenched in sweat and did not dare to utter a single word. Now that Master Snake was going to chop off his hand, he was even guilty of spurting blood. Please. Slowly, slowly, Master Snake handed over his opponent's saber and fourth brother's left hand. Your hand. The tattooed man's lips moved. Like his fourth brother, sweat appeared on his forehead. He glanced at the boy who was still being carried by Master Snake and did not say anything. I know that you want to eat the lamb's hand because the meat of this hand is too old. But let me tell you something. The owner of this hand used to be the best watcher of the Heavenly Wolf Gambling Denver. His hand was soaked in medicine every day and warmed up countless times. Every piece of meat is alive and not old at all. It is also chewy and delicious. Looking at the tattooed man, Master Snake almost stabbed the tip of his saber into the man's nose. Justice. Master Snake is absolutely just when doing things. Thank you. The tattooed man looked at the shining tip of the saber and said dejectedly, Thank you, Master Snake. Then we will take this hand. How much? How much? 50 springs of steel. Master Snake said. What? The tattooed man's eyes went wide. Master Snake, it's not that we can't afford it, but do you know how many blades can be forged from 50 springs? Do you know how many hands can be chopped off? Let's talk about the price. All right, 100 springs. Master Snake said. This. The tattooed man was trembling. Master Snake, our scrap metal gang. 200 springs. Master Snake smiled. This is my last offer. But not 1 hand. 7 hands. 7 hands. 200 pieces of spring steel. A fair price. While laughing, Master Snake observed the hands of the tattooed man and his 2 companions. The 3 scrap iron gang members each had 2 hands, which added up to 6. 6 hands of the scrap metal gang and 1 of fourth brother were exactly 7 hands. The tattooed man understood. Looking at Master Snake, looking at the saber in his hand and the hand on the saber, and looking at the malicious eyes around him, he gritted his teeth and managed to say, All right, deal. But there are only 50 of them here. The rest of the stock is in the warehouse of the gang. It's all right. I believe you, Master Snake said. Those who like to eat hands have very good taste. Those who have good taste will never have a bad reputation. We are all good friends. Tombstone Town welcomes all the distinguished guests. If you have time tonight, why don't you go to the Heavenly Wolf Casino and have a seat? Each person will have 100 chips. Master Snake will give it to you for free. If you are lucky, you might be able to win back 200 spring steel overnight. The eyes of the 3 members of the scrap metal gang lit up just like the butcher's. Rest assured, nobody dares to play any tricks in the serious gambling den. Master Snake shook the boy in his hand. Unless he wants to become meat on a chopping block. Understood. The tattooed man said somewhat remorsefully. Master Snake's justice is well known even in Iron Flower City. Master Snake smiled. He kicked the spring steel on the ground and shouted, "Butcher, come here. Let's see how much steel we have here. We'll trade it for meat and share it with everybody here. Consider it compensation for your loss. Come to the casino after you're done eating. Put 10 chips on Master Snake's tab." Everyone inside and outside of the meat market immediately burst into cheers. The boy was carried by Master Snake and left the meat market. The whole world was upside down. The lead clouds and the purple sun seemed to have turned into a staggering ocean, and the stinky, thick earth turned into a dark sky. They passed by Old John's car, which was adding plate armor and collision thorns to the off-road vehicles. Passed by the tent where the underground fighting was taking place. Passed by the saber shop of the Black Ghost Gang, which was emitting ear-splitting noises all day long, and passed by the workshop where dozens of pots of oil and grease were being cooked. There were people with abscesses, people with lumps, people with scales and sharp claws, people in bloody clothes, people who were strutting in armor and carrying shotguns, and people whose hair was disheveled were asking the deities to possess them. In the end, the boy was captured and dragged back to the starting point of the meat market, the Heaven Wolves Casino. The boy was already scared to the point that his head was dizzy from being carried upside down. He was simply unable to think. When he gradually recovered, he discovered that he had been brought to a room in the deepest part of the casino that he had never seen before. Crack! Master Snake locked the door. They were alone in the room. The only ventilation window had been welded shut by iron bars. There was also a cabinet, a TV, and a bed. The bed was large and comfortable. The boy was thrown onto the bed by Master Snake. Although he was not fully awake yet, he could not help but want to scream. This was a bed that he had never slept on before. It was as fluffy and soft as a cloud, but it was so extravagant that countless springs had been stuffed into the mattress. It was much more comfortable than a weed nest, but the boy's heart seemed to have hit rock bottom. He was not happy at all. In this world, there were no unintentional pieces of meat. Every piece of meat, every bargaining chip, and every drop of blood had a price. After being saved by Master Snake and sleeping on such a comfortable bed, what price would he have to pay? Although the boy was still a boy, the people of the desert were generally mature. He knew a lot of things and had seen a lot of animal-like people in the desert who were moaning like animals. And the expression in Master Snake's eyes when he looked at Liao was like that of a beast. No, it was even lower than that of a beast. A viper. The boy thought of the skinning mouse again. He felt that his skin had been peeled off by Master Snake's gaze, too. His skin had been peeled off, revealing his fresh and tender flesh. Thankfully, he had his brother. Don't be scared, little Lou. More than half of Tombstone Town has gone to the meat market to share the meat. We can escape, his brother said. As long as I can kill him. You can't kill him, the boy cried in his heart. He is very strong. His brain must be very solid, too. My brother will be hurt. I have to kill him. The elder brother said. Rest assured, no matter how awesome the big boss of the Heavenly Wolf gambling den is, he can't be more awesome than all the people in the meat market combined. I can do it. I must. The boy wanted to say something, but Master Snake had already walked over and placed his hands on the edge of the bed. The cobra-like sarcoma on his forehead shrank and stood straight, emitting hot steam. They all call you Little White Hand. Narrowing his eyes, Master Snake observed the boy's hands carefully. As I expected, they are fair, translucent, and as clear as jade. They are even more delicate than a girl's hands, with a bit more tenacity. They are a pair of good hands. The boy summoned his courage and stammered, I am Bai Xiaolu. Bai Xiaolu? That's a good name too. Lu is an elf in the forest, and you are like an elf in Tombstone Town. How strange. How come I've never seen you before? Master Snake smiled. It's a pity that deer are too fragile. There is no room for survival in the new world after the nuclear war unless you are protected by the strong. He wanted to grab Bai Xiaolu's hand. Bai Xiaolu subconsciously dodged and curled up on the corner of the bed. There was no way out. Master Snake was in no hurry. He smiled and turned on the TV remotely. The screen was playing the picture of Bai Xiaolu's cheating in the serious gambling den over the past few days. The evidence was undeniable. Other people say that your hands are so fast that they seem to be invisible. That's why they call you Small White Hand. But a long time ago, Small White Hand had another meaning, which was thief, pickpocket, and thief. Master Snake sighed and said regrettably, "You are a beautiful woman, but what can you do as a thief? No matter how small your hand is, no matter how fast your hand is, no matter how tender and slippery your hand is, you shouldn't be stealing cards to exchange for cards in my casino." Everyone in the furious blood wasteland knows that Master Snake's casino in Tombstone Town is the most just. You cheated here, smashed my signboard, and even caused my best subordinate to lose a hand. What do you think I should do with you, little thing? I was wrong, Master Snake. Tears streaming down her face, Bai Xiaolu stammered, "Please spare me, Master Snake. I don't dare." "No!" His brother screamed in his heart. "Don't tell the venomous snake's sister that she is seriously ill and needs medical treatment. Nobody will pity us. He will only capture his sister to pay the debt and torture her with us. Honestly speaking, I should have left you in the meat market." Master Snake admired Bai Xiaolu's cheating on the TV and complimented, "However, your hands are too beautiful. So beautiful that they don't seem to belong to a mutated devil race. We devils are all more or less ugly. Few people are as immaculate as you. You are like a piece of delicate artwork. You are simply a gift from the heavens. There's no reason to let those animals ruin you, is there?" Bai Xiaolu did not know whether to nod or shake her head. She could only cry silently. "Don't cry. This is your home from now on. Master Snake will protect you. As long as you eat people, no one will dare to eat you." Master Snake said softly, "Do you know why I chopped off fourth brother's hand today?" Bai Xiaolu was dazed for a moment. Holding back her tears, she shook her head. "He acted first and reported later. He sent you to the meat market without my permission. But that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that he was too old. His hands were slower, and his eyes were dull. You managed to cheat 2 days in a row. It was not until the third day that you discovered that such a piece of trash was not qualified to be the eyes of the heavenly wolf gambling den." Master Snake said, "The new generation overtakes the old. Bai Xiaolu, your hands and eyes are both fast enough, and you are quite bold, too. It will be a shame if you end up dead in the desert. Just help me out in the casino, will you?" What else could Bai Xiaolu say? She could only nod and say, "Okay. Very good." Master Snake's smile was even more intense, and his eyes turned deeper and deeper. His eyes licked Bai Xiaolu's face and hands like two barbed tongues. "Do you know what is most important in a casino?" Bai Xiaolu shook her head, shivering. "Technology and trust." Master Snake said softly, "I can teach you the techniques slowly, but tell me, how can two strangers establish a foundation of trust in the shortest amount of time?" Bai Xiaolu was shaking harder and harder. She stammered, I don't know. It doesn't matter." Master Snake walked to the bed and extended his hand again. "You will know soon." Bai Xiaolu screamed and slapped Master Snake's hand away. She almost fell off the other side of the bed. Master Snake's eyes suddenly turned cold. Then it was as hot as fire. He opened the cabinet. A sour smell of blood came from inside. It was a whip that was covered in iron thorns and stained with blood that could not be washed away easily. Or maybe its owner never wanted to wash it, just like the other bloodstain machines in the closet. "It is called gentled." Stroking the whip, Master Snake said in fascination, "Believe me, you will definitely become best friends." Gentle was not gentle at all. One whip was enough to take away all of Bai Xiaolu's dignity. After 3 whips, his thin clothes were all torn apart, and he fell off the bed crying in pain. "Your voice is too ugly." Master Snake stepped on Simone's and walked over. He looked down at Bai Xiaolu, who was rolling on the ground, and smiled. "You must practice hard in the future." He waved his whip for the 4th time, but this time he was as agile as a viper. He tore off the ragged pieces on Bai Xiaolu's body and the broken bandages, revealing her thin and pale abdomen. Then Master Snake was stunned. It was as if an upright viper had been pinched by an invisible hand. He saw eyes. In the middle of Bai Xiaolu's abdomen, the liver region was covered in a layer of wrinkles. It was a pair of translucent eyes the size of pigeon eggs. As he had said just now, most of the devils in the desert were born with some abnormal mutations. But an eye in the middle of their abdomen that contained endless lightning was extremely rare. Not to mention, when he was staring at the eye was also staring at him. It even protruded out of Bai Xiaolu's abdomen, causing the skin around it to tighten and bulge. It was like, behind his eyes, a face and a brain were about to crawl out of Bai Xiaolu's body and swallow him. "Now is the time," his brother screamed. "Bear with it, Lu." Bai Xiaolu felt that her liver had been punched. No, a shotgun seemed to have been pressed against his abdomen and fired. He could not help but scream. Blood spurted out of his mouth and nose. But his heart was burning with hope, and he saw a way to escape. He knew that his brother had made his move. At this moment, the intensity of the pain he was suffering was the same as the pain the target's brain was suffering. This was his brother's ability. Sure enough, a bloody mist suddenly dispersed from the depths of Master Snake's eyes, and zigzagging blood flowed out from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. As if drunk, he threw away the whip and staggered to dance. It was a sign of serious brain damage. The big boss of the Heavenly Wolf gambling den was indeed impressive. In the past, when he was faced with the brutal bandits in the desert, they would spurt blood and die silently every time his brother launched an attack. But right now, he only had one target. His brother launched an attack, but he failed to kill him. Therefore, his brother activated it a 2nd time. Bai Xiaolu felt that her internal organs were burning. By the same logic, Master Snake's skull should be filled with the raging flames of brainwaves. Master Snake stared at Bai Xiaolu in a daze. It never occurred to him that this little deer would grow sharp antlers. He reached out to grab the boy, but Bai Xiaolu nimbly dodged him. Master Snake's retina and optic nerves had been burnt out. He had become blind and could not see him at all. Master Snake wanted to scream, but hot blood was spurting out of his throat. 2. He could not utter a single word. "Ah!" Bai Xiaolu went behind Uncle Snake and ruthlessly knocked him to the ground. She then pushed the cabinet that was filled with various kinds of equipment to him. Master Snake did not resist. His struggling became weaker and weaker. The blood and brain matter flowing out of his head congregated into a thick stain. "I made it." Bai Xiaolu was both in pain and laughing. But before he could react, Master Snake grabbed his ankle as if his nerves were cramping. "Ah!" Bai Xiaolu screamed. She almost fell next to Master Snake. Master Snake grabbed Liao's ankle with one hand, while his other hand instinctively pulled out the pistol from his boot and fired a random shot. His last shot was not accurate enough to hit Bai Xiaolu, but the gunshots reached the outside and attracted the attention of the casino. Bam, bam, bam. Knocking on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The door was smashed. Boom, boom, boom. The door was slammed open. In Master Snake's secret chamber, screams were not unusual, but there was definitely something wrong with the gunshots. "Master Snake? Master Snake!" The people outside were banging the door and shouting. "Run!" His brother shouted. "Run! Run!" Bai Xiaolu lunged at the window, but her ankle was still clutched by Master Snake. The big boss of the Heavenly Wolf gambling den was not dead yet. He stared at the boy with his dirty red eyes, with saliva mixed with blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He was laughing and shouting in the end. "Ah!" Bai Xiaolu was terrified to the extreme. Ruthlessness flashed on her face. She somehow summoned her courage and bent down to snatch Master Snake's pistol, stuffing it into his mouth and pulling the trigger. The boy finished all the bullets in the magazine in one breath. His fingers were still twitching. "Enough, little Lou. Enough!" his brother shouted. "He is dead. Run!" Master Snake finally let go. His head with the sarcomas completely disappeared in the scorching smoke. "Master Snake! Fuck! Master Snake!" The banging became louder and louder. The door frame was rattling nonstop. Bai Xiaolu took off Master Snake's coat and put it on, covering her brother's eyes. Then she rushed to the window and shook the bars hard. Naturally, she couldn't tear it apart. "Let me," his brother said solemnly. "No. You've already activated it twice. You will die if you use your ability again." Bai Xiaolu screamed and cried. "I'm going to die anyway." "Step aside, Lu," his brother said. Then it was the third activation. This time, even Bai Xiaolu's nerve endings could clearly feel her brother's excruciating pain. He wanted to dig out his brother's brain from his stomach and throw it into a frying pan. But his brother held back the excruciating pain and twisted and tore off 2 iron bars inch by inch, leaving a tiny hole. When Bai Xiaolu pushed her way out, the door of the room was knocked open. The spectators of the casino were all muscular men. Nobody could crawl out of such a small hole like Bai Xiaolu. "Master Snake! Boss! Don't let that kid get away!" Bam! Bam! Bam 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 bam! Bai Xiaolu rolled to a shabby alley behind the Heavenly Wolf gambling Denver. Her face was swollen, and her bones were aching, but she did not stop and simply ran away. The bullets rushed past him and even scratched his shoulder and his cheek. He rolled and crawled as he tried to escape, but in the end he was small in size and weak in strength. He had just been whipped 3 times by Master Snake, and his brother had used it 3 times. He had used up too much energy. Gradually, he felt that his legs were like lead, and his chest was like a burning bellows. His vision gradually blurred. "Little bastard is there. Don't run. Capture him. What are you looking at? Capture him now. The Heavenly Wolf Casino will reward you handsomely. 500 chips. No, 1,000. Capture the kid and give him 1,000 chips." Roars came from behind him. The people in front of them who were enjoying the show suddenly turned into hungry animals. Bai Xiaolu was in a panic. The more she ran, the messier she became. She knocked over the witch doctor's medicine pot, knocked over the garbage on the roadside, and took off the cowhide and scorpion shell that were drying in the air. Having run into a dead end, she returned to the vicinity of the meat market. Boom! A stun grenade exploded near his temple. He felt that his head had been bashed by an iron hammer. He could not hold it any longer and fell off. Then he crashed into an iron tower, bounced back, and was stomped on again. His face could clearly feel the zigzagging patterns below the big scalp boots. But even his boots, which were made of steel plates, were not enough to resist the stink of the iron tower. The person who stepped on him was so stinky. Bai Xiaolu heard gasps, as if Master Snake had appeared not long ago. No, it was 10 times more terrifying. What followed was a series of da sounds, thin and dense, as if molten metal had turned into a torrential rain, raining down from the sky. Some of them were screaming, some were torn apart before they had the chance to scream, and some of them did not even have the courage or strength to scream. Bai Xiaolu's eyes were wide open as she witnessed an inconceivable scene. 20 to 30 spectators of the Heavenly Wolf gambling den who were chasing after her were caught in the storm of bullets. At most, they were wearing ordinary body armor and were completely unable to put up any resistance under the onslaught of the dense storm. In the blink of an eye, they were torn to shreds. Just like the others who were chasing after her for the bounty of 1,000 chips, they were mixed into a muddy road of blood. Who is so brutal? Bai Xiaolu was dumbfounded. Such a massacre in public? The intense gunfire did not die down until 10 seconds later. At least 100 people had been killed by the storm of bullets. Human lives were as insignificant as grass in the chaotic world. However, such harvesting was rarely seen in Tombstone Town. Boss Goldtooth is talking. Bai Xiaolu heard a voice speaking in dissatisfaction. Who told you to run and scream? Murder before interrogation. Judging from the complaints, the broken limbs and body parts lying on the ground did not seem right. Boss Gold Tooth. The name raised a storm in Bai Xiaolu's heart. There were many leaders, presidents, and bosses in the furious blood wasteland. But there was only one boss, and that was Gold Tooth Boss Barrett. The Heavenly Wolf Gambling Den, the Black Ghost Gang, the Scrap Metal Gang, and even the forces such as Tombstone Town or Iron Flower City were no match for the city gang of Barrett, the leader of the Gold Tooth Gang. They were like two-headed bulls versus three mutated lizards. The former could be riddled with holes with a single sneeze, just like what was happening right now. In the chaotic world, the king of guns was always the king of grass. It was said that the city bank had occupied a well-equipped military base. Not to mention ordinary firearms, there were even heavy armored vehicles and armed helicopters. Yellow bullets were everywhere. Naturally, they were the dominators of the furious blood wasteland. Maybe it was because her feet were a little unsteady, but the big boots on her face moved slightly and moved to the boy's chest. Bai Xiaolu was finally able to turn her head, and sure enough, she saw an awe-inspiring armored vehicle parked in the empty space at the center of the meat market. The wheels were still stained with blood. It was likely that it had just crashed into some unlucky bastards. The storm of bullets just now had been fired from the armored vehicle. White smoke was still spurting out of the muzzle and mixed with the dust, making it look like a hazy blood mist. Next to the armored vehicle were two rows of cold, murderous muscular demons. They were all standard stab-proof boots, knee pads and wrist guards, color-changing camouflage, level 3 armor with a bulletproof vest, smart helmet, tactical goggles, and wrist-type microcomputer combat system. On their chests and arms, the famous logo of City was pasted, as if they were serious. They were 100 times better than the gang of bandits in Tombstone Town. At first glance, they did look like regular soldiers from the underground. The only difference between them and the regular army was that they did not wear the emblem of Alliance or Contract on their helmets. Instead, they had painted 4 capital letters with a grease pen. Mega! It was their battle cry and their vow. Therefore, the city bank was also known as the MAGA Gang or the Maya Gang. Whenever the sound of MAGA echoed in the furious blood wasteland, the craziest bandits would inevitably shiver in fear. What is the city group doing in Tombstone? Bai Xiaolu's head was dizzy as she thought. They have a military base and are very rich. There is no need for them to plunder such a barren place like Tombstone Town. Boss, the mosquitoes have been killed. The people of Tombstone have been summoned. They are all waiting for your command. Bai Xiaolu saw that the man who had just spoken was bowing to the iron tower under his feet and offering a loudspeaker to her. Could it be that the person he had accidentally run into was the overlord and death god of the furious blood wasteland, the gold tooth boss, Barrett? Bai Xiaolu felt that she was about to be killed, but he was not willing to die in confusion. He somehow found the courage to look up. Through the lackluster sunlight, Bai Xiaolu first saw a pair of coldly shining gold teeth, then a beard that was ready for a fight, and then a face that was full of bumps and hollows and incomplete parts. All the missing parts had been filled with aluminum alloy or even rivets. The 2 eyeballs had been replaced by red heat-sensitive eyes. On the 2 sides of the temples, 2 exaggerated metal horns protruded out, full of unreasonable explosive power. Between the 2 horns, on the top of the aluminum skull, was a dirty red hat with 4 capital letters embroidered in gold threads. It was MAGA. So he is Barrett, the gold tooth boss. Bai Xiaolu thought, it stinks. He really stinks. The leader of the Gold Teeth Brotherhood sensed Bai Xiaolu's gaze. He lowered his head and looked at her. His eyes were squeaking, but he did not move his boots at all, as if he was treating Bai Xiaolu as a comfortable stepping stone. The underground took everything from us. Boss Gold Tooth took over the loudspeaker and roared at the entire Tombstone Town. The underground people initiated a thermonuclear war and took away the blue sky, the white clouds, the forest, and the wilderness, the prosperous cities and the peaceful villages, the fresh air and the clean water, and all the good days in the past. They took everything away from us. They hid themselves in the comfortable, luxurious, and clean underground cities, in the paradise-like shelters where they had everything. Fresh air and clean water, delicious steaks and cakes, banquet, ball, and women, beautiful women, clean women, normal women, women with two mouths, women who smelled delicious instead of like a pile of two-headed cow dung, women who had everything. What about us? Brothers of the furious blood wasteland, tell me, what do we have? Do we have fresh oxygen? Do we have clean water that is not affected by radiation? Do we have cakes? Do we have steaks? Do we have wine and dancing? Do we have women who look like women? Do we have the most basic dignity as human beings? Tell me. No, we don't. We don't. We don't have any fucking thing. In the eyes of the people who started the war, we are not even human beings. We are just bizarre-shaped, inhuman, disgusting animals. We are zombies, animals, garbage, demons, or even nothing at all. We are a zero, an annoying natural phenomenon, mice and cockroaches that cannot be exterminated but must be. Haven't you had enough of such a life? Do you want to gnaw on a stone for the rest of your life and rot like a pig because of the radiation? If you are not willing to live such a life anymore, not only will Boss Goldtooth not give you a chance, there is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity right now where an unguarded underground city is waiting for us. Fine wine, delicious food, clean air, water, and women, and even the med bay for radiation treatment are all waiting for us. Tell me, do you have the courage to fight for what belongs to us together with Boss Goldtooth? None of the people who had survived 10 years of nuclear clouds, acid rain, mutant beasts, radiation diseases, and brutal cannibalism were idiots. Everybody knew that there were two worlds above the ground and below the ground. The nobles and magnates who initiated the nuclear war, after turning the surface of the earth into a wasteland, hid themselves in the underground metropolises with all the wealth that they had exploited and looted. There they enjoyed life. There was luxury and prosperity. There were even rivers and willow trees. As Boss Goldtooth had said, everything was available. It was a paradise below the ground. The descendants of the civilians, on the other hand, suffered from radiation, corrosion, and internal strife in the desert. They were called demons and lived in hell under the scorching sun, crushing an underground metropolis, plundering its wealth, slaughtering the women who caused the nuclear war, and even burning the underground metropolis to the ground without doing anything to drive out the rich and powerful, so that they could have a taste of the miserable life they were living right now. For such a purpose, countless devils were willing to sacrifice their insignificant lives. The problem was that the underground metropolis where the rich and powerful lived was not something that could be broken through by the insignificant lives of the devils. Before the nuclear war, the superiors had been in control of the most cutting-edge force on the planet. In the collapsed world where order was lost after the nuclear war, they had captured countless experiments and conducted all kinds of brutal new weapons research. As it turned out, a lot of super weapons far beyond their time had been developed. The new weapon development systems that were built on piles of bones were known as Armageddon technology. The underground metropolis that had been armed and protected by the Armageddon technology was definitely not something that the automatic rifles of the devil race could breach through. Moreover, they could not even get close to the entrance of the underground metropolis. Above every underground metropolis was a military zone of thousands of square kilometers. Drones and automated killing machines were patrolling the area nonstop. There were also electromagnetic cannons and prismatic towers buried in the sand and the wasteland. Even the main battle tanks could be burnt to ash. Dealing with the devils was like killing a chicken with a sledgehammer. Even Barrett, the leader of the Citigroup and the leader of the Gold Teeth Brotherhood, wouldn't be able to break through an underground metropolis even if he led all the devils in the entire Furious Blood Wasteland. Even a 7-year-old would understand the logic. Therefore, despite Boss Goldtooth's thunderous and passionate declaration, the residents of the Tombstones were rather indifferent. It was just that nobody dared to question or refute Boss Goldtooth's brutality just now. Even Bai Xiaolu, who was being stepped on by Boss Goldtooth, didn't think much of it. She thought to herself, is this the level of the legendary Boss Goldtooth? Barit, Who actually wants to break into the underground city with the advantage in numbers? What's the difference between this and a moth darting into flames? The gold-toothed leader grinned. He let go of his right foot that was on by Xiaolu's chest, but he immediately switched to his left foot and changed to a more comfortable position, continuing to bewitch her. Yes. Under normal circumstances, the devils on the ground would not be able to break into the underground city. He had been the dominator of the furious blood wasteland for more than 10 years. He wouldn't ask his brothers to die for nothing just because he didn't understand such a simple logic. However, what if a war broke out between the underground clan of different forces? Wars changed almost everything, but they never changed the people who started them. The only thing that mankind had learned from history was that mankind would never learn any lessons. It was because learning a lesson and learning a lesson were often different. It was the rich and powerful who learned a lesson, but it was the filthy, ignorant, inhuman demons who learned their lesson. Therefore, wars never stopped. Wars never changed. Although only a few decades had passed since the era of global nuclear war, a new war had broken out not long after new forces were born in the broken national and social systems. Right now, the underground clan was divided into two forces, the Alliance and the Contract. They did not have clear racial and national boundaries, but they were engaged in small-scale, low-intensity, but extremely brutal conflicts in the underground metropolis that looked like countless chess pieces. Occasionally, when dozens of underground metropolises under the name of Alliance or Contract were connected, and the tactical communication network between them was finally established, a large-scale battle would be initiated too, in an attempt to absorb and transform more enemy underground cities. At this moment, in the northeast of the furious blood wasteland, an autumn offensive between the Alliance and the Alliance was taking place. The name of the underground city is New Gold Mountain. It is only 2 days and 1 night's journey from Tombstone Town to the northeast. It is one of the last and largest underground metropolises of the Alliance in the furious blood wasteland. It is also the main target of the agreement. Boss Goldtooth roared. Over the past half-month, the unmanned bombers and train cannons of the Contract have been bombarding the ground of the New Gold Mountain. All the alarms, sentry posts, and railgun towers have been smashed. Also, the Contract has drilled through the thick rock stratums that protect the New Gold Mountain with the new underground bomb that they just developed and paved the way to the New Gold Mountain. Right now, the top of the New Gold Mountain is riddled with holes. There are almost 100 roads for us to march on. We can make the best use of our advantage in numbers. The soldiers of New Gold Mountain have either been transferred to the front line or blown up in the continuous bombardment. It is an unguarded city and a naked woman. The autumn offensive between the Contract and the Alliance will take a long time. The main force of the two parties, especially the Alliance, will be stalled in the front line. Nobody will expect that the demon race will march out from behind and attack the underground metropolis of the Alliance. Even if they do, they will not have the time to deal with us. If the Contract wins, according to the current situation, it is very likely that they will not be held responsible at all. What do you think? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you dare to do it or not? Speak. Are the devils of Tombstone Town rotten? Speak. There was nothing but silence. The residents of Tombstone Town looked at each other in bewilderment. Although they had dreamed of storming into the underground metropolis to plunder and take revenge, their fear of the rich and powerful had already been etched into their bones. The war between the Alliance and the Contract was like the collision of two giant beasts. It seemed that cockroaches and mice such as themselves could not get involved. Promise him. His brother suddenly said to Bai Xiaolu in his heart. Sign up. I'll be the first to sign up. What? Bai Xiaolu was dazed. She stammered. Attacking the underground city will kill us. We are going to die anyway. I can feel the cold killing intent of the guy. Even if we don't agree, he has a way to drive all the residents of Tombstone Town to be cannon fodder. His brother said calmly. Besides, this gold-tooth boss, Barit, might not be fighting alone. If my guess is correct, he should be a servant of the Contract and one of the links to the autumn offensive. Therefore, the odds of success are very high. Servant army? Although Bai Xiaolu was weak, she was not stupid. She immediately realized what was going on when her brother pointed at her. Are you suggesting that the contract is supporting Boss Gold Tooth Citigroup? Of course, although the apocalyptic technology of the underground clan is advanced, there are too few of them. In the world of extreme pollution after the nuclear war, every healthy human being without the slightest mutation is a valuable asset. Neither the alliance nor the contract are willing to let an underground clan die in vain. Therefore, they are all raising a large batch of demons as their lackeys, claws, and servants. The wars are mainly fought by the lowly cannon fodder, just like all the previous wars. The elder brother said, right now, the Alliance and the Association are engaged in a fierce battle on the front line. Both sides are consuming a lot of resources. For the Association of the attackers, it is definitely not in their favor if they cannot break the stalemate. It will be terrible if the Alliance comes back to themselves and sends a lot of troops from somewhere else. If a harassing force can attack the new Gold Mountain from the rear of the Alliance at this moment, a lot of soldiers of the Alliance will be stalled, which will create opportunities for the contract in the front line. Do you think it was a coincidence that Barrett, the leader of the Gold Teeth Brotherhood, showed up and proposed such a plan? This brother actually knows so much information. Bai Xiaolu was surprised. How is that possible? In fact, you know that too. A smile appeared in his brother's brain. News brought by the caravans and travelers from various towns, bits and pieces of information in the pubs of Tombstone Town, the bounties posted on the blood wall, and the howling wind in the desert. You will hear everything if you listen carefully. Besides, such things don't need to be analyzed at all. You can tell just by looking at the equipment of the Citigroup. Is such standard equipment armed to teeth really something that can be obtained by occupying an abandoned military base? Let's just say that he has really occupied a military base. If he doesn't have a backer, he will be destroyed by the Alliance or the contract immediately. However, it doesn't matter whether he is the leader or a lackey. What does it have to do with us? We just need to survive. Hurry up and sign up. Even if you don't, he will still force you to go. Chances are that he will even put explosive necklaces on you. The situation will be even worse. Even if he doesn't take away everyone in Tombstone Town, we will still fall into the hands of the Heaven Wolves gambling Denver. Do you think we can survive? But Bai Xiaolu hesitated. What about my sister? She is still waiting for our medication in the village. It can't be helped. We don't have any money or medication right now. We can only hope that she can hold on. The brother said, when we are in the battlefield, we will have the opportunity to run away in the chaos. By then, we will be able to find a military medical kit or even a portable automatic diagnostic treatment machine in New Gold Mountain. There will be hope for our sister and all the children in the village. Bai Xiaolu was dazed for a moment. Determination beamed out of her delicate face. I'm going. Hugging the thigh of Barrett, the Gold Tooth boss, he screamed in his childish voice, I believe in Boss Gold Tooth. I will follow Boss Gold Tooth to the death and conquer the new Gold Mountain. I will fight for water, food, and women. You! Boss Gold Tooth pulled Bai Xiaolu up by the collar. For a moment, Bai Xiaolu felt that her heart was palpitating, fearing that her brother's secret would be exposed if her blouse was torn by his iron hands. However, the leader of the city gang glanced at him casually and threw him to the side. His face was swollen. Bai Xiaolu's overestimation caused the residents of Tombstone to burst into laughter. The laughter, on the other hand, made the redness in the eyes of the leader of the Gold Teeth Brotherhood turn extremely cold. He scratched his beard and suddenly burst into laughter. All right, I didn't know that you didn't even have enough hair. You do have more guts than most people here. However, do you know how to play with a woman? Bai Xiaolu blushed, not knowing how to respond. The gold-toothed leader laughed and waved his hands. It doesn't matter whether or not you know how to play with women. What matters is whether or not you know how to play with guns. What's your name? Do you know how to play with guns? My name is Bai Xiaolu. Bai Xiaolu was smart enough to nod her head. I know how to play with guns. Most of the children in the wasteland knew how to play with knives and guns. The thick-skinned automatic rifles could still kill people as long as they were close enough, even if they were rusted after decades of hardships. Even if the bullets were difficult to deal with and they had never actually fired a gun, they would still treat them as toys and carefully study their structure. Moreover, they would receive the teachings of the adults and learn how to aim simply. This was a common experience for all the children of the wasteland. It was to the extent that firearms were the only toy for them since childhood. As long as there were bullets, no child of the wasteland would say that they could not play with guns. Very good. As long as you know how to play with guns, you can play with women. Take down the new gold mountain. There are a lot of women waiting for you to slowly practice and play with. You're quite lucky, kid. Once you're on the right path, you can play with real women. Boss Goldtooth did not seem to remember Bai Xiaolu's name, but it was not important at all. The gloomy redness flooded toward the residents of Tombstone Town. I'm taking you in. Just follow me. You will get whatever I get. Who else? Crap. Bai Xiaolu thought to herself. I've made a fool of myself. How can I run away when I'm with Boss Goldtooth? Idiot. The elder brother, on the other hand, said, It's best to stay by Boss Goldtooth's side. It's obvious that the city gang has come to various towns to capture strong men. Everyone is Boss Goldtooth's cannon fodder. I estimate that the first wave will be consumed. Only Boss Goldtooth's side is safe. We can figure out a way to run away later. If we can't even save our own lives, whatever we say will be useless. Maybe because of Bai Xiaolu's role model, Boss Goldtooth shouted a few more times. Finally, almost 100 residents of Tombstone responded. Just like Bai Xiaolu, everyone was issued with a rusted automatic rifle and more than 10 very valuable magazines. Some of the guys with better arm strength even received 2 grenades. Although these pieces of equipment were very tempting, the remaining people were not willing to get involved in such muddy water. They bit their lips and stopped moving. The leader of the Gold Tooth Gang did not waste any time. He waved his hands, and the team of the city group left Tombstone Town together with the newly recruited soldiers. Sitting in the back of a military truck, Bai Xiaolu felt that her head was dizzy and she was about to throw up. Suddenly, she heard a few intense explosions behind her. Together with everyone else, she opened the tent of the truck and looked out, only to discover that intense black smoke was burning in the direction of Tombstone Town. See? I told you that Boss Goldtooth wouldn't let go of the remaining guys so easily. The elder brother sighed in Bai Xiaolu's heart and said, I'm afraid that the public recruitment just now was just a test. Those who pass the test are barely considered recruits. Those who fail the test are the shameless slave soldiers who are locked with remote-controlled bombs and the lowest cannon fodder who are forced to the front. It is inevitable. Bai Xiaolu looked at the burning Tombstone Town in silence for a long time. What about the village? What about my sister? Although he did not like the stink of Tombstone, it was his hometown after all. Black flames were raging in the lead clouds, making him feel lonely and insignificant for the first time. The village is far away from Tombstone, and it is hidden in the hills. The city bank might not be able to find it. Considering the urgency of the war, I don't think they will waste much of their time on a small village without any resources. His brother said, As for the future, just leave it to fate. Bai Xiaolu could only resign herself to fate. Over the next few days, they went to a few other large towns nearby that boasted a large population. In the same way, they were recruited at a high price before they were coerced by force. Even Bai Xiaolu, the little brat who hasn't even had her hair fully grown, was treated as a walking by Boss Goldtooth to mock the timidness of the people. Just like that, a team of more than 10,000 people was gathered. After the incident with Master Snake, Bai Xiaolu had been traumatized. She was extremely scared and wary of the legendary brutal and notorious Boss Goldtooth. But thankfully, he was probably not a fan of the arts. Besides, before the war, he had been occupied with military affairs and did not have much time to deal with Bai Xiaolu. Therefore, he had asked Bai Xiaolu to learn some basic operations on the battlefield from one of his guards and beat her brutally. In order to save her own life, Bai Xiaolu had learned a lot. However, one day, Boss Goldtooth learned from the recruits of Tombstone Town that Bai Xiaolu had killed Master Snake, the big boss of the Heaven Wolves casino. He was quite interested and asked Bai Xiaolu about it during dinner. Naturally, Bai Xiaolu was not willing to tell her brother's secret. She simply said that she had taken the opportunity when Master Snake was unprepared to draw the pistol from his waist and blow up his head. Then, she crawled out of the ventilation window with her thin body, but she did not mention the details. Master Snake was famous in the vicinity of Tombstone Town, but it was nothing in the ears of a brutal demon such as Boss Goldtooth. He was too lazy to pursue the details and simply opened his hands and patted Bai Xiaolu's shoulder heavily. "Good boy. You've got guts. I knew that I was not wrong about you. After the battle, if you are still alive, I will chop off another 5 heads and let you join the Citibank gang." Bai Xiaolu grimaced because of the slap. Looking at Boss Goldtooth's ugly face that was full of patches, she felt that it was not as scary as before, and the stinky smell on her body seemed to be much thinner. 3 days later, they finally reached the top of the new Gold Mountain, the underground metropolis of the Alliance. They were delayed for so many days because new teams of the demon race were joining them. As it turned out, the capability of the Citigroup was much higher than what Bai Xiaolu had seen in Tombstone Town. They had sent dozens of armed recruitment teams to almost every populated town in the furious blood wasteland and gathered countless recruits. Dozens of bandit gangs, which were notorious for their crimes in the first place, had come to join them too, hoping to break the new Gold Mountain together with the Citigroup. It was not until Bai Xiaolu saw so many bizarre-shaped devils that she realized how vast the world was. There were so many distinctive towns and tribes in the entire furious blood wasteland. Some of the gang members were wearing poisonous armor made of the shells of giant scorpions, which made them look like giant scorpions that were standing on their feet. Some tribes were covered in feathers from head to toe without leaving any gaps. It was said that the feathers could resist the severe radiation. There was another town where all the residents' right arms had deformed and expanded, taking up almost half of their body. It was extremely difficult for them to walk. However, Boss Goldtooth had said that they were natural-born experts in grenade throwing. It would be best if they could throw a bundle of grenades hundreds of meters away and attack the city. Of course, Bai Xiaolu also saw countless slaves who were forced to come. They were often dressed in ragged clothes and had sad faces. Their necks were tied with chains, and remote-controlled bombs were hanging next to the chains. 3 to 5 of them were locked together. They could only move forward and not retreat. If they moved forward, there was still a chance of survival. If they retreated, their heads and those of their companions would fly into the air. They were simply a bunch of walking corpses. Some of them were residents of Tombstone Town. Even those who were lucky enough not to be killed were watching. Seeing their ending, Bai Xiaolu finally realized how wise her brother had been when he asked her to sign up. One mistake was the difference between heaven and hell. Even though this heaven was just one level above hell. It took Boss Goldtooth 3 days to march the main troops to the new Gold Mountain, despite his fame and leadership. This was the northeast part of the Furious Blood Wasteland. It was literally hell. The Furious Blood Wasteland was a death zone made of red deserts and deserts. After more than half a month of carpet bombing, the top of the mountain had been razed to the ground. The plants that had been struggling on the ground had all been blown to smithereens. The only thing left were shocking craters that were reflecting colorful lights to record the extreme temperature of the explosion. Dozens of black, bottomless oval craters were particularly eye-catching. Boss Goldtooth told Bai Xiaolu that it was the damage caused by the underground bomb. In order to facilitate the charge of the infantry, the bombs did not fall to the ground vertically. Instead, they were hit into the ground at an oblique angle. Once they exploded, a natural slope would be formed, through which the soldiers of the demon race could rush in even with their bare feet. Boom! 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 Every 5 minutes, there would be an ear-splitting shriek in the air, followed by an ear-splitting explosion. A fireball would gradually rise above New Gold Mountain and turn into raging black clouds. It was a train cannon from very far away. It was said that a single cannon was hundreds of meters long and had a shooting range that could cover the entire Furious Blood Wasteland. It would be bombarded every 5 minutes. Although it wouldn't cause too much damage, it would cause the entire New Gold Mountain to feel an intense shock, greatly affecting the spirit of the defenders. This further proved his brother's judgment. Train cannons were definitely not something that the Citibank gang could have. They must be standard equipment for the contract. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone, including the slave soldiers, received a very suspicious pill, claiming that it could prevent venomous gas and radiation. Most of them swallowed the food. Bai Xiaolu, on the other hand, hid her tongue under her mouth and vomited it in secret when she went to the toilet. When she came back and looked at everybody again, she seemed to have lost her mind. At 2:30 p.m., after the last bombardment, the smoke turned crimson. It was the general attack command issued by the contract. Kill them all. Standing on the armored vehicle, Boss Gold Tooth shouted desperately, "Take down New Gold Mountain, grab water, grab food, grab women." It was said that a wise man said something 100 years ago. I don't know what weapons will be used in the Third World War, but I do know that the Fourth World War will be fought in the collision of stone axes and wooden sticks. It was a perfect description for the battlefield today. The hundreds of thousands of mobs that were temporarily assembled had never received formal training for the charge of a large army except for hunting and killing. The only tactics that they could employ were the tactics of numbers and sieging. The only thing that Boss Goldtooth could tell the mobs was to lengthen the battle line and disperse the infantry a little bit so that they wouldn't crowd together like a bunch of stupid army ants. During the First World War, the strategy of charging together had proved to be the most efficient suicide. Therefore, they extended the battle line to the maximum and charged at the New Gold Mountain from almost every direction. Although most of the slaves and new soldiers were inexperienced, they were not entirely on foot. Many of them were riding civilian vehicles that had been installed with steel plates, and some of them were even riding bizarre-shaped motorcycles. They were sort of a motorized troop. Although it was useless to add 7 or 8 layers of steel plates to the advanced apocalyptic weapons, such tight protection at least gave the devils a false sense of security and made their charge faster, more determined, and even manic. For a moment, the depths of the wasteland were filled with the howls of humans that were even more savage than those of wild beasts. Thousands upon thousands of civilian vehicles raised billowing smoke and dust, as if a bloody jungle had suddenly appeared in the desert. Bai Xiaolu had once received something called DVD from a traveling merchant. She had watched a lot of movies about life before the war, including the ancient war scenes from 100 years ago. He had thought that a real war would be one where thousands of cannons were firing and everything was burning. However, the New Gold Mountain in front of them was lifeless. When the first wave of slave soldiers and new soldiers reached the entrance of the underground bomb, there was still no response, as if it were a ghost town. It was not until a lot of slave soldiers and new soldiers rushed into the underground along the slope that a lot of humming things flew out. It was a drone. In the wasteland, drones were synonymous with death. Once they were targeted, absolutely no one could escape. As it turned out, the drones danced and landed in the places where the attackers were densest, before they exploded into raging electric arcs that covered 100 square meters. The aggressors seemed to have been whipped by a cold whip. Everyone fell to the ground, tied up by the magnificent blue electric arcs. They still made no sound. There was not even smoke or blood. It was like an absurd, unbelievable dream. But the lives of countless people had been reaped so quietly and casually. Such a scene should have scared the attackers. But most of them had swallowed the pills and burnt the nerve in their brain that was responsible for fear. They were still rushing forward against the electric arcs and dying in the blue brightness. Bai Xiaolu clenched her fists and glanced at Boss Goldtooth, who was standing on an armored vehicle not far away. He found that Boss Goldtooth was as calm as usual and even yawned, as if it did not matter. Bai Xiaolu finally understood. The new soldiers on the attacking side and the drones on the defending side were both expendable. If he had not been lucky enough to follow Boss Goldtooth, he would have found him among the dead bodies, too. In just half an hour, tens of thousands of slave soldiers and new soldiers were almost exhausted. Even if some of them were able to rush into the tunnels, the defenders were clearly waiting to be exhausted. It was estimated that they would have already torn these mobs into pieces. They hadn't even seen a single shadow of the defenders. How was he going to fight the war? Right when she was feeling restless, Bai Xiaolu suddenly heard a series of dense shrieks that were even sharper, faster, and more ear-piercing than the train cannon. When he raised his head, he saw hundreds of white lines sweeping across the sky and tearing apart the lead-gray clouds. They drew a sharp curve and marched into the cave above the new gold mountain, as if they had eyes. Boom! 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 Thunderous noises echoed below the ground. The ground above the new gold mountain protruded out. Endless flames spurted hundreds of meters out of the hole, together with a lot of burnt body parts and twisted debris. Through the military boots, Bai Xiaolu felt that her feet were suddenly heated. The earth seemed to be burning, and the underground had turned into an ocean of flames. A precision-guided missile. I see. The elder brother analyzed calmly. As it turns out, the tens of thousands of lives on the furious blood wasteland are just the reconnaissance of the firepower of Boss Goldtooth and the contract. The purpose of the reconnaissance is to figure out the defense below the new gold mountain, lock onto the firing points where the temperature is rising, and solve the problem with the precise guided missiles from the contract launch bases. Prepare yourself, dear. We are going to charge. Sure enough, when the white line appeared in the sky, Boss Goldtooth's expression changed. He stared at the white lines, his face cramping. He cursed silently, as if he was scared and disgusted by the precision-guided missiles. But he was not tied up by his emotions for long. Licking his lips, he spat out a mouthful of phlegm and inserted a piece of blood-stained paper into the tank. 13 red and white stripes and 50 white stars were embedded in the blue rectangular block in the upper left corner. It was said that the city used to represent the most dominating power on the planet. Wherever the sunlight shone, the glory of the city flew. However, what was the use of that? The war had destroyed everything, including the city that started the war. Now, the glory of the past was only occasionally shining among the claws and teeth of the wolves and hyenas in the desert. Chi, 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 chi. Bai Xiaolu heard noises coming from the tank of the gold-toothed leader. Something seemed to be honking, followed by melodious music. He had thought that it would be an impassioned battle hymn, but it turned out to be a very strange, very pleasant, but seemingly unsuited for battlefield killing. In the heaven-like West Virginia, there was the Nando River in the Blue Ridge Mountains. The creatures there were far away, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze the village road. Take me home. That's where I belong. Mother Mountain, West Virginia, take me home on the village road. In the beautiful, warm, and even somewhat unfashionable music, all the members of the city group were fully equipped. Boss Goldtooth had even wrapped 3 to 5 rounds of ammunition belts around his chest. Dozens of grenades were hanging from his waist. In his hand was a Vulcan machine gun. Heavens, was he really a human being? Mega! In the song, Boss Goldtooth screamed himself hoarse and vomited blood. Mega! All the members of the city group were crazy. The real charge had begun. Bai Xiaolu was regretting her choice. He discovered that Boss Goldtooth was simply a lunatic. When the slave soldiers and new soldiers who had been temporarily captured were charging, Boss Goldtooth had stayed at the back like a cruel schemer. Naturally, Bai Xiaolu was saved. But right now, when it was the city gang's turn to march forward, the leader of the gang, the big brother of the big brother, was charging at the front without caring about his own life. He was not even sitting in the tank, but sitting astride the rapid-fire cannon of the tank, holding the blood-stained city in his hand, and shouting the battle hymn of the road to the countryside, "Bring me home." He was laughing and uttering weird noises, as if he were a fearless cowboy who did not care whether new drones could fly out of the ground or not. Even Bai Xiaolu had to sit in the armored vehicle closest to him. She held her head and shivered, fearing that she might be killed together with Boss Goldtooth. However, they finally rushed into the underground without encountering any obstacles. The precision-guided missile bombardment just now had indeed crushed the defense points at the periphery of New Gold Mountain into powder. Once they entered the chaotic street fighting in the downtown area, the damage of the high-precision weapons of the underground would be minimized, and the advantage of numbers of the devils would be maximized. They sang and rained bullets on the burnt bodies while they charged forward along the rugged slopes. Soon, they reached the new gold mountain from dozens of different slopes. The delicate and prosperous underground metropolis before their eyes made all the devils unable to believe their eyes. Before Bai Xiaolu could see the scenery outside, she was hit in the head by the refreshing air. She was seeing stars and crying. So there is such a nice-smelling air in the world. Bai Xiaolu's eyes were brimming with tears. There is no stink, no smell of rust, no sourness of acid rain, and no sweetness of radiation. It is the air, the purest air. He was somewhat drunk. The soldiers around him were the same. Some of them were even crying uncontrollably. The city in front of them dazzled and infuriated them. All the devils had imagined the underground metropolis countless times, decorating the paradise with the most splendid and extravagant scenes that they could imagine. But the real underground metropolis was hundreds of times more splendid and extravagant than they had imagined. Not to mention the rows upon rows of automatically glowing, futuristic skyscrapers. Artificial gardens that could be found everywhere in the city. Bewildering mist was spurting out of the interconnected tubes above their heads from time to time, which was a waste of the clean water that the devils in the desert valued as much as their own life. It was all for the purpose of bringing an insignificant chill to the underground world. Such extravagance, such absurdity. How could they do such a cruel and unforgivable thing? Do you see? The underground people would rather waste their precious water than give the devils a way out. Boss Goldtooth roared. Then let's go and take back what belongs to us with our bullets and butcher's knives. Bai Xiaolu felt that her blood was burning. His field of vision became extremely small, so small that it was like the eye of a needle. Looking through the eye of the needle was heaven, hell, the devil disguised as an angel, and the avenging angel slandered as a devil. Even though he was coerced by Boss Goldtooth in the beginning and did not want to die in vain, now that he had seen such a scene in the underground metropolis and was shocked by Boss Goldtooth's roar, he completely forgot everything and only thought of kill. Kill, 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 kill. Bai Xiaolu and all the soldiers, bandits, wolves, dogs, mice, cockroaches, and devils nearby were roaring hysterically. Even the song "Take Me Home on the Road to the Country" was full of bloody killing intent. Suddenly, an ice piton pierced into Bai Xiaolu's brain along her spine, waking her up. Calm down. Don't be fooled. His brother said, It seems that the legend is true. Bai Xiaolu was dazed. What legend? As for the legend of Boss Goldtooth, it is not just because he was lucky enough to get a military base but also because he is an ability user. His brother said, according to the legends, Boss Goldtooth's ability is called Legion. It can significantly strengthen one's brainwaves and send them out like a surging tide. All the soldiers nearby will resonate with them and improve their physical strength, courage, and willpower so that they will become fearless, crazy mad warriors. Together with some stimulant drugs, the effect will be even better. The soldiers who have lost their limbs will not feel any pain and will continue to charge forward. Of course, at the cost of the lives of the soldiers, they will either die or be scrapped after a battle. That explains a lot. No wonder I was so excited just now. Those people were all influenced by Boss Goldtooth's ability, Legion. Bai Xiaolu suddenly realized what was going on. However, Boss Goldtooth did not know that my brother was hiding inside my body, and my brother is an ability user who is immune to his legions. That's right. Stay clear-headed. Don't forget our purpose. But don't expose the fact that you have not been berserk. Act according to the situation later and keep your distance from Boss Goldtooth. His brother paused for a moment and continued. Then, look for the buildings or vehicles that are marked with red cross. There must be medical kits inside. Find one and... Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Xiaolu's hair suddenly stood up, indicating that she was in grave danger. Then he was picked up by a giant hand and tossed aside brutally. Bam, bam, bam. Sparks were spluttering where he had been standing, which were bullets wreathed in electric arcs. Had the fan-like hands not pushed him away, he would have been burnt to a crisp. Still in shock, Bai Xiaolu looked at the owner of the giant hand. It was Boss Goldtooth. Bai Xiaolu was rendered speechless. Boss Goldtooth had saved her life? Be careful, Bai Xiaolu. Boss Goldtooth finally remembered his name and grinned. You haven't played with a woman yet. Thank you, boss. Bai Xiaolu stammered with mixed feelings. Boss Goldtooth and Master Snake were too different. Boss Goldtooth scratched his beard and ignored him. He continued singing the battle hymn of Country Road, while he waved the Vulcan machine gun and rushed toward the downtown area. Behind him were ferocious warriors who were fearless, hideous, and crazy. A brutal street battle broke out. All the citizens of New Gold Mountain were summoned and equipped with the best power armors and the most advanced weapons. Every citizen was a small moving fortress. However, there were 10 times more devils than there were of them. Besides, the slave soldiers and the new soldiers had almost been wiped out just now. The only people left were the ferocious bandits such as the City Group, the Vulture Gang, the Black Water Gang, and the Bone Shatterer tribe. Stimulated by the stimulant drugs and Boss Goldtooth's Legion ability, they were able to perform their best solo combat in the narrow alleys. No matter how fierce the fortress was, when it was surrounded by 10 times the number of tides, it would die down within half a minute. On one side, the bandits were being torn apart by heavy firepower. On the other side, the citizens were being devoured alive by the devils. The armored vehicles were being blown into pieces by hundreds of grenades at the same time. Broken limbs were flying everywhere. Blood was flowing on every street. Artificial gardens were being burnt to the ground. Burning flames were licking the silver, futuristic buildings and burning them into blackened skeletons. The underground metropolis had finally turned into hell, just like the metropolis on the ground. Only Bai Xiaolu was not affected by the Legion and did not participate in the Battle of Hell. He was merely patrolling in the periphery of the city, dodging the bullets that were savaging in the air and searching for any usable assets. Although this was the outskirts of the city, everything here was enough to make Bai Xiaolu feel unfamiliar and alienated. On the broad street, self-driving vehicles powered by high-capacity batteries, the dazzling merchandise displayed in the window, and the large commercials where the sky was blue, the clouds were white, the sun was warm, and the lavender fields were filled with women who were dancing and laughing happily. That's right, women. Bai Xiaolu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Boss Goldtooth was right. This was a real woman. They looked carefree, as if they were living decades ago before the war broke out. The underground and the surface were two different worlds. The underground people and the devils on the ground seemed to have become two different species, human beings and animals. But he had no idea who were human beings and who were animals. Look! His brother suddenly shouted. There's an ambulance over there. With her brother's guidance, Bai Xiaolu found the ambulance that had been blown up by the grenade. The tank was stained with blood, but there was no one on it. The area had just been cleansed by the demon tide. There was nothing but dead silence. There was not a single ghost. This looks like a syringe. It should be of some use. This is an anti-radiation pill. Excellent. It really is an anti-radiation pill. Bai Xiaolu tossed and turned in the wreckage of the ambulance. In the end, she held a heavy metal box high in her hands. Disbelief beamed out of her eyes. Brother, is this the portable fully automatic medical box that you talked about? Is it? Probably. The elder brother said with uncertainty. Forget it. This is the one. Let's get out of here quickly. We still need to get some military supplies outside. It would be best if we have clean water chips and compressed military rations to bring back to the village. Time is of the essence. Let's go. Bai Xiaolu and her brother searched for countless bodies in the periphery of the battlefield, some of which belonged to the citizens of New Gold Mountain, and some belonged to the Wasteland Gang. The citizens of Gold Mountain were handsome, tall, and well-proportioned. Many of them seemed to be carved out of jade. They were the standard spirits of all living creatures. The Wasteland Bandits, on the other hand, were ugly, deformed, wretched, bizarre-shaped, and extremely stinky. Even Bai Xiaolu herself felt that the title Devil Race was absolutely correct. However, death was equal. The noble and the lowly, the beautiful and the ugly, the pure and the wretched, the guilty and the innocent. As long as they were dead, they would all be rotten meat and a pool of dirty blood. There was no difference. Bai Xiaolu found two enormous military backpacks, one in front of her chest and the other on her back. They were packed to the brim. Enough, his brother said. It's too heavy, too late. If you keep being greedy, we won't be able to get away. Soon, Bai Xiaolu gritted her teeth and rolled on the ground in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. She groped for the supplies on the dead body and said, "One more water-cleaning pill means one more day of clean water for the villagers. One more compressed biscuit means one more bowl of porridge for my sister and the newborn kids in the village. I'm fine. I can carry more. I'm not tired. Really. I don't—" An ear-splitting explosion came from the front. The building next to Bai Xiaolu could not withstand the fierce fire any longer and collapsed. The blast blew Bai Xiaolu away and drowned the boy. Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Bai Xiaolu was covered in bruises and bleeding because of the fall. But he didn't care about his wounds. He searched for the two military backpacks in the smoke with his eyes closed. It was not until he felt that the backpacks were still there that he was relieved. When the dust settled, the buildings blocking their vision had already turned into ruins. Bai Xiaolu could clearly see the most intense street battles deep inside the city. He also saw almost 100 iron giants that were surrounded by deep blue brightness, as if a devil had arrived. The Wasteland gang was still attacking and swallowing like a tide, but the 100 iron giants that were more than 3 meters tall were like black reefs on the seashore. They did not move at all no matter how the tides crashed into them. Finally, they started moving as if there was no one else around. Within a breath, countless bolts of lightning exploded in the shape of radiations. Like a lightning storm, a large number of Wasteland gangs were killed in the blink of an eye. Even the most elite members of the Citibank gang were not a match for them. They were electrocuted into ashes and blown into pieces. The electric arcs that surrounded them seemed to be distorting some sort of force field, which could help them resist the scourge of bullets and blast, making them look like invulnerable monsters. The iron giants slashed into the head of the Wasteland gang like a 1,000-pound battle axe. Magnetic bombers are the magnetic bombers that the Alliance created with the Armageddon technology. There are so many of them. His brother exclaimed, "There must be a magnetic explosive infantry factory hidden in New Gold Mountain that can produce a large number of magnetic explosive infantry continuously. We've been fooled. Boss Goldtooth has been fooled. We are all cannon fodder, including Boss Goldtooth's Citibank gang. All of us are cannon fodder for the contract. The purpose of the contract is to stall the magnetic explosive infantry so that they cannot be mobilized to the front line to pose a threat to the contract. That's all. As for whether the siege succeeds or not, nobody cares whether we live or die." The sudden appearance of a large batch of magnetic explosive infantry caught everyone off guard. Bai Xiaolu had seen with her own eyes that Boss Goldtooth, with the Vulcan machine gun on his shoulder, had rushed to the front line of the magnetic explosion infantry with ear-splitting roars. The storm-like bullets had knocked one of the soldiers to the ground, but that was all. Soon he was drowned in the ocean of blue electric arcs, and there was no telling whether he was dead or alive. The mobs attacking New Gold Mountain had been motivated by greed and victory in the first place, which was why they were marching forward without caring about anything else. The toughness of the magnetic explosive infantry was enough to calm them down. Fear occupied every nerve in their body. Some of them were shouting and some were fleeing. The situation of the battle had suddenly reversed. It seemed that his brother was right. Boss Goldtooth did not know that a magnetic explosion infantry factory was hiding in the depths of New Gold Mountain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to such a stupid strategy to exhaust the subordinates that he had accumulated for more than 10 years. The contract did not tell him all the intelligence. After all, he was just a demon and a dog of the contract. But the strength of almost 100 soldiers was not enough to reverse the collapse of the city. Besides, the defenders did not know how many soldiers were on the attacking side, nor did they know whether or not there were regular troops behind them who were preparing to reap the benefits. Therefore, after the magnetic explosive infantry broke through a gap, a large number of tanks, infantry tanks, and power armors flooded out like a tide, protecting the old, the weak, the women, and the children and breaking through the siege. The new Gold Mountain was doomed to fail. The ecological circulation system of the entire city had been broken. Even if the attackers were wiped out, it would still be difficult for the naturally delicate underground people to survive in such a harsh environment. It was better to move to another underground city while they still had the strength. These days, although human lives were not worth much, healthy adults who had not been seriously contaminated by radiation and did not have the slightest deformity or mutation were still very popular. Living under someone else's roof in other underground metropolises, even if they were slaves or soldiers, was certainly not as good as living in their own home, but it was also the least bad choice when they had no other options. The situation immediately turned into one of fear. Boss Goldtooth did not want to risk his assets, and the defenders did not want to waste too much of their strength during the breakout. However, since the two parties were locked in a fierce battle, how could they stop at the same time? Together with the fleeing bandits and the new soldiers, the collapsing underground rock stratums, and the exploding gas tubes, the scene could not have been more chaotic. But it was none of Bai Xiaolu's business. The moment Boss Goldtooth disappeared in the ocean of blue electric arcs, he had turned around and run away under the command of his brother. It was a pity that his luck seemed to have run out when he was picking up the trophies. Not long after he ran, he encountered a serious explosion of gas pipes. The entire road was blocked, and even he was almost swallowed by the flames. Spitting out a mouthful of blood and dust, he took a few detours only to run into the fleeing soldiers, the teams that were trying to break out of the siege, or the collapsing rocks that almost smashed him into a meat pie. The sounds of battle behind him were getting louder and louder. The battle zone was moving toward him. Bai Xiaolu was so anxious that she hated herself for not growing 2 more legs in the radiation mutation. Wait! His brother suddenly stopped him. Little Lu, look at the center of the city. A lot of rock stratums are collapsing. It won't be long before the underground metropolis is completely destroyed. So what? Bai Xiaolu did not understand why her brother was talking about that all of a sudden. After more than half a month of bombardment and the fierce battle inside the city, it was perfectly normal that the rock stratums above the city collapsed because of the overwhelming pressure. I know that both the alliance and the contract are still in the early stages of development. The residents of every underground metropolis are not necessarily connected to each other. That is to say, the identity data of the residents of New Gold Mountain is stored in one of the databases in this place at best. When the city collapses, it is very likely to be destroyed. The brother pondered for a moment and said, Little Lu, find the body of a resident of New Gold Mountain who is similar to us. Take off his identity bracelet, his identity card, and put on his clothes. Bai Xiaolu was dazed for a moment. She immediately understood what her brother meant. Are we going to sneak into the New Gold Mountain and escape? He asked while he groped the body. Yes. Right now, it seems that the defenders are more likely to break out of the siege successfully. Besides, their organization will not be very tight. In the chaos, nobody will care who we are. By then, it will be much easier for us to get out of the siege team than to run away from Boss Goldtooth. His brother explained. It took them 10 minutes to find a dead body of a resident with a similar body size. The uniform on the dead body seemed to be the uniform of the New Gold Mountain, with distinctive features. Although he did not find the identity card, he still had the wristband. The best part was that the wristband happened to be broken by a bullet. Now, even if he could not read the information inside the wristband, he could still retrieve the pictures and other information. However, their joy turned to sorrow. Just as they changed into the student uniform of New Gold Mountain and put on the broken identification wristband, they suddenly heard a familiar roar coming from nearby. It was Boss Goldtooth. He was not dead yet. At this moment, Boss Goldtooth seemed to have just taken a hot bath in magma. Half of the metal horn on his head was missing, and his entire body was blackened. The Vulcan machine gun was gone, but he was miraculously wearing a plasma cannon on his arm. Faced with 3 soldiers of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, he was fearless like a god of war. When Bai Xiaolu saw him, he also saw Bai Xiaolu and the boys' school uniform. The Goldtooth leader's eyes bulged. He immediately understood Bai Xiaolu's plan. Hum, hum, hum. Bai Xiaolu had a splitting headache. A devil seemed to be whispering in his ear, asking him to help Boss Goldtooth. Let's go. His brother also activated his own ability to fight against the legion of Boss Goldtooth. Bai Xiaolu was immediately back to herself and ran toward the slope of the exit. Ha! Boss Goldtooth shouted not far away. Obviously, the collision of the two brainwaves had made him realize a shocking fact. Bai Xiaolu was also an ability user. Because of the encounter with Boss Goldtooth, Bai Xiaolu lost the opportunity to sneak into the team. He had just escaped from the underground through a slope when he heard the roars of armored vehicles behind him. He turned around and discovered that it was a team of scouts from the Citibank, including the instructors who had been training him over the past few days. There was no doubt that Boss Goldtooth had asked them to chase after him. Of course, every ability user was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. They were priceless existences. Whether it was roping them in, selling them, or conducting live experiments, they could be exchanged for 100 times the profit. Now that Boss Goldtooth had seen through his identity as an ability user, how could he let them go so easily? Get on! His brother stimulated Bai Xiaolu's optic nerves and asked him to pay attention to a motorbike lying on the ground next to him, which had been left by the first wave of attack. In order to survive in the boundless ardent blood wasteland, learning how to drive a vehicle was as important as learning how to hunt. Even if there were no heavy armored trucks in the barren mountain village where they grew up, there were still a few motorcycles. Boom, 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 boom. Thankfully, the motorbike was not damaged by the explosion of the electric arcs just now. Bai Xiaolu rushed out like an arrow released from a bow. At this moment, a lot of soldiers and breakouts rushed out of the underground. Some of them were trying to run away, while some others were setting fire to the sky of the desert. Where are we going to run to? Bai Xiaolu's eyes turned red when she saw the armored vehicle drawing closer and closer. The enemy was also spraying bullets around him, picking up countless rocks and slapping his face. Although she knew that Boss Goldtooth must have ordered his subordinates to capture him alive, Bai Xiaolu was also clear that there were countless methods in the wasteland called living hell. Over there. His brother asked Bai Xiaolu to turn around and see the black dust storm with electric arcs in the north. Thunderstorm, Bai Xiaolu gasped. We ran into a thunderstorm? That's right. His brother smiled. We were so lucky to run into a thunderstorm. Most of the runners, pursuers, and soldiers were shocked by the thunderstorm and hurried to change their direction, even though it was already too late. But Bai Xiaolu stepped on her motorbike and rushed into the thunderstorm. Boom! Crack! Thunder rumbled, sand was flying, and rain was pouring. All the extreme weather conditions were interconnecting. For a moment, Bai Xiaolu thought that she was dead and being tortured in the deepest part of hell. He also saw countless people torn apart by lightning, swallowed by tornadoes, and riddled with holes by the corrosive acid rain. With her last bit of strength, Bai Xiaolu pressed the two large backpacks on her chest and back. It was the hope of his sister and the entire village. He would not let go of it even if he had to go to the 18th level of hell. An unknown amount of time passed. There was no telling whether he was blown into hell or heaven by the storm. Bai Xiaolu struggled to crawl out of the boundless red sand. Licking his dry lips, he grimaced at the taste of the blood that was mixed with bitterness and sweetness. The two hard packages next to him made him chuckle, too. The thunderstorm had died down. He was not dead yet. The item was still there. Sister, there is still hope for the village. Then he saw that a black muzzle was aimed at his eyebrow not far away. Bai Xiaolu's smile immediately froze. Brother, he shouted tentatively. I'm here. His brother's voice was very solemn. I'm too weak to kill him immediately. Then what do we do? Bai Xiaolu was desperate. The gunman who was holding the gun and aiming at him from 7 to 8 meters away was a young man around his age. He was also wearing the ragged uniform of a new Gold Mountain student. Maybe because he had received an elite education in the underground world and had sufficient nutrition, the young man was apparently much stronger than him. His eyeballs were slightly yellowish-brown, and his eyes were sharp and deep like those of a lizard. The young man glanced at Bai Xiaolu's face, uniform, and wristband. Then he passed by the 2 backpacks beside Bai Xiaolu. "Escaped yesterday?" the young man asked. His voice was coarse, but it was quite charming. Bai Xiaolu was dazed for a moment and nodded quickly. "We are all on the same side. How about I take half of the food and water?" the young man asked, which was considered courteous under such circumstances. Faced with a gun, there was nothing Bai Xiaolu could do except nod her head. The young man whistled. He finally put down his gun and forced a smile. "Let's get to know each other. My father is the laboratory supervisor of Gold Mountain Clean Water Company." The young man took out an identity card from his pocket and snapped it toward Bai Xiaolu to prove his identity. "My name is Thousand Treasures C." There was no need to say anything else. How delicious! The identity card had been burnt by the flames. The laser-printed photo had turned into a cluster of dark wrinkles, making it impossible to see what it looked like. However, the name next to it was indeed Thousand Treasures C. Naturally, Bai Xiaolu could not take out her identity card. She could only raise her identity bracelet and pretend that she was weak and in pain. She mumbled, My name is Bai Xiaolu. I was separated from you when I escaped yesterday. I only remember the explosion, the fire, the blast, and the blood. It hurts. My head hurts. I don't remember anything. Yes, it was a terrible escape." The young man named Wan Zonghai sighed. He seemed to believe Bai Xiaolu's words, but the gun aimed at the boy did not move at all. "Do you have any weapons on you or in your backpack?" There had been a pistol on Bai Xiaolu's waist, but it had been lost in the thunderstorm. There were still 2 folding automatic rifles and a dozen or so magazines of bullets in his backpack. He was unable to take them out in a short amount of time. However, the muzzle and the grip of the gun were protruding out of his backpack. Even a blind man would be able to see it. It would not be good to lie, so he could only force a nod. "Very good." The smile on Wan Zonghai's face grew thicker and more unpredictable. His voice became more and more refined as he said, "Student Bai, we are all on the same side. At first, we were attacked by the devils, and then we were swept into a thunderstorm for a day and a night. Even so, we were lucky enough to survive and still meet each other. It can be seen that we are destined for each other. We should be walking side by side in this wretched desert. Don't worry, I will absolutely not abandon you. However, you are not in a good mental state right now. It is too dangerous to hold a weapon. You might hurt yourself or other people. Therefore, your weapons are all in my custody. I will return them to you when necessary. Is that okay?" Bai Xiaolu was dazed for a moment. In the wasteland, a weapon filled with bullets was as important as a heart. No one would hand it over to others easily. "Ha!" Wan Zonghai shook the muzzle of his gun and narrowed his eyes. His tone turned gloomy as he said, "Little brother, firearms are dangerous things. Not everyone can play with them. With our school's firearms education, it will be good enough if you can learn where the trigger and safety are. Do you really think that you are not yourself just because you have a gun?" Bai Xiaolu hesitated for a moment, but her brother said in his heart, "Give him the gun." "What?" Bai Xiaolu exclaimed. "Brother, guns are your life in the desert. It doesn't matter." His brother smiled. "I've recovered. I can activate it at least once." Bai Xiaolu was greatly relieved. His brother was his biggest reliance. No matter how strong and cunning his opponent was, he was just a teenager. He wouldn't be more difficult to deal with than Master Snake, would he? His brother could blow up his opponent's cerebrovascular vessels at lightning speed without alarming him. There was no way that his opponent would have the opportunity to pull the trigger. "All right," Bai Xiaolu nodded. She pretended that she was at a loss and stammered, Then I will teach it to Brother Wan." He was about to open the military backpack when Wan Zonghai said, "Wait, don't move. Leave the 2 backpacks where they are and walk 10 meters away with your back facing me. Let me remind you that this is a boundless desert. Deadly quicksand, sandworms, wasteland wolves, landmines, terrifying robots, and wasteland gangs are everywhere. There are also deadly acid rain and radiation zones. Without food, supplies, and radiation detectors, no one will be able to escape. You must not do anything stupid. Bai Xiaolu was clearer than Wan Zonghai about the formidability of the wasteland, especially the uninhabited area in the north of the wasteland. He did not play any tricks and obediently left his backpack where he was. He walked 10 meters away with his back facing Wan Zonghai. His brother, on the other hand, focused all his attention on the young man behind him. Crack, crack. It was the sound of a folded automatic rifle being loaded. Then came Wan Zonghai's laughter. The young man's laughter sounded like that of a lizard. Although Bai Xiaolu was well aware that lizards wouldn't smile at all, not even the double-headed venomous lizards that had undergone radiation mutations could. All right, turn around. When Bai Xiaolu heard Wan Zonghai's words, she turned around and discovered that the resources that he had painstakingly gathered were scattered all over the ground. The young man was sitting cross-legged with one rifle across his legs. He was adjusting the scope of the other rifle, while clicking sounds were echoing from his mouth from time to time. Then Wan Zonghai threw his shotgun to Bai Xiaolu and it fell to the boy's feet. This one is yours. Bai Xiaolu was overjoyed. She picked up the shotgun immediately, only to find that something was wrong. She opened the magazine and found that it was empty. There were no bullets at all. Besides, the trigger and the barrel of the gun were somewhat crooked, suggesting that the gun had been seriously burnt and electrocuted. Even if there were bullets, they might not be able to fire. I'm sorry. I forgot that the gun had no bullets. Wan Zonghai aimed at Bai Xiaolu with the automatic rifle. His voice turned extremely cold as he said, "But there must be one in this one." Bai Xiaolu's heart turned cold, but his brother's head was burning. But Wan Zonghai only aimed at him for half a second before he moved the gun away. An innocent smile blossomed on his face, which had been cold and cruel a moment ago. "Ha! Just kidding. Look at how scared you are right now. You are too timid. How did you escape from the siege yesterday? It was just a joke." Bai Xiaolu cursed 100 times in her heart. He had thought that only the devils in the furious blood wasteland, especially the ferocious ones such as Master Snake, Butcher, and Boss Gold Tooth, would be so insane. He did not expect that a teenager from the underground world could be so bad. However, you should understand now. Wan Zonghai's smile only lasted 3 seconds before it was entirely gone. He stared at Bai Xiaolu and said, "You should have listened to somebody, right?" "Understood. Understood." Bai Xiaolu pretended to be timid and said, "You should have listened to Brother Wan." "Excellent. Come and eat." Wan Zonghai's smile was like a mysterious mask that could be taken out of one's face instantly. He gestured to Bai Xiaolu. "Let's eat and drink so that we can be on our way." Bai Xiaolu focused her attention and sat down in front of Wan Zonghai, trembling in fear. She watched him rip open the colorful wrappers one by one and take out a folded container made of tinfoil. He broke off a small piece from a gray-brown solid that seemed to be a compressed biscuit and put it into the container. Then he blew a few sparks on the solid with what seemed to be an electronic lighter. After a bow sound, the solid suddenly expanded into a big bowl of clean water. Well, Bai Xiaolu's eyes bulged. She did not know that there was such a marvelous thing in the world. She had thought that she was collecting compressed biscuits, but it turned out to be compressed water. A cluster of solid objects that was smaller than a fingernail could produce such a large bowl of clean water. It was truly unbelievable. How many treasures did the underground people have? How many lives could be saved if the treasures were passed on to the surface? Thankfully, he didn't know how to use them until he ran into Wan Zonghai. Otherwise, he might have become a laughingstock and even killed somebody. Wan Zonghai divided the clean water into 2 halves, soaked the real compressed biscuits in them, and gave Bai Xiaolu a few high-energy sugar pills. Bai Xiaolu secretly heaved a sigh of relief and swallowed it just like Wan Zonghai did. She thought to herself that it was a good thing that Wan Zonghai did not ask her to prepare food and water. Otherwise, she would have been exposed. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Wan Zonghai's physical strength was somewhat restored. He studied the compass carefully, only to find that the pointer was shaking and spinning nonstop. "Damn!" the young man mumbled. "It is indeed as the textbooks say." The thunderstorm has just passed, and the magnetic field interference is very strong. All kinds of advanced automatic equipment are unusable. Even the compass has been seriously jammed. There is no way to tell which direction is which. He narrowed his eyes and raised his head to look at the sky. The sky was as dense as before, as if it would collapse at any moment. There was no sun at all except for a few bleeding clouds in the horizon. "Hey, do you think that's the sun?" Wan Zonghai kicked Bai Xiaolu. Bai Xiaolu observed for a while and shook her head. "I don't know." "True." Wan Zonghai grinned. "The sky has been covered in lead clouds for decades, and we've been living underground all the time. We've never seen the real sun except in our computers." "How do you know?" "If that's the case, we can only try our luck and pretend that it is. In any case, we can't just sit here and wait to be killed. The devils attacking the city are not entirely wiped out. There are still countless scattered soldiers and bandit gangs active in the wasteland. If we are captured by them, the two tender-skinned underground dwellers will be doomed. Let's go. If the sky is bleeding toward the sun, this should be the west. Let's go west. Didn't we agree yesterday that we would meet the reinforcements of the Alliance if we went west?" Bai Xiaolu said obediently, "I will listen to Brother Wan." The two of them packed up the supplies on the ground. Wan Zonghai, on the other hand, did not watch Bai Xiaolu work alone. He even helped her share a bag. Together with the weight of the two automatic rifles, it was still him who carried the heavier load. Moreover, he had taken the initiative to walk in front and face unknown dangers. Confused Bai Xiaolu. Was the myriad hidden sea a good thing or a bad one? If he had ill intentions, he could have shot the two fully loaded automatic rifles and taken all the assets for himself. He had the advantage and was willing to team up with Bai Xiaolu. Did it mean that he really considered Bai Xiaolu to be one of his own? "Don't trust him too much," his brother replied casually. "If I were him, I wouldn't shoot him either, but that doesn't mean I'm friendly." "Why?" Bai Xiaolu did not understand. "Firstly, there are too many heavy assets here. We don't have any vehicles. We will collapse if we walk in the desert with only 2 bags of assets." The elder brother analyzed. "With our age and physical strength, 1 package is already the best we can do on foot. Even if he kills us, he will only be able to take away 1 package of supplies. If he lets us go for now, he will be able to get a grateful, unsuspecting mule. If we help him carry 1 more package, he will be able to earn half more even if we consume half of the supplies." Bai Xiaolu exclaimed in her heart. It was always like this. The biggest problem for him could be solved by his brother instantly. Secondly, and more importantly, we are very important assets in the first place, which means a piece of fresh meat. His brother sneered. If necessary, he could have killed us and harvested dozens of kilograms of meat. It wouldn't have been a problem for him to survive for 3 to 5 days. The guy is apparently very smart. Why would he waste such a good piece of meat? What? Bai Xiaolu found it hard to believe. It was not because he could not believe that there was such a thing as cannibalism in the world, but because he could not believe that the underground clan could eat humans, too. Of course, they will eat people, and they will eat more elegantly and cleverly than the devils in Tombstone Town such as Butchers and Master Snake. His brother sneered. If they were not better at eating human beings than we are, how could they enjoy themselves in the underground shelters while we have to suffer under the scorching sun, radiation, and the threat of mutated beasts? Bai Xiaolu was silent. She looked at Wan Zonghai, who was walking in the front with his shoulders bouncing up and down, and felt that he was more like a lizard than ever. However, this is good. His brother replied unhurriedly. He treats us as lice and sheep, and so do we. He can share half of our weight. If necessary, we can even kill him and cut his flesh, which will significantly increase our odds of survival. Therefore, we are not in a hurry to take action. Bai Xiaolu was confused. Do they eat people too? When necessary, of course. The elder brother said, This is a world of cannibalism. Don't you want to return to the village alive to save your sister and the children in the village? Although his sister and the children in the village were ugly, their young faces appeared in Bai Xiaolu's mind. He regained his strength and staggered between the desert with the heavy bag. The boy and the young man walked toward what they thought was the west for a day and a night. During the time, Wan Songhai had tried to talk to Bai Xiaolu multiple times, asking her about his family and his life in the new gold mountain. However, Bai Xiaolu had asked him to leave. Wan Zonghai did not seem to be suspicious, or rather, for the lice and sheep in his eyes, their real identities did not matter at all, as long as they could carry and eat. After all, the guns and the bullets were in Wan Zonghai's hands, and he had everything under control. Maybe because he was in a good mood, Wan Zonghai talked a lot about his family and his school, which gave Bai Xiaolu a better understanding of the new gold mountain. Of course, Bai Xiaolu had never heard most of what Wan Zonghai said. She was dumbfounded and thought that it was the life of a deity. After one day and one night, their physical strength had reached the limit, and they were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Although he was replenishing his food and water, he still felt that he was about to collapse. Faced with the boundless desert, he was more desperate than ever. "Damn it! We must have gone the wrong way," Wan Songhai mumbled. "If this is really the West, we've been walking for a day and a night, and we should have seen the unmanned automated sentry posts and the watch cannons of the Alliance no matter what. But right now, there is nothing. Nothing. It was impossible to determine the direction by the sun. Bloody brilliance was spreading out on the edge of the lead clouds in all directions. Silver City remains could even be seen floating in the clouds. It was a mirage, a very common phenomenon in the furious blood wasteland. Maybe, a day ago, they were misled by the mirage and went in the opposite direction, which was the uninhabited area in the north of the desert. The way Wan Songhai looked at Bai Xiaolu was getting weirder and weirder. He was estimating the most precise input-out ratio between the consumption of water and food and the amount of supplies that Bai Xiaolu could carry. He was calculating when he should kill Bai Xiaolu and cut off her flesh. His brother was also prepared. He was ready to launch a small attack at the cerebrovascular vessels of Wan Zonghai. But right then, the boy and the young man heard rumbling noises behind the sand dunes ahead of them. "Someone's here." Wan Songhai hurried to drag Bai Xiaolu to the ground and gestured for him to hide. "Ha! It's the sound of an engine and a car." In the boundless wasteland, vehicles and gasoline were even more precious than life and blood. It was impossible to walk dozens of kilometers on foot in one day, but everything would be different with a car. "We have to get a car." Wan Songhai's eyes were immediately bloodshot. He shushed Bai Xiaolu and gestured for her to climb the sand dune with him. In the desert ahead, a fierce battle was taking place. More than 10 motorcycles that were embedded with sharp thorns and 3 off-road vehicles that had been welded with bulletproof plates circled around and attacked only one target. The motorbikes and the off-road vehicles were all decorated in the style of the Devil Race. Naturally, the passengers on the vehicles were not regular soldiers, but bandits who were wearing armor made of scorpion shells and covered in feathers. Bai Xiaolu almost screamed when she saw who the bandits were attacking. Boss Gold Tooth. He was not dead yet, but he had become more dangerous than before, like a wounded wild boar. Although he was surrounded by dozens of enemies, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. It seemed that he had surrounded so many bandits all by himself. He was still wearing the plasma gloves on his right arm, but he was wearing a small fire launcher on his left arm. Lightning and flames interweaved and formed an absolute zone of destruction in the 10 square meters nearby. None of the bandits could resist him for even 1 second. However, weren't the bandits Boss Gold Tooth's subordinates? Why were they attacking each other in this place? "Of course," the elder brother said coldly. "The guys who are wearing armor made of scorpion shells with colorful feathers on them are not the city gang, but other gangs in the furious blood wasteland. They are only following Boss Gold Tooth's command because they are coveting the wealth of the new gold mountain." But Boss Gold Tooth's intelligence was wrong. He didn't expect that there would be a magnetic explosion infantry factory in New Gold Mountain. All the gangs suffered heavy casualties because of it. The city must have collapsed before it was conquered. More than half of their assets were lost for nothing. How could they not seek revenge from Boss Gold Tooth? Even if it was not for revenge, the city gang should have suffered the most losses in this battle. Even Boss Gold Tooth has become a lone wolf. This is a great opportunity for the major gangs to exterminate him and replace him. It is rare for such a strong man like Boss Goldtooth to be in such dire straits. Let him catch his breath for a year and a half, maybe he will rise again. So, of course, we must take this opportunity to eliminate him. Looking at Boss Goldtooth's current state, Bai Xiaolu thought back to the day before, when he was riding on the armored tank, waving the Citigroup, and shouting the battle hymn in high spirits. She felt quite upset. Of course, he did not have a good impression of Boss Goldtooth. But it was also a fact that the enemy had saved his life. Anyone who saw the scene of a tiger being bullied by a dog would have mixed feelings. It had nothing to do with whether the tiger was good or bad. No matter how much he sighed and how anxious Wan Songhai was, there was no way that the two of them could change the outcome of the fierce battle. One in each hand, the leader of the Gold Teeth Brotherhood tore apart almost 10 armed vehicles together with his motorbike. He had been hit by dozens of bullets, too. Several of his bones would have been broken even if he was wearing a body armor. Asshole! Wan Zonghai gnashed his teeth. Don't destroy the motorbikes and the off-road vehicles. Go to hell, you bastard. Go to hell now. It was a pity that Boss Goldtooth was so tenacious that he was like a weed that had grown out of poisonous soil and was contaminated by radiation. It was not until he broke the neck of the last bandit that he stood straight for half a minute. The desert was suddenly restored to silence. There was only the eternal, howling wind. The crimson sand quickly covered the bodies and gradually melded with the dried blood. The motorbikes and the off-road vehicles had all turned into scrap metal or even burning fireballs. There was no telling whether or not they were still functional. Wan Songhai and Bai Xiaolu looked at each other and waited for another 10 minutes. Wan Zonghai rolled his eyes and asked, "Do you know how to drive?" Her brother did, but Bai Xiaolu shook her head. "No, is that so?" Wan Songhai was still smiling. He pointed his chin forward and said, "Go down and check whether or not the devils are dead. Also, check whether or not any of the vehicles are still intact. Remember, don't touch the gun. If you do, the gun might misfire." He did not say who the fire would be, but Bai Xiaolu knew what he meant. "Me?" Bai Xiaolu asked. "Am I alone? How can it be one person? We are a team. Of course, two people should be united and fight side by side." Wan Songhai waved the gun in his hand and pointed it at Bai Xiaolu. "It's just that our jobs are different. You will be responsible for the charge, and I will be responsible for covering you from behind. If any demon is still alive, I will immediately blow off his head the moment he sits up. He will never have the chance to hurt you. Just go. Go now." Wan Zonghai's eyes turned sharp again. Bai Xiaolu could only brace herself and walk down the slope. She approached the dead bodies of the bandits in fear. He didn't know why, but he wasn't scared of other dead bodies, no matter how horrifying they were. The only thing he didn't dare to get close to was Boss Goldtooth's body. Leader Citigroup should be dead, right? Even if it was a real boar, bull, or even an elephant, to persist to this degree should be the limit, right? Boss Goldtooth's body, which was as sturdy as a hill, was covered in a layer of red sand. At first glance, it really looked like a small fortress. Bai Xiaolu swallowed hard. She did not dare to test whether Boss Goldtooth was dead or alive. She circled around the wrecked vehicle and gestured to Wan Zonghai on the sand dune. "Wan." Wan Songhai squatted for another 3 minutes before he slowly stood up. Holding his gun, he moved to Bai Xiaolu step by step. "Well done, Bai Xiaolu. You've made a great contribution. You saved yourself and me." "Thank you." Wan Songhai grinned. Although he said, "Thank you," there was no gratitude in his eyes, only excitement and greed. "Which one? Which one?" "Well," after only one word, Bai Xiaolu's throat, heart, and every pore on her body were all frozen. A giant shadow covered the head of the boy and the teenager.